The Jungle by Upton Sinclair. Chapter 23. Early in the fall, Jurgis set out for Chicago again. All the joy went out of tramping as soon as a man could not keep warm in the hay, and like many thousands of others, he deluded himself with the hope that by coming early he could avoid the rush. He brought $15 with him, hidden away in one of his shoes, a sum which had been saved from the saloon keepers not so much by his conscience as by the fear which filled him at the thought of being out of work in the city at the winter time. He traveled upon the railroad with several other men, hiding in freight cars at night and liable to be thrown off at any time, regardless of the speed of the train. When he reached the city, he left the rest, for he had money and they did not, and he meant to save himself in this fight. He would bring to it all the skill that practice had brought him, and he would stand whoever fell. On fair nights he would sleep in the park or on a truck or an empty barrel or box, and when it was rainy or cold, he would stow himself upon a shelf in a 10-cent lodging house or pay 3 cents for the privileges of a squatter in a tenement hallway. He would eat at free lunches, 5 cents a meal, and never a cent more, so he might keep alive for 2 months and more, and in that time he would surely find a job. He would have to bid farewell to his summer cleanliness, of course, for he would come out of the first night's lodging with his clothes alive with vermin. There was no place in the city where he could wash even his face unless he went down to the lakefront, and there it would soon be all ice. First, he went to the steel mill and the harvester works and found that his places there had been filled long ago. He was careful to keep away from the stockyards. He was a single man now, he told himself, and he meant to stay one, to have his wages for his own when he got a job. He began the long, weary round of factories and warehouses, tramping all day from one end of the city to the other, finding everywhere from 10 to 100 men ahead of him. He watched the newspapers, too, but no longer was he to be taken in by smooth-spoken agents. He had been told of all those tricks while on the road. In the end, it was through a newspaper that he got a job after nearly a month of seeking. It was a call for 100 laborers, and though he thought it was a fake, he went because the place was nearby. He found a line of men a block long, but as a wagon chanced to come out of an alley and break the line, he saw his chance and sprang to seize the place. Men threatened him and tried to throw him out, but he cursed and made a disturbance to attract a policeman, upon which they subsided, knowing that if the latter interfered it would be to fire them all. An hour or two later he entered a room and confronted a big Irishman behind a desk. "Ever worked in Chicago before?" the man inquired, and whether it was a good angel that put it into Jurgis's mind or an intuition of his sharpened wits, he was moved to answer, "No, sir." "Where do you come from?" "Kansas City, sir." "Any references?" "No, sir, I'm just an unskilled man. I've got good arms." "I want men for hard work. It's all underground, digging tunnels for telephones. Maybe it won't suit you." "I'm willing, sir. Anything for me. What's the pay?" 15 cents an hour. "I'm willing, sir." "All right, go back there and give your name." So, within half an hour he was at work, far underneath the streets of the city. The tunnel was a peculiar one for telephone wires. It was about 8 feet high and with a level floor nearly as wide. It had innumerable branches, a perfect spiderweb beneath the city. Jurgis walked over half a mile with his gang to the place where they were to work. Stranger yet, the tunnel was lighted by electricity, and upon it was laid a double-tracked, narrow-gauge railroad. But Jurgis was not there to ask questions, and he did not give the matter a thought. It was nearly a year afterward that he finally learned the meaning of the whole affair. The city council had passed a quiet and innocent little bill allowing a company to construct telephone conduits under the city streets. And upon the strength of this, a great corporation had proceeded to tunnel all Chicago with a system of railway freight subways. In the city there was a combination of employers representing hundreds of millions of capital and formed for the purpose of crushing the labor unions. The chief union which troubled it was the Teamsters, and when these freight tunnels were completed, connecting all the big factories and stores with the railroad depots, they would have the Teamsters union by the throat. Now and then there were rumors and murmurs in the Board of Aldermen, and once there was a committee to investigate, but each time another small fortune was paid over and the rumors died away, until at last the city woke up with a start to find the work completed. There was a tremendous scandal, of course. It was found that the city records had been falsified, and other crimes committed, and some of Chicago's big capitalists got into jail, figuratively speaking. The aldermen declared that they had had no idea of it at all, in spite of the fact that the main entrance to the work had been in the rear of the saloon of one of them. It was in a newly opened cut that Jurgis worked, and so he knew that he had an all-winter job. He was so rejoiced that he treated himself to a spree that night, and with the balance of his money he hired himself a place in a tenement room, where he slept upon a big homemade straw mattress along with 4 other working men. This was $1 a week, and for 4 more he got his food in a boarding house near his work. This would leave him $4 extra each week, an unthinkable sum for him. At the outset, he had to pay for his digging tools and also to buy a pair of heavy boots, since his shoes were falling to pieces, and a flannel shirt, since the one he had worn all summer was in shreds. He spent a week meditating whether or not he should also buy an overcoat. There was one belonging to a Hebrew collar-button peddler who had died in the room next to him, and which the landlady was holding for her rent. In the end, however, Jurgis decided to do without it, as he was to be underground by day and in bed at night. This was an unfortunate decision, however, for it drove him more quickly than ever into the saloons. From now on, Jurgis worked from 7 o'clock until 5:30, with half an hour for dinner, which meant that he never saw the sunlight on weekdays. In the evenings, there was no place for him to go except a bar-room, no place where there was light and warmth, where he could hear a little music or sit with a companion and talk. He had now no home to go to. He had no affection left in his life, only the pitiful mockery of it in the camaraderie of vice. On Sundays the churches were open, but where was there a church in which an ill-smelling workman with vermin crawling upon his neck could sit without seeing people edge away and look annoyed? He had, of course, his corner in a close, though unheated room with a window opening upon a blank wall 2 feet away, and also he had the bare streets with the winter gales sweeping through them. Besides this, he had only the saloons, and of course he had to drink to stay in them. If he drank now and then, he was free to make himself at home, to gamble with dice or a pack of greasy cards, to play at a dingy pool table for money, or to look at a bear-stained pink sporting paper with pictures of murderers and half-naked women. It was for such pleasures as these that he spent his money, and such was his life during the 6 weeks and a half that he toiled for the merchants of Chicago to enable them to break the grip of their Teamsters Union. In a work thus carried out, not much thought was given to the welfare of the laborers. On an average, the tunneling cost a life a day, and several manglings. It was seldom, however, that more than a dozen or 2 men heard of any one accident. The work was all done by the new boring machinery, with as little blasting as possible, but there would be falling rocks and crushed supports and premature explosions, and, in addition, all the dangers of railroading. So it was that one night, as Jurgis was on his way out with his gang, an engine and a loaded car dashed round one of the innumerable right-angled branches and struck him upon the shoulder, hurling him against the concrete wall and knocking him senseless. When he opened his eyes again, it was to the clanging of the bell of an ambulance. He was lying in it, covered by a blanket, and it was threading its way slowly through the holiday shopping crowds. They took him to the county hospital, where a young surgeon set his arm. Then he was washed and laid upon a bed in a ward with a score or 2 more of maimed and mangled men. Jurgis spent his Christmas in this hospital, and it was the pleasantest Christmas he had had in America. Every year there were scandals and investigations in this institution, the newspapers charging that doctors were allowed to try fantastic experiments upon the patients. But Jurgis knew nothing of this. His only complaint was that they used to feed him upon tinned meat, which no man who had ever worked in Packingtown would feed to his dog. Jurgis had often wondered just who ate the canned corned beef and roast beef of the stockyards. Now he began to understand that it was what you might call graft meat, put up to be sold to public officials and contractors, and eaten by soldiers and sailors, prisoners and inmates of institutions, shantymen and gangs of railroad laborers. Jurgis was ready to leave the hospital at the end of 2 weeks. This did not mean that his arm was strong and that he was able to go back to work, but simply that he could get along without further attention, and that his place was needed for someone worse off than he. That he was utterly helpless and had no means of keeping himself alive in the meantime was something which did not concern the hospital authorities nor anyone else in the city. As it chanced, he had been hurt on a Monday, and had just paid for his last week's board and his room rent, and spent nearly all the balance of his Saturday's pay. He had less than 75 cents in his pockets, and $1.50 due him for the day's work he had done before he was hurt. He might possibly have sued the company and got some damages for his injuries, but he did not know this, and it was not the company's business to tell him. He went and got his pay and his tools, which he left in a pawn shop for 50 cents. Then he went to his landlady, who had rented his place and had no other for him, and then to his boarding-house keeper, who looked him over and questioned him. as he must certainly be helpless for a couple of months and had boarded there only 6 weeks, she decided very quickly that it would not be worth the risk to keep him on trust. So Jurgis went out into the streets in a most dreadful plight. It was bitterly cold, and a heavy snow was falling, beating into his face. He had no overcoat and no place to go, and $2.65 in his pocket, with the certainty that he could not earn another cent for months. The snow meant no chance to him now. He must walk along and see others shoveling, vigorous and active, and he with his left arm bound to his side. He could not hope to tide himself over by odd jobs of loading trucks. He could not even sell newspapers or carry satchels, because he was now at the mercy of any rival. Words could not paint the terror that came over him as he realized all this. He was like a wounded animal in the forest. He was forced to compete with his enemies upon unequal terms. There would be no consideration for him because of his weakness. It was no one's business to help him in such distress, to make the fight the least bit easier for him. Even if he took to begging, he would be at a disadvantage for reasons which he was to discover in good time. In the beginning, he could not think of anything except getting out of the awful cold. He went into one of the saloons he had been wont to frequent and bought a drink, and then stood by the fire, shivering and waiting to be ordered out. According to an unwritten law, the buying a drink included the privilege of loafing for just so long. Then one had to buy another drink or move on. That Jurgis was an old customer entitled him to a somewhat longer stop. But then he had been away 2 weeks and was evidently on the bum. He might plead and tell his hard-luck story, but that would not help him much. A saloon-keeper who was to be moved by such means would soon have his place jammed to the doors with hobos on a day like this. So Jurgis went out into another place and paid another nickel. He was so hungry this time that he could not resist the hot beef stew, an indulgence which cut short his stay by a considerable time. When he was again told to move on, he made his way to a tough place in the Levee district, where now and then he had gone with a certain rat-eyed bohemian working man of his acquaintance seeking a woman. It was Jurgis's vain hope that there the proprietor would let him remain as a sitter. In low-class places in the dead of winter, saloon-keepers would often allow 1 or 2 forlorn-looking bums who came in covered with snow or soaked with rain to sit by the fire and look miserable to attract custom. A working man would come in, feeling cheerful after his day's work was over, and it would trouble him to have to take his glass with such a sight under his nose, and so he would call out, "Hello, bub, what's the matter? You look as if you've been up against it." And then the other would begin to pour out some tale of misery, and the man would say, "Come, have a glass, and maybe that'll brace you up." And so they would drink together, and if the tramp was sufficiently wretched-looking, or good enough at the gab, they might have 2. And if they were to discover that they were from the same country, or had lived in the same city, or worked at the same trade, they might sit down at a table and spend an hour or 2 in talk, and before they got through, the saloon-keeper would have taken in $1. All of this might seem diabolical, but the saloon-keeper was in no wise to blame for it. He was in the same plight as the manufacturer who has to adulterate and misrepresent his product. If he does not, someone else will, and the saloon-keeper, unless he is also an alderman, is apt to be in debt to the big brewers and on the verge of being sold out. The market for sitters was glutted that afternoon, however, and there was no place for Jurgis. In all he had to spend 6 nickels in keeping a shelter over him that frightful day, and then it was just dark, and the station houses would not open until midnight. At the last place, however, there was a bartender who knew him and liked him, and let him doze at one of the tables until the boss came back. And also, as he was going out, the man gave him a tip. On the next block there was a religious revival of some sort, with preaching and singing, and hundreds of hobos would go there for the shelter and warmth. Jurgis went straight away and saw a sign hung out saying that the door would open at 7:30. Then he walked, or half ran a block, and hid a while in a doorway, and then ran again, and so on until the hour. At the end he was all but frozen, and fought his way in with the rest of the throng, at the risk of having his arm broken again, and got close to the big stove. By 8 o'clock the place was so crowded that the speakers ought to have been flattered. The aisles were filled halfway up, and at the door men were packed tight enough to walk upon. There were 3 elderly gentlemen in black upon the platform, and a young lady who played the piano in front. First they sang a hymn, and then one of the 3, a tall, smooth-shaven man, very thin and wearing black spectacles, began an address. Jurgis heard smatterings of it, for the reason that terror kept him awake. He knew that he snored abominably, and to have been put out just then would have been like a sentence of death to him. The evangelist was preaching sin and redemption, the infinite grace of God and his pardon for human frailty. He was very much in earnest, and he meant well, but Jurgis, as he listened, found his soul filled with hatred. What did he know about sin and suffering with his smooth black coat and his neatly starched collar, his body warm and his belly full, and money in his pocket, and lecturing men who were struggling for their lives, men at the death grapple with the demon powers of hunger and cold? This, of course, was unfair, but Jurgis felt that these men were out of touch with the life they discussed, that they were unfitted to solve its problems. Nay, they themselves were part of the problem. They were part of the order established that was crushing men down and beating them. They were of the triumphant and insolent possessors. They had a hall, and a fire, and food, and clothing, and money, and so they might preach to hungry men, and the hungry men must be humble and listen. They were trying to save their souls, and who but a fool could fail to see that all that was the matter with their souls was that they had not been able to get a decent existence for their bodies? At 11 the meeting closed, and the desolate audience filed out into the snow, muttering curses upon the few traders who had got repentance and gone up on the platform. It was yet an hour before the station house would open, and Jurgis had no overcoat, and was weak from a long illness. During that hour he nearly perished. He was obliged to run hard to keep his blood moving at all, and then he came back to the station house and found a crowd blocking the street before the door. This was in the month of January, 1904, when the country was on the verge of hard times, and the newspapers were reporting the shutting down of factories every day. It was estimated that 1.5 million men were thrown out of work before the spring. So all the hiding places of the city were crowded, and before that station house door men fought and tore each other like savage beasts. When at last the place was jammed and they shut the doors, half the crowd was still outside, and Jurgis, with his helpless arm, was among them. There was no choice then but to go to a lodging-house and spend another dime. It really broke his heart to do this at 12:30 o'clock, after he had wasted the night at the meeting and on the street. He would be turned out of the lodging-house promptly at 7. They had the shelves which served as bunks so contrived that they could be dropped, and any man who was slow about obeying orders could be tumbled to the floor. This was one day, and the cold spell lasted for 14 of them. At the end of 6 days, every cent of Jurgis's money was gone, and then he went out on the streets to beg for his life. He would begin as soon as the business of the city was moving. He would sally forth from a saloon, and, after making sure there was no policeman in sight, would approach every likely-looking person who passed him, telling his woeful story and pleading for a nickel or a dime. Then, when he got one, he would dart round the corner and return to his base to get warm, and his victim, seeing him do this, would go away, vowing that he would never give a cent to a beggar again. The victim never paused to ask where else Jurgis could have gone under the circumstances, where he, the victim, would have gone. At the saloon, Jurgis could not only get more food and better food than he could buy in any restaurant for the same money, but a drink in the bargain to warm him up. Also, he could find a comfortable seat by a fire, and could chat with a companion until he was warm as toast. At the saloon, too, he felt at home. Part of the saloon-keeper's business was to offer a home and refreshments to beggars in exchange for the proceeds of their foragings, and was there anyone else in the whole city who would do this? Would the victim have done it himself? Poor Jurgis might have been expected to make a successful beggar. He was just out of the hospital and desperately sick-looking, and with a helpless arm. Also, he had no overcoat and shivered pitifully. But alas, it was again the case of the honest merchant who finds that the genuine and unadulterated article is driven to the wall by the artistic counterfeit. Jurgis as a beggar was simply a blundering amateur in competition with organized and scientific professionalism. He was just out of the hospital, but the story was worn threadbare, and how could he prove it? He had his arm in a sling, and it was a device a regular beggar's little boy would have scorned. He was pale and shivering, but they were made up with cosmetics and had studied the art of chattering their teeth. As to his being without an overcoat, among them you would meet men you could swear had on nothing but a ragged linen duster and a pair of cotton trousers, so cleverly had they concealed the several suits of all-wool underwear beneath. Many of these professional mendicants had comfortable homes and families, and thousands of dollars in the bank. Some of them had retired upon their earnings and gone into the business of fitting out and doctoring others, or working children at the trade. There were some who had both their arms bound tightly to their sides, and padded stumps in their sleeves, and a sick child hired to carry a cup for them. There were some who had no legs and pushed themselves upon a wheeled platform, some who had been favored with blindness and were led by pretty little dogs. Some less fortunate had mutilated themselves or burned themselves or had brought horrible sores upon themselves with chemicals. You might suddenly encounter upon the street a young man holding out to you a finger rotting and discolored with gangrene, or one with livid scarlet wounds half escaped from their filthy bandages. These desperate ones were the dregs of the city cesspools, wretches who hid at night in the rain-soaked cellars of old ramshackle tenements, in stale beer dives and opium joints, with abandoned women in the last stages of the harlot's progress, women who had been kept by Chinamen and turned away at last to die. Every day the police net would drag hundreds of them off the streets, and in the detention hospital you might see them, herded together in a miniature inferno, with hideous beastly faces, bloated and leprous with disease, laughing, shouting, screaming in all stages of drunkenness, barking like dogs, gibbering like apes, raving and tearing themselves in delirium. The end of chapter 23. Read by Rick Kishner. For Lit to Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu. The Jungle by Upton Sinclair. Chapter 24. In the face of all his handicaps, Jurgis was obliged to make the price of a lodging and of a drink every hour or two under penalty of freezing to death. Day after day he roamed about in the Arctic cold, his soul filled full of bitterness and despair. He saw the world of civilization then more plainly than ever he had seen it before, a world in which nothing counted but brutal might, an order devised by those who possessed it for the subjugation of those who did not. He was one of the latter, and all outdoors, all life, was to him one colossal prison, which he paced like a pent-up tiger, trying one bar after another, and finding them all beyond his power. He had lost in the fierce battle of greed, and so was doomed to be exterminated, and all society was busied to see that he did not escape the sentence. Everywhere that he turned were prison bars, and hostile eyes following him, the well-fed, sleek policemen from whose glances he shrank, and who seemed to grip their clubs more tightly when they saw him, the saloon-keepers who never ceased to watch him while he was in their places, who were jealous of every moment he lingered after he had paid his money, the hurrying throngs upon the streets who were deaf to his entreaties, oblivious of his very existence, and savage and contemptuous when he forced himself upon them. They had their own affairs, and there was no place for him among them. There was no place for him anywhere. Every direction he turned his gaze, this fact was forced upon him. Everything was built to express it to him. The residences with their heavy walls and bolted doors, and basement windows barred with iron, the great warehouses filled with the products of the whole world and guarded by iron shutters and heavy gates, the banks with their unthinkable billions of wealth all buried in safes and vaults of steel. And then one day there befell Jurgis the one adventure of his life. It was late at night, and he had failed to get the price of a lodging. Snow was falling, and he had been out so long that he was covered with it, and was chilled to the bone. He was working among the theatre crowds, flitting here and there, taking large chances with the police, in his desperation, half hoping to be arrested. When he saw a bluecoat start toward him, however, his heart failed him, and he dashed down a side street and fled a couple of blocks. When he stopped again, he saw a man coming toward him, and placed himself in his path. "Please, sir," he began in the usual formula, "will you give me the price of a lodging? I've had a broken arm and I can't work, and I've got not a cent in my pocket. I'm an honest working man, sir, and I never begged before. It's not my fault, sir." Jurgis usually went on until he was interrupted, but this man did not interrupt, and so at last he came to a breathless stop. The other had halted, and Jurgis suddenly noticed that he stood a little unsteadily. "Was that you say?" he queried suddenly in a thick voice. Jurgis began again, speaking more slowly and distinctly. Before he was half through, the other put out his hand and rested it upon his shoulder. "Poor old chappie," he said. "Been up against it, eh?" Then he lurched towards Jurgis, and the hand upon his shoulder became an arm about his neck. "Up against it myself, old sport," he said. "She's a hard old world." They were close to a lamp-post, and Jurgis caught a glimpse of the other. He was a young fellow, not much over 18, with a handsome boyish face. He wore a silk hat and a rich, soft overcoat with a fur collar, and he smiled at Jurgis with benignant sympathy. "I'm hard up too, my good friend," he said. "I've got cruel parents, or I'd set you up. What's the matter with you?" I've been to the hospital. Hospital! Exclaimed the young fellow, still smiling sweetly. Well, that's too bad. Same's my Aunt Polly. My Aunt Polly's in the hospital, too. Old Auntie's been having twins. What's the matter with you? I've got a broken arm, Jurgis began. So, said the other sympathetically. That ain't so bad. You get over that. I wish somebody'd break my arm. Old chappie, damn if I don't. Then they'd treat me better. Hold me up, old sport. What's it you want me to do? I'm hungry, sir, said Jurgis. Hungry? Why don't you have some supper? I've got no money, sir. No money? Well, let's be chums, old boy. Just like me. No money either. Almost busted. Well, why don't you go home then, same as me? I haven't any home, said Jurgis. No home? Stranger in the city, eh? Good God, that's bad. Better come home with me. Yep, by Harry, that's the trick. You'll come home and have some supper. with me. Yeah, awful lonesome, nobody home. Governor gone abroad. Bubby's on honeymoon. Polly's having twins. Every damn soul gone away. Nothing... enough to drive a fellow to drink, I say. Only old Ham's standing by passing plates. Damn if I can eat that like that. No, sir. To club for me every time, my boy, I say. But then they won't let me sleep there. Governor's orders. By Harry, home every night, sir. Ever hear anything like that? Every morning, do I ask him? No, sir, every night. No allowance at all, sir. That's my governor. Nice as nails, by Harry. Told old Ham to watch me, too. Servants spying on me. What did you think of that, my friend? A nice, quiet, good-hearted young fella like me and his daddy can't go to Europe and leave him in peace. Ain't that a shame, sir? And I gotta go home every evening and miss all the fun, by Harry. That's what's the matter now. That's why I'm here. Had to come away and leave Kitty. Left her crying, too. What'd you think of that, old sport? Let me go, kittens, says I. Come early and often. I go where duty calls me. Farewell, farewell, my own true love. Farewell, farewell, my own true love. This last was a song, and the young gentleman's voice rose mournful and wailing while he swung upon Jurgis's neck. The latter was glancing about nervously lest someone should approach. They were still alone, however. But I came all right, continued the youngster aggressively. I can have my own way when I want it, by Harry. Freddie Jones is a hard man to handle when he gets going. No, sir, says I, by thunder, and I don't need anybody going home with me either. Who'd you take me for, eh? You think I'm drunk, don't you, huh? I know you, but I'm no more drunk than you are, kittens, says I to her. And then says she, that's true, Freddie dear. She's a smart one, Kitty. But I'm staying in the flat, and you're going out into the cold, cold night. Put it in a poem, lovely Kitty, says I. No joking, Freddie, my boy, says she. Let me call a cab now, like good dear. I can call my own cabs, don't you fool yourself. And I know what I'm doing, you bet. Say, my friend, what did you say? Will you come home and see me and have some supper? Come along like a good fella. Don't be haughty. You're up against it same as me, and you can understand a fella. Your heart's in the right place, by hey. Come along, old chappie. We'll light up the house. We'll have some fizz. And we'll raise hell, we will. So long. I'm inside the house. I can do as I please. The governor's own very orders, b'God. Hip, hip. They had started down the street, arm in arm, the young man pushing Jurgis along, half dazed. Jurgis was trying to think what to do. He knew he could not pass any crowded place with his new acquaintance without attracting attention and being stopped. It was only because of the falling snow that people who passed here did not notice anything wrong. Suddenly, therefore, Jurgis stopped. Is it very far? He inquired. Not very, said the other. Tired, are you? Well, we'll ride. What you say? Good. Call a cab. And then, gripping Jurgis tight with one hand, the young fellow began searching his pockets with the other. You call, old sport, and I'll pay, he suggested. How's that, eh? And he pulled out from somewhere a big roll of bills. It was more money than Jurgis had ever seen in his life before, and he stared at it with startled eyes. Looks like a lot, eh? Said Master Freddy, fumbling with it. Fool you, though, old chappie. They're all little ones. I'll be busted in 1 week more. Sure thing. Word of honor, and not a cent more till the first governor's orders, eh? Not a cent, by Harry. Enough to set a feller crazy, it is. I sent him a cable this afternoon. That's one reason more why I'm going home. Hanging on the verge of starvation, I says, for the honor of the family. Send me some bread. Hunger will compel me to join you, Freddy. That's what I wired him, by Harry, and I mean it. I'll run away from school, b'God, if you don't send me some. After this fashion, the young gentleman continued to prattle on, and meantime Jurgis was trembling with excitement. He might grab that wad of bills and be out of sight in the darkness before the other could collect his wits. Should he do it? What better had he to hope for if he waited longer? But Jurgis had never committed a crime in his life, and now he hesitated half a second too long. Freddy got one bill loose and then stuffed the rest back into his trousers pocket. Here, old man, he said. You take it. He held it out fluttering. They were in front of a saloon, and by the light of the window, Jurgis saw that it was a $100 bill. You take it, the other repeated. Pay the cabbie and keep the change. I've got no head for business. The governor says so himself, and the governor knows. The governor's got a head for business, you bet. All right, Governor, I told him, you run the show and I'll take the tickets. And so he set Aunt Polly to watch me. And now Polly's off at the hospital having twins and me out raising Cain. Hello there. Call him. A cab was driving by, and Jurgis sprang and called, and it swung round to the curb. Master Freddy clambered in with some difficulty, and Jurgis had started to follow when the driver shouted, Hi there! Get out, you! Jurgis hesitated and was half obeying, but his companion broke out, What's the matter with you, eh? And the cabby subsided, and Jurgis climbed in. Then Freddy gave a number on the Lakeshore Drive, and the carriage started away. The youngster leaned back and snuggled up to Jurgis, murmuring contentedly. In half a minute he was sound asleep. Jurgis sat shivering, speculating as to whether he might not still be able to get hold of the roll of bills. He was afraid to try to go through his companion's pockets, however, and besides, the cabby might be on the watch. He had the 100 safe, and he would have to be content with that. At the end of half an hour or so, the cab stopped. They were out on the waterfront, and from the east a freezing gale was blowing off the ice-bound lake. Here we are, called the cabby, and Jurgis awakened his companion. Master Freddy sat up with a start. Hello? He said. Where are we? What's it? Who are you? Eh? Oh, hey, sure enough. Most forgot you. Old chappie. Home, are we? Let's see. Oh, it's cold, yeah. Come along. We're home. It being ever so humble. Before them there loomed an enormous granite pile set far back from the street, and occupying a whole block. By the light of the driveway lamps, Jurgis could see that it had towers and huge gables like a medieval castle. He thought that the young fellow must have made a mistake. It was inconceivable to him that any person could have a home like a hotel or the city hall. But he followed in silence, and they went up the long flight of steps, arm in arm. There's a button here, old sport, said Master Freddy. Hold my arm while I find it. Steady. Now. Oh, yeah. Here she is. Saved. A bell rang, and in a few seconds the door was opened. A man in blue livery stood holding it, and gazing before him, silent as a statue. They stood for a moment, blinking in the light. Then Jurgis felt his companion pulling, and he stepped in, and the blue automaton closed the door. Jurgis's heart was beating wildly. It was a bold thing for him to do. Into what strange, unearthly place he was venturing he had no idea. Aladdin entering his cave could not have been more excited. The place where he stood was dimly lighted, but he could see a vast hall with pillars fading into the darkness above, and a great staircase opening at the far end of it. The floor was of tessellated marble, smooth as glass, and from the walls strange shapes loomed out, woven into huge portieres in rich, harmonious colours, or gleaming from paintings, wonderful and mysterious-looking in the half-light, purple and red and golden, like sunset glimmers in a shadowy forest. The man in livery had moved silently toward them. Master Freddy took off his hat and handed it to him, and then, letting go of Jurgis's arm, tried to get out of his overcoat. After 2 or 3 attempts, he accomplished this with the lackey's help, and meantime a second man had approached, a tall and portly personage, solemn as an executioner. He bore straight down upon Jurgis, who shrank away nervously. He seized him by the arm without a word, and started toward the door with him. Then suddenly came Master Freddy's voice. "Hamilton, my friend will remain with me." The man paused and half released Jurgis. "Come along, old chappie," said the other, and Jurgis started toward him. "Master Frederick," exclaimed the man. "See that the cabby is paid," was the other's response, and he linked his arm in Jurgis's. Jurgis was about to say, "I have the money for him," but he restrained himself. The stout man in uniform signaled to the other, who went out to the cab, while he followed Jurgis and his young master. They went down the great hall and then turned. Before them were 2 huge doors. "Hamilton," said Master Freddy. "Well, sir," said the other. "What's the matter? What's the dining-room doors?" "Nothing is the matter, sir." "Why don't you open them?" The man rolled them back. Another vista lost itself in the darkness. "Lights!" commanded Master Freddy, and the butler pressed a button, and a flood of brilliant incandescence streamed from above, half blinding Jurgis. He stared, and little by little he made out the great apartment, with a domed ceiling from which the light poured, and walls that were one enormous painting, nymphs and dryads dancing in a flower-strewn glade, Diana with her hounds and horses dashing headlong through a mountain streamlet, a group of maidens bathing in a forest pool, all life-size and so real that Jurgis thought that it was some work of enchantment, that he was in a dream palace. Then his eye passed to the long table in the centre of the hall, a table black as ebony and gleaming with wrought silver and gold. In the centre of it was a huge carven bowl with the glistening gleam of ferns and the red and purple of rare orchids glowing from a light hidden somewhere in their midst. "This is the dining room," observed Master Freddy. "How you like it, old sport?" He always insisted on having an answer to his remarks, leaning over Jurgis and smiling into his face. Jurgis liked it. "Rummy old place to feed in all alone, though," was Freddy's comment. "Roomy as hell. What'd you think, eh?" Then another idea occurred to him, and he went on without waiting. "Maybe you never saw anything like this before, old chappie?" "No," said Jurgis. "Come from a country, maybe, huh?" "Yes," said Jurgis. I thought so. Lots of folks from country never saw such place. Governor brings 'em free show, regular circus. Go home, tell folks about it. Old man's lonesome place. Loans the pack a beef trust man. Made it all out of hogs, too. Damn old scoundrel. Now we see where our pennies go. Rebates and private car lines. By Harry. Bully place, though. Worth seeing. Ever heard of Jones the Packer, old chappie? Jurgis had started involuntarily. The other, whose sharp eyes missed nothing, demanded, "What's the matter, eh? You heard of him?" And Jurgis managed to stammer out, "I have worked for him in the yards." "What?" cried Master Freddy with a yell. "You? In the yards? Why, say, that's good. Shake hands on it, old man, by Harry. Governor ought to be here. Glad to see you. Great friends with the men, Governor. Labor and capital community interests and all that. Funny things happen in this world, don't they, old man? Hamilton, let me introduce you to friend of the family, old friend. The governor's works in the yards. Come to spend the night with me, Hamilton. Have a hot time. Me friend, Mr. What's your name, old chappie? Tell us your name. Rudkis, Jurgis Rudkis. My friend, Mr. Rednose, Hamilton. Shake hands. The stately butler bowed his head, but made not a sound. And suddenly Master Freddy pointed an eager finger at him. "I know what's the matter with you, Hamilton. Lay you $1, I know. You think... you think I'm drunk, eh now?" And the butler again bowed his head. "Yes, sir," he said, at which Master Freddy hung tightly upon Jurgis's neck and went into a fit of laughter. "Hamilton, you damn old scoundrel," he roared. "I'll charge you for impudence. You see if I don't. I'm drunk." The two waited until his fit had spent itself to see what new whim would seize him. "What you want to do?" he queried suddenly. "Want to see the place, old Sappy? Want me to play the governor, show you around? State parlors, Louis Cans, Louis Say's chairs cost $3,000 apiece. Tea room, Mary Antoinette pictures of shepherds dancing rice dish, $23,000. Ballroom balcony pillars, imported. Special ship, $68,000. Ceiling painted in Rome. What's that fellow's name? Hamilton? Tony, Macaroni, then this place, Silver Bowl, Benvenuto Cellini, Romeo Dago, and the organ, $37,000, sir. Start her up, Hamilton. Let Mr. Rednose hear it. No, never mind. Clean forgot. Says he's hungry. Hamilton, let's have some supper. Only, don't let's have it here. Come up to my place, old sport, nice and cozy. This way. Steady now. Don't slip on the floor. Hamilton will have a cold spread and some fizz. Don't leave out the fizz, by Harry. We'll have some of the 1830 Madeira. You hear me, sir? "Yes, sir," said the butler. "But, Master Frederick, your father left orders." And Master Frederick drew himself up to a stately height. "My father's orders were left to me, and not to you," he said. Then, clasping Jurgis tightly by the neck, he staggered out of the room. On the way, another idea occurred to him, and he asked, "Any cable message for me, Hamilton?" "No, sir," said the butler. "Governor must be traveling. How's the twins, Hamilton?" "They're doing well, sir." "Good," said Master Freddy, and added fervently, "God bless 'em, the little lambs." They went up the great staircase one step at a time. At the top of it there gleamed at them out of the shadows the figure of a nymph crouching by a fountain, a figure ravishingly beautiful, the flesh warm and glowing with the hues of life. Above was a huge court with domed roof, the various apartments opening into it. The butler had paused below but a few minutes to give orders, and then followed them. Now he pressed a button, and the hall blazed with light. He opened a door before them, and then pressed another button as they staggered into the apartment. It was fitted up as a study. In the center was a mahogany table covered with books and smokers' implements. The walls were decorated with college trophies and colors, flags, posters, photographs, and knickknacks, tennis rackets, canoe paddles, golf clubs, and polo sticks. An enormous moose head with horns 6 feet across faced a buffalo head on the opposite wall, while bear and tiger skins covered the polished floor. There were lounging chairs and sofas, window seats covered with soft cushions of fantastic designs. There was one corner fitted in Persian fashion with a huge canopy and a jeweled lamp beneath. Beyond, a door opened upon a bedroom, and beyond that was a swimming pool of the purest marble that had cost about $40,000. Master Freddy stood for a moment or two, gazing about him. Then, out of the next room, a dog emerged, a monstrous bulldog, the most hideous object that Jurgis had ever laid eyes upon. He yawned, opening a mouth like a dragon's, and he came toward the young man, wagging his tail. "Hello, Dewey," cried his master. "Been having a snooze, old boy?" Well, hello there. What's the matter?" The dog was snarling at Jurgis. "Why, Dewey, this is my friend, Mr. Rednose, old friend the governor's. Mr. Rednose, Admiral Dewey. Shake hands." Ain't he a daisy, though? Blue ribbon at the New York show, 8,500 at a clip. How's that, huh?" The speaker sank into one of the big armchairs, and Admiral Dewey crouched beneath it. He did not snarl again, but he never took his eyes off Jurgis. He was perfectly sober, was the Admiral. The butler had closed the door, and he stood by it, watching Jurgis every second. Now there came footsteps outside, and as he opened the door, a man in livery entered, carrying a folding table, and behind him 2 men with covered trays. They stood like statues while the first spread the table and set out the contents of the trays upon it. There were cold pâtés and thin slices of meat, tiny bread and butter sandwiches with the crust cut off, a bowl of sliced peaches and cream, in January, little fancy cakes, pink and green and yellow and white, and half a dozen ice-cold bottles of wine. "That's the stuff for you," cried Master Freddy exultantly as he spied them. "Come along, old chappie, move up." And he seated himself at the table. The waiter pulled a cork, and he took the bottle and poured 3 glasses of its contents in succession down his throat. Then he gave a long-drawn sigh and cried again to Jurgis to seat himself. The butler held the chair at the opposite side of the table, and Jurgis thought it was to keep him out of it, but finally he understood that it was the other's intention to put it under him, and so he sat down, cautiously and mistrustingly. Master Freddy perceived that the attendants embarrassed him, and he remarked with a nod to them, "You may go." They all went, all save the butler. "You may go too, Hamilton," he said. "Master Frederick," the man began. "Go!" cried the youngster angrily. "Damn you, don't you hear me?" The man went out and closed the door. Jurgis, who was as sharp as he, observed that he took the key out of the lock in order that he might peer through the keyhole. Master Frederick turned to the table again. "Now," he said, "go for it." Jurgis gazed at him doubtingly. "Eat!" cried the other. "Pile in, old chappie." "Don't you want anything?" Jurgis asked. "Ain't hungry," was the reply. "Only thirsty. Kitty and me had some candy." "You go on." So, Jurgis began without further parley. He ate as with 2 shovels, his fork in one hand and his knife in the other. When he got once started, his wolf hunger got the better of him, and he did not stop for breath until he had cleared every plate. "Gee whiz," said the other, who had been watching him in wonder. Then he held Jurgis the bottle. "Let's see you drink now," he said. And Jurgis took the bottle and turned it up to his mouth, and a wonderfully unearthly liquid ecstasy poured down his throat, tickling every nerve of him, thrilling him with joy. He drank the very last drop of it, and then he gave vent to a long-drawn, "Ah." "Good stuff, eh?" said Freddy, sympathetically. He had leaned back in the big chair, putting his arm behind his head and gazing at Jurgis. And Jurgis gazed back at him. He was clad in spotless evening dress, was Freddy, and looked very handsome. He was a beautiful boy, with light golden hair and the head of an Antinous. He smiled at Jurgis confidingly, and then started talking again with his blissful insouciance. This time he talked for 10 minutes at a stretch, and in the course of the speech he told Jurgis all of his family history. His big brother Charlie was in love with the guileless maiden who played the part of Little Bright Eyes in the Caliph of Kamskatka. He had been on the verge of marrying her once, only the governor had sworn to disinherit him and had presented him with a sum that would stagger the imagination, and that had staggered the virtue of Little Bright Eyes. Now Charlie had got leave from college and had gone away in his automobile on the next best thing to a honeymoon. The governor had made threats to disinherit another of his children also, Sister Gwendolen, who had married an Italian marquis with a string of titles and a dueling record. They lived in his chateau, or rather had, until he had taken to firing the breakfast dishes at her. Then she had cabled for help, and the old gentleman had gone over to find out what were his grace's terms. So they had left Freddy all alone, and he with less than $2,000 in his pocket. Freddy was up in arms and meant serious business, as they would find in the end. If there was no other way of bringing them to terms, he would have his kittens wire that she was about to marry him, and see what happened then. So the cheerful youngster rattled on until he was tired out. He smiled his sweetest smile at Jurgis, and then he closed his eyes sleepily. Then he opened them again, and smiled once more, and finally closed them and forgot to open them. For several minutes Jurgis sat perfectly motionless, watching him, and reveling in the strange sensation of the champagne. Once he stirred, and the dog growled. After that he sat almost holding his breath, until after a while the door of the room opened softly, and the butler came in. He walked toward Jurgis upon tiptoe, scowling at him, and Jurgis rose up and retreated, scowling back. So until he was against the wall, and then the butler came close and pointed toward the door. "Get out of here," he whispered. Jurgis hesitated, giving a glance at Freddy, who was snoring softly. "If you do, you son of a—" hissed the butler. "I'll mash in your face for you before you get out of here." And Jurgis wavered but an instant more. He saw Admiral Dewey coming up behind the man and growling softly to back up his threats. Then he surrendered and started toward the door. They went out without a sound, and down the great echoing staircase, and through the dark hall. At the front door he paused, and the butler strode close to him. "Hold up your hands," he snarled. Jurgis took a step back, clenching his one-well fist. "What for?" he cried, and then, understanding that the fellow proposed to search him, he answered, "I'll see you in hell first." "Do you want to go to jail?" demanded the butler menacingly. "I'll have the police—" "Have 'em!" roared Jurgis with fierce passion. "But you won't put your hands on me till you do. I haven't touched anything in your damned house, and I'll not have you touch me." So the butler, who was terrified lest his young master should waken, stepped suddenly to the door and opened it. "Get out of here," he said, and then, as Jurgis passed through the opening, he gave him a ferocious kick that sent him down the great stone steps at a run and landed him sprawling in the snow at the bottom. The end of Chapter 24. Read by Rick Kistner for Lit to Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu.
The Jungle by Upton Sinclair. Chapter 20. But a big man cannot stay drunk very long on $3. That was Sunday morning, and Monday night Jurgis came home sober and sick, realizing that he had spent every cent the family owned and had not bought a single instant's forgetfulness with it. Ona was not yet buried, but the police had been notified, and on the morrow they would put the body in a pine coffin and take it to the potter's field. Elzbieta was out begging now, a few pennies from each of the neighbors to get enough to pay for a mass for her, and the children were upstairs starving to death, while he, good-for-nothing rascal, had been spending their money on drink. So spoke Agnella, scornfully, and when he started toward the fire, she added the information that her kitchen was no longer for him to fill with his phosphate stinks. She had crowded all her boarders into one room on Ona's account, but now he could go up in the garret where he belonged, and not there much longer either if he did not pay her some rent. Jurgis went without a word, and stepping over half a dozen sleeping boarders in the next room, ascended the ladder. It was dark up above. They could not afford any light. Also, it was nearly as cold as outdoors. In a corner as far away from the corpse as possible sat Maria, holding little Antanas in her one good arm, and trying to soothe him to sleep. In another corner crouched poor little Wazapas, wailing because he had had nothing to eat all day. Maria said not a word to Jurgis. He crept in like a whipped cur, and went and sat down by the body. Perhaps he ought to have meditated upon the hunger of the children and upon his own baseness, but he thought only of Ona. He gave himself up again to the luxury of grief. He shed no tears, being ashamed to make a sound. He sat motionless and shuddering with his anguish. He had never dreamed how much he loved Ona until now that she was gone, until now that he sat here, knowing that on the morrow they would take her away, and that he would never lay eyes upon her again, never all the days of his life. His old love, which had been starved to death, beaten to death, awoke in him again. The floodgates of memory were lifted. He saw all their life together, saw her as he had seen her in Lithuania the first day at the fair, beautiful as the flowers, singing like a bird. He saw her as he had married her, with all her tenderness, with her heart of wonder. The very words she had spoken seemed to ring now in his ears, the tears she had shed to be wet upon his cheek. The long, cruel battle with misery and hunger had hardened and embittered him, but it had not changed her. She had been the same hungry soul to the end, stretching out her arms to him, pleading with him, begging him for love and tenderness. And she had suffered so cruelly, she had suffered such agony, such infamies. Ah, God! The memory of them was not to be borne. What a monster of wickedness, of heartlessness he had been. Every angry word that he had ever spoken came back to him and cut him like a knife. Every selfish act that he had done, with what torments he paid for them now. And such devotion and awe as welled up in his soul, now that it could never be spoken, now that it was too late. Too late. His bosom was choking with it, bursting with it. He crouched here in the darkness beside her, stretching out his arms to her, and she was gone forever. She was dead. He could have screamed aloud with the horror and despair of it. A sweat of agony beaded his forehead, yet he dared not make a sound. He scarcely dared to breathe because of his shame and loathing of himself. Late at night came Elzbieta, having gotten the money for a mass, and paid for it in advance, lest she should be tempted too sorely at home. She brought also a bit of stale rye bread that someone had given her, and with that they quieted the children and got them to sleep. Then she came over to Jurgis and sat down beside him. She said not a word of reproach. She and Maria had chosen that course before. She would only plead with him here by the corpse of his dead wife. Already Elzbieta had choked down her tears, grief being crowded out of her soul by fear. She had to bury one of her children, but then she had done it 3 times before, and each time risen up and gone back to take up the battle for the rest. Elzbieta was one of the primitive creatures, like the angleworm, which goes on living though cut in half, like a hen which, deprived of her chickens one by one, will mother the last that is left her. She did this because it was her nature. She asked no questions about the justice of it, nor the worthwhileness of life in which destruction and death ran riot. And this old common-sense view she labored to impress upon Jurgis, pleading with him, with tears in her eyes. Ona was dead, but the others were left, and they must be saved. She did not ask for her own children. She and Maria could care for them somehow, but there was Antanas, his own son. Ona had given Antanas to him. The little fellow was the only remembrance of her that he had. He must treasure it and protect it. He must show himself a man. He knew what Ona would have had him do, what she would ask of him at this moment, if she could speak to him. It was a terrible thing that she should have died as she had, but the life had been too hard for her, and she had to go. It was terrible that they were not able to bury her, that he could not even have a day to mourn her. But so it was. Their fate was pressing. They had not a cent, and the children would perish. Some money must be had. Could he not be a man for Ona's sake and pull himself together? In a little while they would be out of danger. Now that they had given up the house, they could live more cheaply, and with all the children working they could get along, if only he would not go to pieces. So Elzbieta went on with feverish intensity. It was a struggle for life with her. She was not afraid that Jurgis would go on drinking, for he had no money for that. But she was wild with dread at the thought that he might desert them, might take to the road as Jonas had done. But with Ona's dead body beneath his eyes, Jurgis could not well think of treason to his child. Yes, he said, he would try for the sake of Antanas. He would give the little fellow his chance, would get to work at once, yes, tomorrow, without even waiting for Ona to be buried. They might trust him. He would keep his word, come what might. And so he was out before daylight the next morning, headache, heartache, and all. He went straight to Graham's fertilizer mill to see if he could get back his job. But the boss shook his head when he saw him. No, his place had been filled long ago, and there was no room for him. "Do you think there will be?" Jurgis asked. "I may have to wait." "No," said the other. "It will not be worth your while to wait. There will be nothing for you here." Jurgis stood gazing at him in perplexity. "What is the matter?" he asked. "Didn't I do my work?" The other met his look with one of cold indifference and answered, "There will be nothing for you here, I said." Jurgis had his suspicions as to the dreadful meaning of that incident, and he went away with a sinking at the heart. He went and took his stand with the mob of hungry wretches who were standing about in the snow before the time station. Here he stayed, breakfastless, for 2 hours, until the throng was driven away by the clubs of the police. There was no work for him that day. Jurgis had made a good many acquaintances in his long services at the yards. There were saloon-keepers who would trust him for a drink and a sandwich, and members of his old union who would lend him a dime at a pinch. It was not a question of life and death for him, therefore. He might hunt all day and come again on the morrow and try hanging on thus for weeks, like hundreds and thousands of others. Meantime, Teta Elzbieta would go and beg over in the Hyde Park district, and the children would bring home enough to pacify Aniela and keep them all alive. It was at the end of a week of this sort of waiting, roaming about in the bitter winds or loafing in saloons, that Jurgis stumbled on a chance in one of the cellars of Jones's big packing plant. He saw a foreman passing the open doorway and hailed him for a job. "Push a truck?" inquired the man, and Jurgis answered, "Yes, sir," before the words were well out of his mouth. "What's your name?" demanded the other. "Jurgis Rudkus. Worked in the yards before?" "Yes." "Whereabouts?" "Two places, Brown's Killing Beds and Durham's Fertilizer Mill." "Why did you leave there?" "The first time I had an accident, and the last time I was sent up for a month." "I see." "Well, I'll give you a trial. Come early tomorrow and ask for Mr. Thomas." So Jurgis rushed home with the wild tidings that he had a job, that the terrible siege was over. The remnants of the family had quite a celebration that night, and in the morning Jurgis was at the place half an hour before the time of opening. The foreman came in shortly afterward, and when he saw Jurgis, he frowned. "Oh," he said, "I promised you a job, didn't I?" "Yes, sir," said Jurgis. "Well, I'm sorry, but I made a mistake. I can't use you." Jurgis stared, dumbfounded. "What's the matter?" he gasped. "Nothing," said the man, "only I can't use you." There was the same cold, hostile stare that he had had from the boss of the fertilizer mill. He knew that there was no use in saying a word, and he turned and went away. Out in the saloons, the men could tell him all about the meaning of it. They gazed at him with pitying eyes. Poor devil, he was blacklisted. What had he done? They asked. Knocked down his boss? Good heavens! Then he might have known. Why, he stood as much chance of getting a job in Packingtown as of being chosen mayor of Chicago. Why had he wasted his time hunting? They had him on a secret list in every office, big and little, in the place. They had his name by this time in St. Louis and New York, in Omaha and Boston, in Kansas City and St. Joseph. He was condemned and sentenced without trial and without appeal. He could never work for the Packers again. He could not even clean cattle pens or drive a truck in any place where they controlled. He might try it if he chose, as hundreds had tried it and found out for themselves. He would never be told anything about it. He would never get any more satisfaction than he had gotten just now, but he would always find, when the time came, that he was not needed. It would not do for him to give any other name, either. They had company spotters for just that purpose, and he wouldn't keep a job in Packingtown 3 days. It was worth a fortune to the Packers to keep their blacklist effective as a warning to the men and a means of keeping down union agitation and political discontent. Jurgis went home carrying these new tidings to the family council. It was a most cruel thing. Here in this district was his home, such as it was, the place he was used to and the friends he knew, and now every possibility of employment in it was closed to him. There was nothing in Packingtown but packing houses, and so it was the same thing as evicting him from his home. He and the 2 women spent all day and half the night discussing it. It would be convenient downtown to the children's place of work, but then Maria was on the road to recovery and had hopes of getting a job in the yards, and though she did not see her old-time lover once a month because of the misery of their state, yet she could not make up her mind to go away and give him up forever. Then, too, Elzbieta had heard something about a chance to scrub floors in Durham's offices and was waiting every day for word. In the end, it was decided that Jurgis should go downtown to strike out for himself, and they would decide after he got a job. As there was no one from whom he could borrow there, and he dared not beg for fear of being arrested, it was arranged that every day he should meet one of the children and be given 15 cents of their earnings, upon which he could keep going. Then all day he was to pace the streets with hundreds and thousands of other homeless wretches inquiring at stores, warehouses, and factories for a chance, and at night he was to crawl into some doorway or underneath a truck and hide there until midnight, when he might get into one of the station houses and spread a newspaper upon the floor and lie down in the midst of a throng of bums and beggars, reeking with alcohol and tobacco and filthy with vermin and disease. So for 2 weeks more Jurgis fought with the demon of despair. Once he got a chance to load a truck for half a day, and again he carried an old woman's valise and was given a quarter. This led him into a lodging house on several nights when he might otherwise have frozen to death, and it also gave him a chance now and then to buy a newspaper in the morning and hunt up jobs while his rivals were watching and waiting for a paper to be thrown away. This, however, was really not the advantage it seemed, for the newspaper advertisements were a cause of much loss of precious time and of many weary journeys. A full half of these were fakes, put in by the endless variety of establishments which preyed upon the helpless ignorance of the unemployed. If Jurgis lost only his time, it was because he had nothing else to lose. Whenever a smooth-tongued agent would tell him of the wonderful positions he had on hand, he could only shake his head sorrowfully and say that he had not the necessary dollar to deposit. When it was explained to him what big money he and all his family could make by coloring photographs, he could only promise to come in again when he had $2 to invest in the outfit.
In the end, Jurgis got a chance through an accidental meeting with an old-time acquaintance of his union days. He met this man on his way to work in the giant factories of the Harvester Trust, and his friend told him to come along and he would speak a good word for him and to his boss, whom he knew well. So Jurgis trudged 4 or 5 miles and passed through a waiting throng of unemployed at the gate under the escort of his friend. His knees nearly gave way beneath him when the foreman, after looking him over and questioning him, told him that he could find an opening for him. How much this accident meant to Jurgis he realized only by stages, for he found that the harvester works were the sort of place to which philanthropists and reformers pointed with pride. It had some thought for its employees. Its workshops were big and roomy. It provided a restaurant where the workmen could buy good food at cost. It had even a reading room and decent places where its girl hands could rest. Also, the work was free from many of the elements of filth and repulsiveness that prevailed at the stockyards. Day after day, Jurgis discovered these things never expected nor dreamed of by him until this new place came to seem a kind of heaven to him. It was an enormous establishment, covering 160 acres of ground, employing 5,000 people, and turning out over 300,000 machines every year, a good part of all the harvesting and mowing machines used in the country. Jurgis saw very little of it, of course. It was all specialized work, the same as at the stockyards. Each one of the hundreds of parts of a mowing machine was made separately, and sometimes handled by hundreds of men. Where Jurgis worked, there was a machine which cut and stamped a certain piece of steel about 2 square inches in size. The pieces came tumbling out upon a tray, and all that human hands had to do was to pile them in regular rows and change the trays at intervals. This was done by a single boy who stood with eyes and thoughts centered upon it, and fingers flying so fast that the sounds of the bits of steel striking upon each other was like the music of an express train as one hears it in a sleeping car at night. This was piecework, of course, and besides, it was made certain that the boy did not idle by setting the machine to match the highest possible speed of human hands. 30,000 of these pieces he handled every day, 9 or 10 million every year. How many in a lifetime it rested with the gods to say. Near by him, men sat bending over whirling grindstones, putting the finishing touches to the steel knives of the reaper, picking them out of a basket with the right hand, pressing first one side and then the other against the stone, and finally dropping them with the left hand into another basket. One of these men told Jurgis that he had sharpened 3,000 pieces of steel a day for 13 years. In the next room were wonderful machines that ate up long steel rods by slow stages, cutting them off, seizing the pieces, stamping heads upon them, grinding them and polishing them, threading them, and finally dropping them into a basket, all ready to bolt the harvesters together. From yet another machine came tens of thousands of steel burrs to fit upon these bolts. In other places, all these various parts were dipped into troughs of paint and hung up to dry, and then slid along on trolleys to a room where men streaked them with red and yellow so that they might look cheerful in the harvest fields. Jurgis's friend worked upstairs in the casting rooms, and his task was to make the molds of a certain part. He shoveled black sand into an iron receptacle and pounded it tight and set it aside to harden. Then it would be taken out and molten iron poured into it. This man, too, was paid by the mold, or rather for perfect castings. Nearly half his work going for naught. You might see him, along with dozens of others, toiling like one possessed by a whole community of demons, his arms working like the driving rods of an engine, his long black hair flying wild, his eyes starting out, the sweat rolling in rivers down his face. When he had shoveled the mold full of sand and reached for the pounder to pound it with, he was after the manner of a canoeist running rapids and seizing a pole at sight of a submerged rock. All day long this man would toil thus, his whole being centered upon the purpose of making 23 instead of 22.5 cents an hour, and then his product would be reckoned up by the census-taker, and jubilant captains of industry would boast of it in their banquet halls, telling how our workers are nearly twice as efficient as those of any other country. If we are the greatest nation the sun ever shone upon, it would seem to be mainly because we have been able to goad our wage earners to this pitch of frenzy, though there are a few other things that are great among us, including our drink bill, which is $1.25 billion a year and doubling itself every decade. There was a machine which stamped out the iron plates, and then another which with a mighty thud mashed them to the shape of the sitting-down portion of the American farmer. Then they were piled upon a truck, and it was Jurgis's task to wheel them to the room where the machines were assembled. This was child's play for him, and he got $1.75 a day for it. On Saturday he paid Aniel the 75 cents a week he owed her for the use of her garret, and also redeemed his overcoat which Elzbieta had put in pawn when he was in jail. This last was a great blessing. A man cannot go about in midwinter in Chicago with no overcoat and not pay for it, and Jurgis had to walk or ride 5 or 6 miles back and forth to his work. It so happened that half of this was in one direction and half in another, necessitating a change of cars. The law required that transfers be given at all intersecting points, but the railway corporation had gotten round this by arranging a pretense at separate ownership. So whenever he wished to ride, he had to pay 10 cents each way, or over 10% of his income, to this power, which had gotten its franchises long ago by buying up the city council in the face of a popular clamor amounting almost to a rebellion. Tired as he felt at night, and dark and bitter cold as it was in the morning, Jurgis generally chose to walk. At the hours other workmen were traveling, the streetcar monopoly saw fit to put on so few cars that there would be men hanging to every foot of the backs of them, and often crouching upon the snow-covered roof. Of course the doors could never be closed, and so the cars were as cold as outdoors. Jurgis, like many others, found it better to spend his fare for a drink and a free lunch to give him strength to walk. These, however, were all slight matters to a man who had escaped from Durham's fertilizer mill. Jurgis began to pick up heart again and to make plans. He had lost his house, but then the awful load of the rent and interest was off his shoulders, and when Marija was well again, they could start over and save. In the shop where he worked was a man, a Lithuanian like himself, whom the others spoke of in admiring whispers because of the mighty feats he was performing. All day he sat at a machine turning bolts, and then in the evening he went to the public school to study English and learn to read. In addition, because he had a family of 8 children to support and his earnings were not enough, on Saturdays and Sundays he served as a watchman. He was required to press 2 buttons at opposite ends of a building every 5 minutes, and as the walk only took him 2 minutes, he had 3 minutes to study between each trip. Jurgis felt jealous of this fellow, for that was the sort of thing he himself had dreamed of 2 or 3 years ago. He might do it even yet, if he had a fair chance. He might attract attention and become a skilled man, or a boss, as some had done in this place. Suppose that Marija could get a job in the big mill where they made binder twine. Then they would move into this neighborhood, and he would really have a chance. With a hope like that, there was some use in living. To find a place where you were treated like a human being, by God! He would show them how he could appreciate it. He laughed to himself as he thought how he would hang on to this job. And then, one afternoon, the 9th of his work in the place, when he went to get his overcoat, he saw a group of men crowded before a placard on the door. And when he went over and asked what it was, they told him that beginning with the morrow, his department of the harvester works would be closed until further notice. The end of Chapter 20, read by Rick Kistner for Lit to Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu. The Jungle by Upton Sinclair. Chapter 22. Jurgis took the news in a peculiar way. He turned deadly pale, but he caught himself, and for half a minute stood in the middle of the room, clenching his hands tightly and setting his teeth. Then he pushed Aniel aside and strode into the next room and climbed the ladder. In the corner was a blanket with a form half showing beneath it, and beside it lay Elzbieta, whether crying or in a faint, Jurgis could not tell. Marija was pacing the room, screaming and wringing her hands. He clenched his hands tighter yet, and his voice was hard as he spoke. "How did it happen?" he asked. Marija scarcely heard him in her agony. He repeated the question, louder and yet more harshly. "He fell off the sidewalk," she wailed. The sidewalk in front of the house was a platform made of half-rotten boards about 5 feet above the level of the sunken street. "How did he come to be there?" he demanded. He went out to play," Marija sobbed, her voice choking her. "We couldn't make him stay in. He must have got caught in the mud." "Are you sure that he is dead?" he demanded. Aye, she wailed. "Yes, we had the doctor." Then Jurgis stood a few seconds, wavering. He did not shed a tear. He took one glance more at the blanket with the little form beneath it, and then turned suddenly to the ladder and climbed down again. A silence fell once more in the room as he entered. He went straight to the door, passed out, and started down the street. When his wife had died, Jurgis made for the nearest saloon, but he did not do that now, though he had his week's wages in his pocket. He walked and walked, seeing nothing, splashing through mud and water. Later on, he sat down upon a step and hid his face in his hands, and for half an hour or so he did not move. Now and then he would whisper to himself, "Dead. Dead." Finally, he got up and walked on again. It was about sunset, and he went on until it was dark, when he was stopped by a railroad crossing. The gates were down, and a long train of freight cars was thundering by. He stood and watched it, and all at once a wild impulse seized him. A thought that had been lurking within him, unspoken, unrecognized, leaped into sudden life. He started down the track, and when he was past the gatekeeper's shanty, he sprang forward and swung himself onto one of the cars. By and by the train stopped again, and Jurgis sprang down and ran under the car and hid himself upon the truck. Here he sat, and when the train started again, he fought a battle with his soul. He gripped his hands and set his teeth together. He had not wept, and he would not. Not a tear. It was past and over, and he was done with it. He would fling it off his shoulders, be free of it, the whole business that night. It should go like a black, hateful nightmare, and in the morning he would be a new man. And every time that a thought of it assailed him, a tender memory, a trace of a tear, he rose up, cursing with rage, and pounded it down. He was fighting for his life. He gnashed his teeth together in his desperation. He had been a fool. A fool. He had wasted his life. He had wrecked himself with his accursed weakness, and now he was done with it. He would tear it out of him, root and branch. There should be no more tears and no more tenderness. He had had enough of them. They had sold him into slavery. Now he was going to be free, to tear off his shackles, to rise up and fight. He was glad that the end had come. It had to come sometime, and it was just as well now. This was no world for women and children, and the sooner they got out of it, the better for them. Whatever Antanas might suffer where he was, he could suffer no more than he would have had he stayed upon earth. And meantime, his father had thought the last thought about him that he meant to. He was going to think of himself. He was going to fight for himself against the world that had baffled him and tortured him. So he went on, tearing up all the flowers from the garden of his soul and setting his heel upon them. The train thundered deafeningly, and a storm of dust blew in his face. But though it stopped now and then through the night, he clung where he was. He would cling there until he was driven off, for every mile that he got from Packingtown meant another load from his mind. Whenever the car stopped, a warm breeze blew upon him, a breeze laden with the perfume of fresh fields, of honeysuckle and clover. He snuffed it, and it made his heart beat wildly. He was out in the country again. He was going to live in the country. When the dawn came, he was peering out with hungry eyes, getting glimpses of meadows and woods and rivers. At last he could stand it no longer, and when the train stopped again, he crawled out. Upon the top of the car was a brakeman, who shook his fist and swore. Jurgis waved his hand derisively and started across the country. Only think that he had been a countryman all his life, and for 3 long years he had never seen a country sight nor heard a country sound, excepting for that one walk when he left jail, when he was too much worried to notice anything, and for a few times that he had rested in the city parks in the winter-time when he was out of work. He had literally never seen a tree. And now he felt like a bird lifted up and borne away upon a gale. He stopped and stared at each new sight of wonder, at a herd of cows, and a meadow full of daisies, at hedgerows set thick with June roses, at little birds singing in the trees. Then he came to a farmhouse, and after getting himself a stick for protection, he approached it. The farmer was greasing a wagon in front of the barn, and Jurgis went to him. "I would like to get some breakfast, please," he said. "Do you want to work?" said the farmer. "No," said Jurgis, "I don't." "Then you can't get anything here," snapped the other. "I meant to pay for it," said Jurgis. "Oh," said the farmer, and then added sarcastically, "We don't serve breakfast after 7 a.m. "I am very hungry," said Jurgis gravely. "I would like to buy some food." "Ask the woman," said the farmer, nodding over his shoulder. The woman was more tractable, and for a dime Jurgis secured 2 thick sandwiches and a piece of pie and 2 apples. He walked off eating the pie as the least convenient thing to carry. In a few minutes he came to a stream, and he climbed a fence and walked down the bank along a woodland path. By and by he found a comfortable spot, and there he devoured his meal, slaking his thirst at the stream. Then he lay for hours, just gazing and drinking in joy, until at last he felt sleepy and lay down in the shade of a bush. When he awoke, the sun was shining hot in his face. He sat up and stretched his arms, and then gazed at the water sliding by. There was a deep pool sheltered and silent below him, and a sudden wonderful idea rushed upon him. He might have a bath. The water was free, and he might get into it, all the way into it. It would be the first time that he had been all the way into the water since he had left Lithuania. When Jurgis had first come to the stockyards, he had been as clean as any working man could well be. But later on, what with sickness and cold and hunger and discouragement, and the filthiness of his work and the vermin in his home, he had given up washing in winter, and in summer only as much of him as would go into a basin. He had had a shower bath in jail, but nothing since, and now he would have a swim. The water was warm, and he splashed about like a very boy in his glee. Afterward, he sat down in the water near the bank and proceeded to scrub himself soberly and methodically, scouring every inch of him with sand. While he was doing it, he would do it thoroughly, and see how it felt to be clean. He even scrubbed his head with sand and combed what the men call crumbs out of his long black hair, holding his head under water as long as he could to see if it could not kill them all. Then, seeing that the sun was still hot, he took his clothes from the bank and proceeded to wash them piece by piece. As the dirt and grease went floating off downstream, he grunted with satisfaction and soused the clothes again, venturing even to dream that he might get rid of the fertilizer. He hung them all up, and while they were drying, he lay down in the sun and had another long sleep. They were hot and stiff as boards on top, and a little damp on the underside when he awakened, but being hungry, he put them on and set out again. He had no knife, but with some labor he broke himself a good stout club, and armed with this, he marched down the road again. Before long he came to a big farmhouse, and turned up the lane that led to it. It was just supper time, and the farmer was washing his hands at the kitchen door. "Please, sir," said Jurgis, "can I have something to eat? I can pay." To which the farmer responded promptly, "We don't feed tramps here. Get out." Jurgis went without a word, but as he passed round the barn, he came to a freshly ploughed and harrowed field in which the farmer had set out some young peach trees, and as he walked, he jerked up a row of them by the roots, more than 100 trees in all, before he reached the end of the field. That was his answer, and it showed his mood. From now on he was fighting, and the man who hit him would get all that he gave every time. Beyond the orchard, Jurgis struck through a patch of woods, and then a field of winter grain, and came at last to another road. Before long he saw another farmhouse, and, as it was beginning to cloud over a little, he asked here for shelter as well as food. Seeing the farmer eyeing him dubiously, he added, "I'll be glad to sleep in the barn." "Well, I don't know," said the other. "Do you smoke?" "Sometimes," said Jurgis, "but I'll do it out of doors." When the man had assented, he inquired, "How much will it cost me? I haven't very much money." "I reckon about 20 cents for supper," replied the farmer. "I won't charge you for the barn." So Jurgis went in and sat down at the table with the farmer's wife and half a dozen children. It was a bountiful meal. There were baked beans and mashed potatoes and asparagus chopped and stewed, and a dish of strawberries, and great thick slices of bread and a pitcher of milk. Jurgis had not had such a feast since his wedding day, and he made a mighty effort to put in his 20 cents worth. They were all of them too hungry to talk, but afterward they sat upon the steps and smoked, and the farmer questioned his guest. When Jurgis had explained that he was a working man from Chicago, and that he did not know just whither he was bound, the other said, "Why don't you stay here and work for me?" "I'm not looking for work just now," Jurgis answered. "I'll pay you good," said the other, eyeing his big form. $1 a day and board you. Help's terrible scarce around here." "Is that winter as well as summer?" Jurgis demanded quickly. "No," said the farmer. "I couldn't keep you after November. I ain't got a big enough place for that." "I see," said the other. "That's what I thought. When you get through working your horses this fall, will you turn them out in the snow?" Jurgis was beginning to think for himself nowadays. "It ain't quite the same," the farmer answered, seeing the point. "There ought to be work a strong fellow like you can find to do, in the cities or some place in the winter time." "Yes," said Jurgis. "That's what they all think. and so they crowd into the cities, and when they have to beg or steal to live, then people ask him why don't they go into the country where help is scarce. The farmer meditated a while. "How about when your money's gone?" he inquired finally. "You have to then, won't you?" "Wait till she's gone," said Jurgis. "Then I'll see." He had a long sleep in the barn, and then a big breakfast of coffee and bread and oatmeal and stewed cherries, for which the man charged him only 15 cents, perhaps having been influenced by his arguments. Then Jurgis bade farewell and went on his way. Such was the beginning of his life as a tramp. It was seldom he got as fair treatment as from this last farmer, and so as time went on, he learned to shun the houses and to prefer sleeping in the fields. When it rained, he would find a deserted building if he could, and if not, he would wait until after dark, and then, with his stick ready, begin a stealthy approach upon a barn. Generally, he could get in before the dog got scent of him, and then he would hide in the hay and be safe until morning. If not, and the dog attacked him, he would rise up and make a retreat in battle order. Jurgis was not the mighty man he had once been, but his arms were still good, and there were few farm dogs he needed to hit more than once. Before long there came raspberries and then blackberries to help him save his money, and there were apples in the orchards and potatoes in the ground. He learned to note the places and fill his pockets after dark. Twice he even managed to capture a chicken and had a feast, once in a deserted barn and the other time in a lonely spot alongside of a stream. When all of these things failed him, he used his money carefully, but without worry, for he saw that he could earn more whenever he chose. Half an hour's chopping wood in his lively fashion was enough to bring him a meal, and when the farmer had seen him working, he would sometimes try to bribe him to stay. But Jurgis was not staying. He was a free man now, a buccaneer. The old wanderlust had got into his blood. The joy of the unbound life, the joy of seeking, of hoping without limit. There were mishaps and discomforts, but at least there was always something new. And only think what it meant to a man who for years had been penned up in one place, seeing nothing but one dreary prospect of shanties and factories, to be suddenly let loose beneath the open sky, to behold new landscapes, new places, and new people every hour. To a man whose whole life had consisted of doing one certain thing all day until he was so exhausted that he could only lie down and sleep until the next day, and to be now his own master, working as he pleased and when he pleased, and facing a new adventure every hour. Then, too, his health came back to him. All his lost youthful vigor, his joy and power that he had mourned and forgotten, it came with a sudden rush, bewildering him, startling him. It was as if his dead childhood had come back to him laughing and calling. What with plenty to eat and fresh air and exercise that was taken as it pleased him, he would waken from his sleep and start off not knowing what to do with his energy, stretching his arms, laughing, singing old songs of home that came back to him. Now and then, of course, he could not help but think of little Antanas, whom he should never see again, whose little voice he should never hear. And then he would have to battle with himself. Sometimes at night he would waken dreaming of Ona and stretch out his arms to her and wet the ground with his tears. But in the morning he would get up and shake himself and stride away again to battle with the world. He never asked where he was nor where he was going. The country was big enough, he knew, and there was no danger of his coming to the end of it. And of course he could always have company for the asking. Everywhere he went there were men living just as he lived, and whom he was welcome to join. He was a stranger at the business, but they were not clannish, and they taught him all their tricks, what towns and villages it was best to keep away from, and how to read the secret signs upon the fences, and when to beg, and when to steal, and just how to do both. They laughed at his ideas of paying for anything with money or with work, for they got all they wanted without either. Now and then Jurgis camped out with a gang of them in some woodland haunt, and foraged with them in the neighborhood at night. And then among them someone would take a shine to him, and they would go off together and travel for a week, exchanging reminiscences. Of these professional tramps, a great many had, of course, been shiftless and vicious all their lives. But the vast majority of them had been working men, had fought the long fight as Jurgis had, and found that it was a losing fight, and given up. Later on, he encountered yet another sort of men, those from whose ranks the tramps were recruited, men who were homeless and wandering, but still seeking work, seeking it in the harvest fields. Of these there was an army, the huge surplus labor army of society, called into being under the stern system of nature to do the casual work of the world, the tasks which were transient and irregular, and yet which had to be done. They did not know that they were such, of course. They only knew that they sought the job, and that the job was fleeting. In the early summer they would be in Texas, and as the crops were ready, they would follow north with the season, ending with the fall in Manitoba. Then they would seek out the big lumber camps where there was winter work, or failing in this, would drift to the cities and live upon what they had managed to save with the help of such transient work as was there, the loading and unloading of steamships and drays, the digging of ditches, and the shoveling of snow. If there were more of them on hand than chanced to be needed, the weaker ones died off of cold and hunger, again according to the stern system of nature. It was in the latter part of July, when Jurgis was in Missouri, that he came upon the harvest work. Here were crops that men had worked for 3 or 4 months to prepare, and of which they would lose nearly all unless they could find others to help them for a week or two. So, all over the land there was a cry for labor. Agencies were set up, and all the cities were drained of men. Even college boys were brought by the carload, and hordes of frantic farmers would hold up trains and carry off wagon loads of men by main force. Not that they did not pay them well. Any man could get $2 a day and his board, and the best men could get $2.50 or $3. The harvest fever was in the very air, and no man with any spirit in him could be in that region and not catch it. Jurgis joined a gang and worked from dawn till dark 18 hours a day for 2 weeks without a break. Then he had a sum of money that would have been a fortune to him in the old days of misery. But what could he do with it now? To be sure, he might have put it in a bank, and, if he were fortunate, get it back again when he wanted it. But Jurgis was now a homeless man, wandering over a continent, and what did he know about banking and drafts and letters of credit? If he carried the money about with him, he would surely be robbed in the end. And so, what was there for him to do but enjoy it while he could? On a Saturday night, he drifted into a town with his fellows, and because it was raining and there was no other place provided for him, he went to a saloon. And there were some who treated him and whom he had to treat, and there was laughter and singing and good cheer. And then, out of the rear part of the saloon, a girl's face, red-cheeked and merry, smiled at Jurgis, and his heart thumped suddenly in his throat. He nodded to her, and she came and sat by him, and they had more drink. And then he went upstairs into a room with her, and the wild beast rose up within him and screamed as it has screamed in the jungle from the dawn of time. And then, because of his memories and his shame, he was glad when others joined them, men and women, and they had more drink, and spent the night in wild rioting and debauchery. In the van of the surplus labor army there followed another, an army of women, they also struggling for life under the stern system of nature. Because there were rich men who sought pleasure, there had been ease and plenty for them so long as they were young and beautiful. And later on, when they were crowded out by others younger and more beautiful, they went out to follow upon the trail of the working men. Sometimes they came of themselves, and the saloon-keepers shared with them, or sometimes they were handled by agencies, the same as the labor army. They were in the towns in harvest time, near the lumber camps in the winter, in the cities when the men came there. If a regiment were encamped, or a railroad or canal being made, or a great exposition getting ready, the crowd of women were on hand, living in shanties or saloons or tenement rooms, sometimes 8 or 10 of them together. In the morning Jurgis had not a cent, and he went out upon the road again. He was sick and disgusted, but after the new plan of his life he crushed his feelings down. He had made a fool of himself, but he could not help it now. All he could do was to see that it did not happen again. So he tramped on until exercise and fresh air banished his headache, and his strength and joy returned. This happened to him every time, for Jurgis was still a creature of impulse, and his pleasures had not yet become business. It would be a long time before he could be like the majority of these men of the road who roamed until the hunger for drink and for women mastered them, and then went to work with a purpose in mind, and stopped when they had the price of a spree. On the contrary, try as he would, Jurgis could not help being made miserable by his conscience. It was the ghost that would not drown. It would come upon him in the most unexpected places. Sometimes it fairly drove him to drink. One night he was caught by a thunderstorm, and he sought shelter in a little house just outside of a town. It was a working man's home, and the owner was a Slav like himself, a new emigrant from White Russia. He bade Jurgis welcome in his home language, and told him to come to the kitchen fire and dry himself. He had no bed for him, but there was straw in the garret, and he could make out. The man's wife was cooking the supper, and their children were playing about on the floor. Jurgis sat and exchanged thoughts with him about the old country, and the places where they had been and the work they had done. Then they ate, and afterward sat and smoked, and talked more about America, and how they found it. In the middle of a sentence, however, Jurgis stopped, seeing that the woman had brought a big basin of water and was proceeding to undress her youngest baby. The rest had crawled into the closet where they slept, but the baby was to have a bath, the working man explained. The nights had begun to be chilly, and his mother, ignorant as to the climate in America, had sewed him up for the winter. Then it had turned warm again, and some kind of a rash had broken out on the child. The doctor had said she must bathe him every night, and she, foolish woman, believed him. Jurgis scarcely heard the explanation. He was watching the baby. He was about a year old, and a sturdy little fellow with soft, fat legs and a round ball of a stomach, and eyes as black as coals. His pimples did not seem to bother him much, and he was wild with glee over the bath, kicking and squirming and chuckling with delight, pulling at his mother's face, and then at his own little toes. When she put him into the basin, he sat in the midst of it and grinned, splashing the water over himself and squealing like a little pig. He spoke in Russian, of which Jurgis knew some. He spoke it with the quaintest of baby accents, and every word of it brought back to Jurgis some word of his own dead little one, and stabbed him like a knife. He sat perfectly motionless, silent, but gripping his hands tightly, while a storm gathered in his bosom and a flood heaped itself up behind his eyes, and in the end he could bear it no more, but buried his face in his hands and burst into tears to the alarm and amazement of his hosts. Between the shame of this and his woe, Jurgis could not stand it, and got up and rushed out into the rain. He went on and on down the road, finally coming to a black woods, where he hid and wept as if his heart would break. Oh, what agony was that, what despair, when the tomb of memory was rent open, and the ghosts of his old life came forth to scourge him! What terror to see what he had been, and now could never be! To see Ona and his child and his own dead self stretching out their arms to him, calling to him across a bottomless abyss, and to know that they were gone from him forever, and he writhing and suffocating in the mire of his own vileness. The end of Chapter 22. Read by Rick Kistner. For Lit2Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu.
The Jungle by Upton Sinclair. Chapter 21. That was the way they did it. There was not half an hour's warning. The works were closed. It had happened that way before, said the men, and it would happen that way forever. They had made all the harvesting machines that the world needed, and now they had to wait till some wore out. It was nobody's fault. That was the way of it. And thousands of men and women were turned out in the dead of winter to live upon their savings, if they had any, and otherwise to die. So many tens of thousands already in the city, homeless and begging for work, and now several thousand more added to them. Jurgis walked home with his pittance of pay in his pocket, heartbroken, overwhelmed. One more bandage had been torn from his eyes, one more pitfall was revealed to him. Of what help was kindness and decency on the part of employers when they could not keep a job for him, and when there were more harvesting machines made than the world was able to buy? What a hellish mockery it was, anyway, that a man should slave to make harvesting machines for the country, only to be turned out to starve for doing his duty too well. It took him 2 days to get over this heart-sickening disappointment. He did not drink anything because Elzbieta got his money for safekeeping, and knew him too well to be in the least frightened by his angry demands. He stayed up in the garret, however, and sulked. What was the use of a man's hunting a job when it was taken from him before he had time to learn the work? But then their money was going again, and little Antanas was hungry and crying with the bitter cold of the garret. Also, Madame Haupt, the midwife, was after him for some money. So he went out once more. For another 10 days he roamed the streets and alleys of the huge city, sick and hungry, begging for any work. He tried in stores and offices, in restaurants and hotels, along the docks and in the railroad yards, in warehouses and mills and factories where they made products that went to every corner of the world. There were often 1 or 2 chances, but there were always 100 men for every chance, and his turn would not come. At night he crept into sheds and cellars and doorways until there came a spell of belated winter weather, with a raging gale and the thermometer 5 degrees below zero at sundown and falling all night.
Then Jurgis fought like a wild beast to get into the big Harrison Street police station and slept down in a corridor crowded with 2 other men upon a single step. He had to fight often in these days to fight for a place near the factory gates, and now and again with gangs on the street. He found, for instance, that the business of carrying satchels for railroad passengers was a preempted one. Whenever he essayed it, 8 or 10 men and boys would fall upon him and force him to run for his life. They always had the policeman squared, and so there was no use in expecting protection. That Jurgis did not starve to death was due solely to the pittance the children brought him, and even this was never certain. For one thing, the cold was almost more than the children could bear, and then they too were in perpetual peril from rivals who plundered and beat them. The law was against them, too. Little Vilmas, who was really 11 but did not look to be 8, was stopped on the streets by a severe old lady in spectacles who told him that he was too young to be working and that if he did not stop selling papers, she would send a truant officer after him. Also one night a strange man caught little Katrina by the arm and tried to persuade her into a dark cellarway, an experience which filled her with such terror that she was hardly to be kept at work. At last, on a Sunday, as there was no use looking for work, Jurgis went home by stealing rides on the cars. He found that they had been waiting for him for 3 days. There was a chance of a job for him. It was quite a story. Little Wazipas, who was near crazy with hunger these days, had gone out on the street to beg for himself. Wazipas had only 1 leg, having been run over by a wagon when a little child, but he had got himself a broomstick which he put under his arm for a crutch. He had fallen in with some other children and found the way to Mike Scully's dump, which lay 3 or 4 blocks away. To this place there came every day many hundreds of wagon loads of garbage and trash from the lakefront, where the rich people lived, and in the heaps the children raked for food. There were hunks of bread and potato peelings and apple cores and meat bones, all of it half frozen and quite unspoiled. Little Wazipas gorged himself and came home with a newspaper full, which he was feeding to Antanas when his mother came in. Elzbieta was horrified, for she did not believe that the food out of the dumps was fit to eat. The next day, however, when no harm came of it, and Wazipas began to cry with hunger, she gave in and said that he might go again. And that afternoon he came home with a story of how, while he had been digging away with a stick, a lady upon the street had called him. A real fine lady, the little boy explained. A beautiful lady, and she wanted to know all about him, and whether he got the garbage for chickens, and why he walked with a broomstick, and why Ona had died, and how Jurgis had come to go to jail, and what was the matter with Marija, and everything. In the end, she had asked where he lived, and said that she was coming to see him and bring him a new crutch to walk with. She had on a hat with a bird upon it, Wazipas added, and a long fur snake around her neck. She really came, the very next morning, and climbed the ladder to the garret, and stood and stared about her, turning pale at the sight of the bloodstains on the floor where Ona had died. She was a settlement worker, she explained to Elzbieta. She lived around on Ashland Avenue. Elzbieta knew the place over a feed store. Somebody had wanted her to go there, but she had not cared to, for she thought that it must have something to do with religion, and the priest did not like her to have anything to do with strange religions. They were rich people who came to live there to find out about the poor people, but what good they expected it would do them to know, one could not imagine. So spoke Elzbieta naively, and the young lady laughed and was rather at a loss for an answer. She stood and gazed about her and thought of a cynical remark that had been made to her, that she was standing upon the brink of the pit of hell and throwing in snowballs to lower the temperature. Elzbieta was glad to have somebody to listen, and she told all their woes, what had happened to Ona, and the jail, and the loss of their home, and Marija's accident, and how Ona had died, and how Jurgis could get no work. As she listened, the pretty young lady's eyes filled with tears, and in the midst of it she burst into weeping and hid her face on Elzbieta's shoulder, quite regardless of the fact that the woman had on a dirty old wrapper and that the garret was full of fleas. Poor Elzbieta was ashamed of herself for having told so woeful a tale, and the other had to beg and plead with her to get her to go on. The end of it was that the young lady sent them a basket of things to eat, and left a letter that Jurgis was to take to a gentleman who was superintendent in one of the mills of the great steelworks in South Chicago. He will get Jurgis something to do, the young lady had said, and added, smiling through her tears, if he doesn't, he will never marry me. The steelworks were 15 miles away, and, as usual, it was so contrived that one had to pay 2 fares to get there. Far and wide the sky was flaring with the red glare that leaped from rows of towering chimneys, for it was pitch dark when Jurgis arrived. The vast works, a city in themselves, were surrounded by a stockade, and already a full 100 men were waiting at the gate, where new hands were taken on. Soon after daybreak, whistles began to blow, and then suddenly thousands of men appeared, streaming from saloons and boarding houses across the way, leaping from trolley cars that passed. It seemed as if they rose out of the ground in the dim grey light. A river of them poured in through the gate, and then gradually ebbed away again, until there were only a few late ones running, and the watchmen pacing up and down, and the hungry strangers stamping and shivering. Jurgis presented his precious letter. The gatekeeper was surly and put him through a catechism, but he insisted that he knew nothing, and as he had taken the precaution to seal his letter, there was nothing for the gatekeeper to do but send it to the person to whom it was addressed. A messenger came back to say that Jurgis should wait, and so he came inside of the gate, perhaps not sorry enough that there were others less fortunate watching him with greedy eyes. The great mills were getting under way. One could hear a vast stirring, a rolling and rumbling and hammering. Little by little the scene grew plain. Towering black buildings here and there, long rows of shops and sheds, little railways branching everywhere, bare grey cinders underfoot, and oceans of billowing black smoke above. On one side of the grounds ran a railroad with a dozen tracks, and on the other side lay the lake where steamers came to load. Jurgis had time enough to stare and speculate, for it was 2 hours before he was summoned. He went into the office building where a company timekeeper interviewed him. The superintendent was busy, he said, but he, the timekeeper, would try to find Jurgis a job. He had never worked in a steel mill before, but he was ready for anything. Well, then, they would go and see. So they began a tour among sights that made Jurgis stare amazed. He wondered if ever he could get used to working in a place like this, where the air shook with deafening thunder, and whistles shrieked warnings on all sides of him at once, where miniature steam engines came rushing upon him, and sizzling, quivering, white-hot masses of metal sped past him, and explosions of fire and flaming sparks dazzled him and scorched his face. Then men in these mills were all black with soot, and hollow-eyed and gaunt. They worked with fierce intensity, rushing here and there, and never lifting their eyes from their tasks. Jurgis clung to his guide like a scared child to its nurse, and while the latter hailed one foreman after another to ask if they could use another unskilled man, he stared about him and marveled. He was taken to the Bessemer furnace, where they made billets of steel, a dome-like building the size of a big theater. Jurgis stood where the balcony of the theater would have been, and opposite, by the stage, he saw 3 giant cauldrons, big enough for all the devils of hell to brew their broth in, full of something white and blinding, bubbling and splashing, roaring as if volcanoes were blowing through it. One had to shout to be heard in this place. Liquid fire would leap from these cauldrons and scatter like bombs below, and men were working there, seeming careless, so that Jurgis caught his breath with fright. Then a whistle would toot, and across the curtain of the theater would come a little engine with a carload of something to be dumped into one of the receptacles, and then another whistle would toot, down by the stage, and another train would back up, and suddenly, without an instant's warning, one of the giant kettles began to tilt and topple, flinging out a jet of hissing, roaring flame. Jurgis shrank back, appalled, for he thought it was an accident. There fell a pillar of white flame, dazzling as the sun, swishing like a huge tree falling in the forest. A torrent of sparks swept all the way across the building, overwhelming everything, hiding it from sight. And then Jurgis looked through the fingers of his hands and saw, pouring out of the cauldron, a cascade of living, leaping fire, white with a whiteness not of earth, scorching the eyeballs. Incandescent rainbows shone above it, blue, red, and golden lights played about it. But the stream itself was white, ineffable. Out of regions of wonder it streamed, the very river of life, and the soul leaped up at the sight of it, fled back upon it, swift and restless, back into far-off lands where beauty and terror dwell. Then the great cauldron tilted back again, empty, and Jurgis saw to his relief that no one was hurt, and turned and followed his guide out into the sunlight. They went through the blast furnaces, through rolling mills where bars of steel were tossed about and chopped like bits of cheese. All around and above, giant machine arms were flying, giant wheels were turning, great hammers crashing, traveling cranes creaked and groaned overhead, reaching down iron hands and seizing iron prey. It was like standing in the center of the earth, where the machinery of time was revolving. By and by, they came to the place where steel rails were made, and Jurgis heard a toot behind him and jumped out of the way of a car with a white-hot ingot upon it the size of a man's body. There was a sudden crash, and the car came to a halt, and the ingot toppled out upon a moving platform where steel fingers and arms seized hold of it, punching it and prodding it into place and hurrying it into the grip of huge rollers.
Then it came out upon the other side, and there were more crashings and clatterings, and over it was flopped like a pancake on a gridiron, and seized again and rushed back at you through another squeezer. So, amid deafening uproar, it clattered to and fro, growing thinner and flatter and longer. The ingot seemed almost a living thing. It did not want to run this mad course, but it was in the grip of fate. It was tumbled on, screeching and clanking and shivering in protest. By and by, it was long and thin. A great red snake escaped from purgatory, and then, as it slid through the rollers, you would have sworn that it was alive. It writhed and squirmed, and wriggles and shudders passed out through its tail, all but flinging it off by their violence. There was no rest for it until it was cold and black, and then it needed only to be cut and straightened to be ready for a railroad. It was at the end of this rail's progress that Jurgis got his chance. They had to be moved by men with crowbars, and the boss here could use another man. So he took off his coat and set to work on the spot. It took him 2 hours to get to this place every day and cost him $1.20 a week. As this was out of the question, he wrapped his bedding in a bundle and took it with him, and one of his fellow workingmen introduced him to a Polish lodging house where he might have the privilege of sleeping upon the floor for 10 cents a night. He got his meals at free lunch counters, and every Saturday night he went home, bedding and all, and took the greater part of his money to the family. Elzbieta was sorry for this arrangement, for she feared that it would get him into the habit of living without them, and once a week was not very often for him to see his baby, but there was no other way of arranging it. There was no other chance for a woman at the steelworks, and Maria was now ready for work again, and lured on from day to day by the hope of finding it at the yards. In a week, Jurgis got over his sense of helplessness and bewilderment in the rail mill. He learned to find his way about and to take all the miracles and terrors for granted, to work without hearing the rumbling and crashing. From blind fear he went to the other extreme. He became reckless and indifferent, like all the rest of the men, who took but little thought of themselves and the ardor of their work. It was wonderful, when one came to think of it, that these men should have taken an interest in the work they did. They had no share in it, they were paid by the hour, and paid no more for being interested. Also, they knew that if they were hurt, they would be flung aside and forgotten, and still they would hurry to their task by dangerous shortcuts, would use methods that were quicker and more effective in spite of the fact that they were also risky. His 4th day at his work, Jurgis saw a man stumble while running in front of a car and have his foot mashed off, and before he had been there 3 weeks he was witness to a yet more dreadful accident. There was a row of brick furnaces, shining white through every crack with the molten steel inside. Some of these were bulging dangerously, yet men worked before them wearing blue glasses when they opened and shut the doors. One morning, as Jurgis was passing, a furnace blew out, spraying 2 men with a shower of liquid fire. As they lay screaming and rolling upon the ground in agony, Jurgis rushed to help them, and as a result he lost a good part of the skin from the inside of one of his hands. The company doctor bandaged it up, but he got no other thanks from anyone, and was laid up for 8 working days without any pay. Most fortunately, at this juncture, Elzbieta got the long-awaited chance to go at 5 o'clock in the morning and help scrub the office floors of one of the packers. Jurgis came home and covered himself with blankets to keep warm, and divided his time between sleeping and playing with little Antanas. Zapas was away raking in the dump a good part of the time, and Elzbieta and Maria were hunting for more work. Antanas was now over a year and a half old, and was a perfect talking machine. He learned so fast that every week when Jurgis came home, it seemed to him as if he had a new child. He would sit down and listen and stare at him and give vent to delighted exclamations. "Polak, mama! Tu mano zedle!" The little fellow was now really the one delight that Jurgis had in the world, his one hope, his one victory. Thank God Antanas was a boy, and he was as tough as a pine knot and with the appetite of a wolf. Nothing had hurt him, and nothing could hurt him. He had come through all the suffering and deprivation unscathed, only shriller-voiced and more determined in his grip upon life. He was a terrible child to manage, was Antanas, but his father did not mind that. He would watch him and smile to himself with satisfaction. The more of a fighter he was, the better. He would need to fight before he got through. Jurgis had got the habit of buying the Sunday paper whenever he had the money. A most wonderful paper could be had for only 5 cents, a whole armful with all the news of the world set forth in big headlines that Jurgis could spell out slowly, with the children to help him at the long words. There was battle and murder and sudden death. It was marvelous how they ever heard about so many entertaining and thrilling happenings. The stories must be all true, for surely no man could have made such things up. And besides, there were pictures of them all as real as life.
One of these papers was as good as a circus, and nearly as good as a spree, certainly a most wonderful treat for a working man who was tired out and stupefied, and had never had any education, and whose work was one dull, sordid grind, day after day, and year after year, with never a sight of a green field, nor an hour's entertainment, nor anything but liquor to stimulate his imagination. Among other things, these papers had pages full of comical pictures, and these were the main joy in life to little Antanas. He treasured them up and would drag them out and make his father tell him about them. There were all sorts of animals among them, and Antanas could tell the names of all of them, lying upon the floor for hours and pointing them out with his chubby little fingers. Whenever the story was plain enough for Jurgis to make out, Antanas would have it repeated to him, and then he would remember it, prattling funny little sentences and mixing it up with other stories in an irresistible fashion. Also, his quaint pronunciation of words was such a delight, and the phrases he would pick up and remember the most outlandish and impossible things. The first time that the little rascal burst out with "God damn," his father nearly rolled off the chair with glee. But in the end he was sorry for this, for Antanas was soon God-damning everything and everybody. And then, when he was able to use his hands, Jurgis took his bedding again and went back to his task of shifting rails. It was now April, and the snow had given place to cold rains, and the unpaved street in front of Aniela's house was turned into a canal. Jurgis would have to wade through it to get home, and if it was late, he might easily get stuck to his waist in the mire. But he did not mind this much. It was a promise that summer was coming. Maria had now gotten a place as beef trimmer in one of the smaller packing plants, and he told himself that he had learned his lesson now and would meet with no more accidents, so that at least there was prospect of an end to their long agony. They could save money again, and when another winter came, they would have a comfortable place, and the children would be off the streets and in school again, and they might set to work to nurse back into life their habits of decency and kindness. So once more, Jurgis began to make plans and dream dreams. And then, one Saturday night, he jumped off the car and started home with the sun shining low under the edge of a bank of clouds that had been pouring floods of water into the mud-soaked street. There was a rainbow in the sky and another in his breast, for he had 36 hours' rest before him and a chance to see his family. Then suddenly he came in sight of the house and noticed that there was a crowd before the door. He ran up the steps and pushed his way in and saw Aniela's kitchen crowded with excited women. It reminded him so vividly of the time when he had come home from jail and found Ona dying that his heart almost stood still. "What's the matter?" he cried. A dead silence had fallen in the room, and he saw that everyone was staring at him. "What's the matter?" he exclaimed again. And then, up in the garret, he heard sounds of wailing in Maria's voice. He started for the ladder, and Aniela seized him by the arm. "No, no," she exclaimed. "Don't go up there." "What is it?" he shouted. And the old woman answered him weakly. "It's Antanas. He's dead. He was drowned out in the street." The end of Chapter 21. Read by Rick Kistner for Lit to Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu. The Jungle by Upton Sinclair. Chapter 17. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Jurgis was let out to get water to wash his cell, a duty which he performed faithfully, but which most of the prisoners were accustomed to shirk, until their cells became so filthy that the guards interposed. Then he had more duffers and dope, and afterward was allowed 3 hours for exercise in a long, cement-walked court roofed with glass. Here were all the inmates of the jail crowded together. At one side of the court was a place for visitors, cut off by 2 heavy wire screens a foot apart, so that nothing could be passed in to the prisoners. Here Jurgis watched anxiously, but there came no one to see him. Soon after he went back to his cell, a keeper opened the door to let in another prisoner. He was a dapper young fellow, with a light brown mustache and blue eyes and a graceful figure. He nodded to Jurgis, and then, as the keeper closed the door upon him, began gazing critically about him. "Well, pal," he said, as his glance encountered Jurgis again, "good morning." "Good morning," said Jurgis. "A rum go for Christmas, eh?" added the other. Jurgis nodded. The newcomer went to the bunks and inspected the blankets. He lifted up the mattress and then dropped it with an exclamation. "My God," he said, "that's the worst yet." He glanced at Jurgis again. Looks as if it hadn't been slept in last night. Couldn't stand it, eh?" "I didn't want to sleep last night," said Jurgis. "When did you come in?" "Yesterday." The other had another look around, and then wrinkled up his nose. "There's the devil of a stink in here," he said, suddenly. "What is it?" "It's me," said Jurgis. "You?" "Yes, me." "Didn't they make you wash?" "Yes, but this don't wash." "What is it?" "Fertilizer." "Fertilizer? The deuce! What are you?" "I work in the stockyards. At least, I did until the other day. It's in my clothes." "That's a new one on me," said the newcomer. "I thought I'd been up against 'em all. What are you in for?" "I hit my boss." "Oh, that's it. What did he do?" He treated me mean." "I see. You're what's called an honest working man." "What are you?" Jurgis asked. "I?" the other laughed. "They say I'm a cracksman," he said. "What's that?" asked Jurgis. "Safes and such things," answered the other. "Oh," said Jurgis wonderingly, and stared at the speaker in awe. "You mean you break into them, you... "Yes," laughed the other, "that's what they say." He did not look to be over 22 or 3, though, as Jurgis found afterward, he was 30. He spoke like a man of education, like what the world calls a gentleman. "Is that what you're here for?" Jurgis inquired. "No," was the answer. "I'm here for disorderly conduct. They were mad because they couldn't get any evidence." "What's your name?" the young fellow continued after a pause. "My name's Duane, Jack Duane. I've more than a dozen, but that's my company one." He seated himself on the floor with his back to the wall and his legs crossed, and went on talking easily. He soon put Jurgis on a friendly footing. He was evidently a man of the world, used to getting on, and not too proud to hold conversation with a mere labouring man. He drew Jurgis out and heard all about his life, all but the one unmentionable thing. And then he told stories about his own life. He was a great one for stories, but not always of the choicest. Being sent to jail had apparently not disturbed his cheerfulness. He had done time twice before, it seemed, and he took it all with a frolic welcome. What with women and wine and the excitement of his vocation, a man could afford to rest now and then. Naturally, the aspect of prison life was changed for Jurgis by the arrival of a cellmate. He could not turn his face to the wall and sulk. He had to speak when he was spoken to, nor could he help being interested in the conversation of Duane, the first educated man with whom he had ever talked. How could he help listening with wonder while the other told of midnight ventures and perilous escapes, of feastings and orgies, of fortunes squandered in a night? The young fellow had an amused contempt for Jurgis as a sort of working mule. He, too, had felt the world's injustice, but instead of bearing it patiently, he had struck back, and struck hard. He was striking all the time. There was war between him and society. He was a genial freebooter living off the enemy without fear or shame. He was not always victorious, but then defeat did not mean annihilation, and need not break his spirit. Withal, he was a good-hearted fellow, too much so it appeared. His story came out, not in the first day, nor the second, but in the long hours that dragged by, in which they had nothing to do but talk, and nothing to talk of but themselves. Jack Duane was from the East. He was a college-bred man, had been studying electrical engineering. Then his father had met with misfortune in business and killed himself, and there had been his mother and a younger brother and sister. Also, there was an invention of Duane's. Jurgis could not understand it clearly, but it had to do with telegraphing, and it was a very important thing. There were fortunes in it, millions upon millions of dollars, and Duane had been robbed of it by a great company and got tangled up in lawsuits and lost all his money. Then somebody had given him a tip on a horse race, and he had tried to retrieve his fortune with another person's money, and had tried to run away, and all the rest had come from that. The other asked him what had led him to safe-breaking, to Jurgis a wild and appalling occupation to think about. A man he had met, his cellmate, had replied. One thing leads to another. Didn't he ever wonder about his family? Jurgis asked. Sometimes, the other answered, but not often. He didn't allow it. Thinking about it would make it no better. This wasn't a world in which a man had any business with a family. Sooner or later, Jurgis would find that out also, and give up the fight and shift for himself. Jurgis was so transparently what he pretended to be that his cellmate was as open with him as a child. It was pleasant to tell him adventures. He was so full of wonder and admiration. He was so new to the ways of the country. Duane did not even bother to keep back names and places. He told all his triumphs and his failures, his loves and his griefs. Also, he introduced Jurgis to many of the other prisoners, nearly half of whom he knew by name. The crowd had already given Jurgis a name. They called him the Stinker. This was cruel, but they meant no harm by it, and he took it with a good-natured grin. Our friend had caught now and then a whiff from the sewers over which he lived, but this was the first time that he had ever been splashed by their filth. This jail was a Noah's Ark of the city's crime. There were murderers, hold-up men and burglars, embezzlers, counterfeiters and forgers, bigamists, shoplifters, confidence men, petty thieves and pickpockets, gamblers and procurers, brawlers, beggars, tramps and drunkards. They were black and white, old and young, Americans and natives of every nation under the sun. There were hardened criminals and innocent men too poor to give bail, old men and boys literally not yet in their teens. They were the drainage of the great festering ulcer of society. They were hideous to look upon, sickening to talk to. All life had turned to rottenness and stench in them. Love was a beastliness, joy was a snare, and God was an imprecation. They strolled here and there about the courtyard, and Jurgis listened to them. He was ignorant, and they were wise. They had been everywhere and tried everything. They could tell the whole hateful story of it, set forth the inner soul of a city in which justice and honor, women's bodies and men's souls were for sale in the marketplace, and human beings writhed and fought and fell upon each other like wolves in a pit, in which lusts were raging fires and men were fuel, and humanity was festering and stewing and wallowing in its own corruption. Into this wild beast tangle these men had been born without their consent. They had taken part in it because they could not help it. That they were in jail was no disgrace to them, for the game had never been fair. The dice were loaded. They were swindlers and thieves of pennies and dimes, and they had been trapped and put out of the way by the swindlers and thieves of millions of dollars. To most of this, Jurgis tried not to listen. They frightened him with their savage mockery, and all the while his heart was far away where his loved ones were calling. Now and then, in the midst of it, his thoughts would take flight, and then the tears would come into his eyes, and he would be called back by the jeering laughter of his companions. He spent a week in this company, and during all that time he had no word from his home. He paid one of his 15 cents for a postal card, and his companion wrote a note to the family, telling them where he was and when he would be tried. There came no answer to it, however, and at last, the day before New Year's, Jurgis bade goodbye to Jack Duane. The latter gave him his address, or rather the address of his mistress, and made Jurgis promise to look him up. "Maybe I could help you out of a hole some day," he said, and added that he was sorry to have him go. Jurgis rode in the patrol wagon back to Justice Callahan's court for trial. One of the first things he made out as he entered the room was Teta Elzbieta and little Katrina, looking pale and frightened, seated far in the rear. His heart began to pound, but he did not dare to try to signal them, and neither did Elzbieta. He took a seat in the prisoner's pen and sat gazing at them in helpless agony. He saw that Ona was not with them, and was full of foreboding as to what that might mean. He spent half an hour brooding over this, and then suddenly he straightened up, and the blood rushed into his face. A man had come in. Jurgis could not see his features for the bandages that swathed him, but he knew the burly figure. It was Connor. A trembling seized him, and his limbs bent as if for a spring. Then suddenly he felt a hand on his collar and heard a voice behind him. "Sit down, you son of a bitch." He subsided, but he never took his eyes off his enemy. The fellow was still alive, which was a disappointment in one way, and yet it was pleasant to see him all in penitential plasters. He and the company lawyer who was with him came and took seats within the judge's railing, and a minute later the clerk called Jurgis's name, and the policeman jerked him to his feet and led him before the bar, gripping him tightly by the arm, lest he should spring upon the boss. Jurgis listened while the man entered the witness chair, took the oath, and told his story. The wife of the prisoner had been employed in a department near him, and had been discharged for impudence to him. Half an hour later he had been violently attacked, knocked down, and almost choked to death. He had brought witnesses. "They will probably not be necessary," observed the judge, and he turned to Jurgis. You admit attacking the plaintiff? He asked. Him? Inquired Jurgis, pointing at the boss. Yes, said the judge. I hit him, sir, said Jurgis. Say your honor, said the officer, pinching his arm hard. Your honor, said Jurgis obediently. You tried to choke him? Yes, sir, your honor. Ever been arrested before? No, sir, your honor. What have you to say for yourself? Jurgis hesitated. What had he to say? In 2 years and a half, he had learned to speak English for practical purposes, but these had never included the statement that someone had intimidated and seduced his wife. He tried once or twice, stammering and balking to the annoyance of the judge, who was gasping from the odor of fertilizer. Finally, the prisoner made it understood that his vocabulary was inadequate, and there stepped up a dapper young man with waxed mustaches, bidding him speak in any language he knew. Jurgis began, supposing that he would be given time. He explained how the boss had taken advantage of his wife's position to make advances to her and had threatened her with the loss of her place. When the interpreter had translated this, the judge, whose calendar was crowded and whose automobile was ordered for a certain hour, interrupted with the remark, "Oh, I see. Well, if he made love to your wife, why didn't she complain to the superintendent or leave the place?" Jurgis hesitated, somewhat taken aback. He began to explain that they were very poor, that work was hard to get. "I see," said Justice Callahan, "so instead you thought you would knock him down." He turned to the plaintiff, inquiring, "Is there any truth in this story, Mr. Connor?" "Not a particle, your honor," said the boss. "It is very unpleasant. They tell some such tale every time you have to discharge a woman." "Yes, I know," said the judge. "I hear it often enough. The fellow seems to have handled you pretty roughly. 30 days and costs. Next case." Jurgis had been listening in perplexity. It was only when the policeman who had him by the arm turned and started to lead him away that he realized that sentence had been passed. He gazed round him wildly. 30 days, he panted, and then he whirled upon the judge. "What will my family do?" he cried frantically. "I have a wife and baby, sir, and they have no money. My God, they will starve to death." "You would have done well to think about them before you committed the assault," said the judge dryly as he turned to look at the next prisoner. Jurgis would have spoken again, but the policeman had seized him by the collar and was twisting it, and a second policeman was making for him with evidently hostile intentions. So he let them lead him away. Far down the room he saw Elzbieta and Katrina risen from their seats, staring in fright. He made one effort to go to them, and then, brought back by another twist at his throat, he bowed his head and gave up the struggle. They thrust him into a cell room where other prisoners were waiting, and as soon as court had adjourned, they let him down with them into the Black Maria and drove him away. This time Jurgis was bound for the Bridewell, a petty jail where Cook County prisoners served their time. It was even filthier and more crowded than the county jail. All the smaller fry out of the latter had been sifted into it, the petty thieves and swindlers, the brawlers and vagrants. For his cellmate, Jurgis had an Italian fruit seller who had refused to pay his graft to the policeman and had been arrested for carrying a large pocket-knife. As he did not understand a word of English, our friend was glad when he left. He gave place to a Norwegian sailor who had lost half an ear in a drunken brawl and who proved to be quarrelsome, cursing Jurgis because he moved in his bunk and caused the roaches to drop upon the lower one. It would have been quite intolerable staying in a cell with this wild beast, but for the fact that all day long the prisoners were put at work breaking stone. 10 days of his 30 Jurgis spent thus without hearing a word from his family. Then one day a keeper came and informed him that there was a visitor to see him. Jurgis turned white, and so weak at the knees that he could hardly leave his cell. The man led him down the corridor and a flight of steps to the visitor's room, which was barred like a cell. Through the grating Jurgis could see someone sitting in a chair, and as he came into the room the person started up, and he saw that it was little Stanislavus. At the sight of someone from home the big fellow nearly went to pieces. He had to steady himself by a chair, and he put his other hand to his forehead, as if to clear away a mist. "Well?" he said weakly. Little Stanislavus was also trembling, and all but too frightened to speak. They sent me to tell you," he said with a gulp. "Well?" Jurgis repeated. He followed the boy's glance to where the keeper was standing watching them. "Never mind that," Jurgis cried wildly. "How are they?" "Ona is very sick," Stanislaus said, "and we are almost starving. We can't get along. We thought you might be able to help us." Jurgis gripped the chair tighter. There were beads of perspiration on his forehead, and his hand shook. I can't help you," he said. "Ona lies in her room all day," the boy went on breathlessly. "She won't eat anything, and she cries all the time. She won't tell what is the matter, and she won't go to work at all. Then, a long time ago, the man came for the rent. He was very cross. He came again last week. He said he would turn us out of the house. And then Marija—" A sob choked Stanislaus, and he stopped. "What's the matter with Marija?" cried Jurgis. "She's cut her hand," said the boy. "She's cut it bad this time, worse than before. She can't work, and it's all turning green, and the company doctor says she may have to have it cut off. And Marija cries all the time. Her money is nearly all gone too, and we can't pay the rent and the interest on the house, and we have no coal and nothing more to eat, and the man at the store, he says—" The little fellow stopped again, beginning to whimper. "Go on," the other panted in frenzy. "Go on." I will," sobbed Stanislaus. "It's so cold all the time, and last Sunday it snowed again, a deep, deep snow, and I couldn't get to work." "God!" Jurgis half shouted, and he took a step toward the child. There was an old hatred between them because of the snow, ever since that dreadful morning when the boy had had his fingers frozen and Jurgis had to beat him to send him to work. Now he clenched his hands, looking as if he would try to break through the grating. "You little villain," he cried. "You didn't try." I did," wailed Stanislaus, shrinking from him in terror. "I tried all day, 2 days. Elzbieta was with me, and she couldn't either. We couldn't walk at all, it was so deep. And we had nothing to eat, and oh, it was so cold. I tried, and then the 3rd day, Ona went with me." "Ona?" "Yes, she tried to get to work too. She had to. We were all starving. But she had lost her place." Jurgis reeled and gave a gasp. "She went back to that place?" he screamed. "She tried to," said Stanislaus, gazing at him in perplexity. "Why not, Jurgis?" The man breathed hard, 3 or 4 times. "Go on," he panted finally. "I went with her," said Stanislaus, "but Miss Henderson wouldn't take her back. And Connor saw her and cursed her. He was still bandaged up." "Why did you hit him, Jurgis?" There was some fascinating mystery about this, the little fellow knew, but he could get no satisfaction. Jurgis could not speak. He could only stare, his eyes starting out. "She has been trying to get other work," the boy went on, "but she's so weak she can't keep up, and my boss would not take me back either. Ona says he knows Connor, and that's the reason. They've all got a grudge against us now, so I've got to go downtown and sell newspapers with the rest of the boys, and Kotrina." "Kotrina?" "Yes, she's been selling papers too. She does best because she's a girl, only the cold is so bad. It's terrible coming home at night, Jurgis. Sometimes they can't come home at all. I'm going to try to find them tonight and sleep where they do. It's so late and it's such a long ways home. I've had to walk, and I didn't know where it was. I don't know how to get back either. Only Mother said I must come because you would want to know, and maybe somebody would help your family when they had put you in jail so you couldn't work. And I walked all day to get here, and I only had the piece of bread for breakfast, Jurgis. Mother hasn't any work either because the sausage department is shut down, and she goes and begs at houses with the basket, and people give her food. Only she didn't get much yesterday. It was too cold for her fingers, and today she was crying." So little Stanislaus went on, sobbing as he talked, and Jurgis stood, gripping the table tightly, saying not a word, but feeling that his head would burst. It was like having weights piled upon him, one after another, crushing the life out of him. He struggled and fought within himself as if in some terrible nightmare, in which a man suffers an agony and cannot lift his hand nor cry out, but feels that he is going mad, that his brain is on fire. Just when it seemed to him that another turn of the screw would kill him, little Stanislaus stopped. "You cannot help us?" he said weakly. Jurgis shook his head. "They won't give you anything here?" He shook it again. "When are you coming out?" 3 weeks yet," Jurgis answered. And the boy gazed around him uncertainly. "Then I might as well go," he said. Jurgis nodded. Then, suddenly, recollecting, he put his hand into his pocket and drew it out, shaking. "Here," he said, holding out the 14 cents. "Take this to them." And Stanislovich took it, and after a little more hesitation, started for the door. "Goodbye, Jurgis," he said, and the other noticed that he walked unsteadily as he passed out of sight. For a minute or so, Jurgis stood clinging to his chair, reeling and swaying. Then the keeper touched him on the arm, and he turned and went back to breaking stone. The end of Chapter 17, read by Rick Kistner for Lit to Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu. The Jungle by Upton Sinclair. Chapter 24. In the face of all his handicaps, Jurgis was obliged to make the price of a lodging and of a drink every hour or two under penalty of freezing to death. Day after day he roamed about in the Arctic cold, his soul filled full of bitterness and despair. He saw the world of civilization then more plainly than ever he had seen it before, a world in which nothing counted but brutal might, an order devised by those who possessed it for the subjugation of those who did not. He was one of the latter, and all outdoors, all life, was to him one colossal prison, which he paced like a pent-up tiger, trying one bar after another, and finding them all beyond his power. He had lost in the fierce battle of greed, and so was doomed to be exterminated, and all society was busied to see that he did not escape the sentence. Everywhere that he turned were prison bars, and hostile eyes following him, the well-fed, sleek policemen from whose glances he shrank, and who seemed to grip their clubs more tightly when they saw him, the saloon-keepers who never ceased to watch him while he was in their places, who were jealous of every moment he lingered after he had paid his money, the hurrying throngs upon the streets who were deaf to his entreaties, oblivious of his very existence, and savage and contemptuous when he forced himself upon them. They had their own affairs, and there was no place for him among them. There was no place for him anywhere. Every direction he turned his gaze, this fact was forced upon him. Everything was built to express it to him. The residences with their heavy walls and bolted doors, and basement windows barred with iron, the great warehouses filled with the products of the whole world and guarded by iron shutters and heavy gates, the banks with their unthinkable billions of wealth all buried in safes and vaults of steel. And then one day there befell Jurgis the one adventure of his life. It was late at night, and he had failed to get the price of a lodging. Snow was falling, and he had been out so long that he was covered with it, and was chilled to the bone. He was working among the theatre crowds, flitting here and there, taking large chances with the police, in his desperation, half hoping to be arrested. When he saw a bluecoat start toward him, however, his heart failed him, and he dashed down a side street and fled a couple of blocks. When he stopped again, he saw a man coming toward him, and placed himself in his path. "Please, sir," he began in the usual formula, "will you give me the price of a lodging? I've had a broken arm and I can't work, and I've got not a cent in my pocket. I'm an honest working man, sir, and I never begged before. It's not my fault, sir." Jurgis usually went on until he was interrupted, but this man did not interrupt, and so at last he came to a breathless stop. The other had halted, and Jurgis suddenly noticed that he stood a little unsteadily. "Was that you say?" he queried suddenly in a thick voice. Jurgis began again, speaking more slowly and distinctly. Before he was half through, the other put out his hand and rested it upon his shoulder. "Poor old chappie," he said. "Been up against it, eh?" Then he lurched towards Jurgis, and the hand upon his shoulder became an arm about his neck. "Up against it myself, old sport," he said. "She's a hard old world." They were close to a lamp-post, and Jurgis caught a glimpse of the other. He was a young fellow, not much over 18, with a handsome boyish face. He wore a silk hat and a rich, soft overcoat with a fur collar, and he smiled at Jurgis with benignant sympathy. "I'm hard up too, my good friend," he said. "I've got cruel parents, or I'd set you up. What's the matter with you?" "I've been to the hospital." "Hospital!" exclaimed the young fellow, still smiling sweetly. "Well, that's too bad. Same's my Aunt Polly. My Aunt Polly's in the hospital, too. Old Auntie's been having twins. What's the matter with you?" I've got a broken arm, Jurgis began. So, said the other sympathetically. That ain't so bad. You get over that. I wish somebody'd break my arm. Old chappie, damn if I don't. Then they'd treat me better. Hold me up, old sport. What's it you want me to do? I'm hungry, sir, said Jurgis. Hungry? Why don't you have some supper? I've got no money, sir. No money? Well, let's be chums, old boy. Just like me. No money either. Almost busted. Well, why don't you go home then, same as me? I haven't any home, said Jurgis. No home? Stranger in the city, eh? Good God, that's bad. Better come home with me. Yep, by Harry, that's the trick. You'll come home and have some supper. with me. Yeah, awful lonesome, nobody home. Governor gone abroad. Bubby's on honeymoon. Polly's having twins. Every damn soul gone away. Nothing... enough to drive a fellow to drink, I say. Only old Ham's standing by, passing plates. Damn if I can eat that like that. No, sir. To come for me every time, my boy, I say. But then they won't let me sleep there. Governor's orders. By Harry, home every night, sir. Ever hear anything like that? Every morning, do I ask him? No, sir, every night. No allowance at all, sir. That's my governor. Nice as nails, by Harry. Told old Ham to watch me, too. Servants spying on me. What did you think of that, my friend? A nice, quiet, good-hearted young fella like me and his daddy can't go to Europe and leave him in peace. Ain't that a shame, sir? And I gotta go home every evening and miss all the fun, by Harry. That's what's the matter now. That's why I'm here. Had to come away and leave Kitty. Left her crying, too. What'd you think of that, old sport? Let me go, kittens, says I. Come early and often. I go where duty calls me. Farewell, farewell, my own true love. Farewell, farewell, my own true love. This last was a song, and the young gentleman's voice rose mournful and wailing while he swung upon Jurgis's neck. The latter was glancing about nervously lest someone should approach. They were still alone, however. But I came all right, continued the youngster aggressively. I can have my own way when I want it, by Harry. Freddie Jones is a hard man to handle when he gets going. No, sir, says I, by thunder, and I don't need anybody going home with me either. Who'd you take me for, eh? You think I'm drunk, don't you, huh? I know you, but I'm no more drunk than you are, kittens, says I to her. And then says she, that's true, Freddie dear. She's a smart one, Kitty. But I'm staying in the flat, and you're going out into the cold, cold night. Put it in a poem, lovely Kitty, says I. No joking, Freddie, my boy, says she. Let me call a cab now, like good dear. But I can call my own cabs, don't you fool yourself. And I know what I'm doing, you bet. Say, my friend, what'd you say? Will you come home and see me and have some supper? Come along like a good fella. Don't be haughty. You're up against it same as me, and you can understand a fella. Your heart's in the right place, by hey. Come along, old chappie. We'll light up the house. We'll have some fizz. And we'll raise hell, we will. So long. I'm inside the house. I can do as I please. The governor's own very orders, b'God. Hip, hip. They had started down the street, arm in arm, the young man pushing Jurgis along, half dazed. Jurgis was trying to think what to do. He knew he could not pass any crowded place with his new acquaintance without attracting attention and being stopped. It was only because of the falling snow that people who passed here did not notice anything wrong. Suddenly, therefore, Jurgis stopped. Is it very far? He inquired. Not very, said the other. Tired, are you? Well, we'll ride. What you say? Good. Call a cab. And then, gripping Jurgis tight with one hand, the young fellow began searching his pockets with the other. You call, old sport, and I'll pay, he suggested. How's that, eh? And he pulled out from somewhere a big roll of bills. It was more money than Jurgis had ever seen in his life before, and he stared at it with startled eyes. Looks like a lot, eh? said Master Freddy, fumbling with it. "Fool you, though, old chappie. They're all little ones. I'll be busted in 1 week more. Sure thing. Word of honor, and not a cent more till the first governor's orders, eh? Not a cent, by Harry. Enough to set a feller crazy, it is. I sent him a cable this afternoon. That's one reason more why I'm going home. Hanging on the verge of starvation, I says, for the honor of the family. Send me some bread. Hunger will compel me to join you, Freddy." That's what I wired him, by Harry, and I mean it. I'll run away from school, b'God, if you don't send me some. After this fashion, the young gentleman continued to prattle on, and meantime Jurgis was trembling with excitement. He might grab that wad of bills and be out of sight in the darkness before the other could collect his wits. Should he do it? What better had he to hope for if he waited longer? But Jurgis had never committed a crime in his life, and now he hesitated half a second too long. Freddy got one bill loose and then stuffed the rest back into his trousers pocket. "Here, old man," he said. "You take it." He held it out fluttering. They were in front of a saloon, and by the light of the window, Jurgis saw that it was a $100 bill. "You take it," the other repeated. "Pay the cabbie and keep the change. I've got no head for business. The governor says so himself, and the governor knows. The governor's got a head for business, you bet." "All right, Governor," I told him. "You run the show, and I'll take the tickets." And so he set Aunt Polly to watch me. And now Polly's off in the hospital having twins, and me out raising Cain. Hello there. Call him. A cab was driving by, and Jurgis sprang and called, and it swung round to the curb. Master Freddy clambered in with some difficulty, and Jurgis had started to follow when the driver shouted, "Hi there! Get out, you!" Jurgis hesitated and was half obeying, but his companion broke out, What's the matter with you, eh?" And the cabbie subsided, and Jurgis climbed in. Then Freddy gave a number on the Lakeshore Drive, and the carriage started away. The youngster leaned back and snuggled up to Jurgis, murmuring contentedly. In half a minute he was sound asleep. Jurgis sat shivering, speculating as to whether he might not still be able to get hold of the roll of bills. He was afraid to try to go through his companion's pockets, however, and besides, the cabbie might be on the watch. He had the 100 safe, and he would have to be content with that. At the end of half an hour or so, the cab stopped. They were out on the waterfront, and from the east a freezing gale was blowing off the ice-bound lake. "Here we are," called the cabbie, and Jurgis awakened his companion. Master Freddy sat up with a start. "Hello?" he said. "Where are we? What's it? Who are you, eh? Oh, hey, sure enough, most forgot you. Old chappie, home are we? Let's see. Oh, it's cold, yeah. Come along, we're home, it being ever so humble." Before them there loomed an enormous granite pile set far back from the street, and occupying a whole block. By the light of the driveway lamps, Jurgis could see that it had towers and huge gables like a medieval castle. He thought that the young fellow must have made a mistake. It was inconceivable to him that any person could have a home like a hotel or the city hall. But he followed in silence, and they went up the long flight of steps, arm in arm. "There's a button here, old sport," said Master Freddy. "Hold my arm while I find it. Steady. Now. Oh, yeah. Here she is. Saved." A bell rang, and in a few seconds the door was opened. A man in blue livery stood holding it, and gazing before him, silent as a statue. They stood for a moment, blinking in the light. Then Jurgis felt his companion pulling, and he stepped in, and the blue automaton closed the door. Jurgis's heart was beating wildly. It was a bold thing for him to do. Into what strange, unearthly place he was venturing he had no idea. Aladdin entering his cave could not have been more excited. The place where he stood was dimly lighted, but he could see a vast hall with pillars fading into the darkness above, and a great staircase opening at the far end of it. The floor was of tessellated marble, smooth as glass, and from the walls strange shapes loomed out, woven into huge portieres in rich, harmonious colors, or gleaming from paintings, wonderful and mysterious-looking in the half-light, purple and red and golden, like sunset glimmers in a shadowy forest. The man in livery had moved silently toward them. Master Freddy took off his hat and handed it to him, and then, letting go of Jurgis's arm, tried to get out of his overcoat. After 2 or 3 attempts, he accomplished this with the lackey's help, and meantime a second man had approached, a tall and portly personage, solemn as an executioner. He bore straight down upon Jurgis, who shrank away nervously. He seized him by the arm without a word, and started toward the door with him. Then suddenly came Master Freddy's voice. "Hamilton, my friend will remain with me." The man paused and half released Jurgis. "Come along, old chappie," said the other, and Jurgis started toward him. "Master Frederick," exclaimed the man. "See that the cabby is paid," was the other's response, and he linked his arm in Jurgis's. Jurgis was about to say, "I have the money for him," but he restrained himself. The stout man in uniform signaled to the other, who went out to the cab, while he followed Jurgis and his young master. They went down the great hall and then turned. Before them were 2 huge doors. "Hamilton," said Master Freddy. "Well, sir," said the other. "What's the matter? What's the dining-room doors?" "Nothing is the matter, sir." "Why don't you open them?" The man rolled them back. Another vista lost itself in the darkness. "Lights!" commanded Master Freddy, and the butler pressed a button, and a flood of brilliant incandescence streamed from above, half blinding Jurgis. He stared, and little by little he made out the great apartment, with a domed ceiling from which the light poured, and walls that were one enormous painting, nymphs and dryads dancing in a flower-strewn glade, Diana with her hounds and horses dashing headlong through a mountain streamlet, a group of maidens bathing in a forest pool, all life-size and so real that Jurgis thought that it was some work of enchantment, that he was in a dream palace. Then his eye passed to the long table in the center of the hall, a table black as ebony and gleaming with wrought silver and gold. In the center of it was a huge carven bowl with the glistening gleam of ferns and the red and purple of rare orchids glowing from a light hidden somewhere in their midst. "This is the dining room," observed Master Freddy. "How you like it, old sport?" He always insisted on having an answer to his remarks, leaning over Jurgis and smiling into his face. Jurgis liked it. "Rummy old place to feed in all alone, though," was Freddy's comment. "Roomy as hell. What'd you think, eh?" Then another idea occurred to him, and he went on without waiting. "Maybe you never saw anything like this before, old chappie?" "No," said Jurgis. "Come from a country, maybe, huh?" "Yes," said Jurgis. I thought so. Lots of folks from country never saw such place. Governor brings 'em free show, regular circus. Go home, tell folks about it. Old man's lonesome place. Loans the Packer Beef Trust man. Made it all out of hogs, too. Damn old scoundrel. Now we see where our pennies go. Rebates and private car lines. By Harry. Bully place, though. Worth seeing. Ever heard of Jones the Packer, old chappie? Jurgis had started involuntarily. The other, whose sharp eyes missed nothing, demanded, "What's the matter, eh? You heard of him?" And Jurgis managed to stammer out, "I have worked for him in the yards." "What?" cried Master Freddy with a yell. "You? In the yards? Why, say, that's good. Shake hands on it, old man, by Harry. Governor ought to be here. Glad to see you. Great friends with the men, Governor. Labor and capital community interests and all that. Funny things happen in this world, don't they, old man? Hamilton, let me introduce you to a friend of the family, old friend. The governor's works in the yards. Come to spend the night with me, Hamilton. Have a hot time. Me friend, Mr. What's your name, old chappie? Tell us your name. Rudkis, Jurgis Rudkis. My friend, Mr. Rednose, Hamilton. Shake hands. The stately butler bowed his head, but made not a sound. And suddenly Master Freddy pointed an eager finger at him. "I know what's the matter with you, Hamilton. Lay you $1, I know. You think... you think I'm drunk, now?" And the butler again bowed his head. "Yes, sir. he said, at which Master Freddy hung tightly upon Jurgis's neck and went into a fit of laughter.
"Hamilton, you damn old scoundrel," he roared. "I'll charge you for impudence. You see if I don't. I'm drunk."
The two waited until his fit had spent itself to see what new whim would seize him.
"What you want to do?" he queried suddenly. "Want to see the place, old Sappy? Want me to play the governor? Show you around? State parlors, Louis cans, Louis XVI chairs cost $3,000 apiece. Tea room, Mary Antoinette pictures of shepherds dancing rice deer, $23,000. Ballroom balcony pillars, imported. Special ship, $68,000. Ceiling painted in Rome. What's that fella's name? Hamilton? Tony, Macaroni, then this place, Silver Bowl, Benvenuto Cellini, Romeo Dago, and the organ, $37,000, sir. Start her up, Hamilton. Let Mr. Rednose hear it. No, never mind. Clean forgot. Says he's hungry. Hamilton, let's have some supper. Only, don't let's have it here. Come up to my place, old sport, nice and cozy. This way. Steady now. Don't slip on the floor. Hamilton will have a cold spread and some fizz. Don't leave out the fizz, by Harry. We'll have some of the 1830 Madeira. You hear me, sir?
Yes, sir, said the butler. But, Master Frederick, your father left orders. And Master Frederick drew himself up to a stately height.
My father's orders were left to me, and not to you, he said.
Then, clasping Jurgis tightly by the neck, he staggered out of the room. On the way, another idea occurred to him, and he asked, "Any cable message for me, Hamilton?" "No, sir," said the butler. "Governor must be travelling. How's the twins, Hamilton?" "They're doing well, sir." "Good," said Master Freddy, and added fervently, "God bless 'em, the little lambs." They went up the great staircase one step at a time. At the top of it there gleamed at them out of the shadows the figure of a nymph crouching by a fountain, a figure ravishingly beautiful, the flesh warm and glowing with the hues of life. Above was a huge court with domed roof, the various apartments opening into it. The butler had paused below but a few minutes to give orders, and then followed them. Now he pressed a button, and the hall blazed with light. He opened a door before them, and then pressed another button as they staggered into the apartment. It was fitted up as a study. In the center was a mahogany table covered with books and smokers' implements. The walls were decorated with college trophies and colors, flags, posters, photographs, and knickknacks, tennis rackets, canoe paddles, golf clubs, and polo sticks. An enormous moose head with horns 6 feet across faced a buffalo head on the opposite wall, while bear and tiger skins covered the polished floor. There were lounging chairs and sofas, window seats covered with soft cushions of fantastic designs. There was one corner fitted in Persian fashion with a huge canopy and a jeweled lamp beneath. Beyond, a door opened upon a bedroom, and beyond that was a swimming pool of the purest marble that had cost about $40,000. Master Freddy stood for a moment or two, gazing about him. Then, out of the next room, a dog emerged, a monstrous bulldog, the most hideous object that Jurgis had ever laid eyes upon. He yawned, opening a mouth like a dragon's, and he came toward the young man, wagging his tail. "Hello, Dewey," cried his master. "Been having a snooze, old boy?" Well, hello there. What's the matter?" The dog was snarling at Jurgis. "Why, Dewey, this is my friend, Mr. Rednose, old friend the governor's. Mr. Rednose, Admiral Dewey. Shake hands." Ain't he a daisy, though? Blue ribbon at the New York show, 8,500 at a clip. How's that, huh?" The speaker sank into one of the big armchairs, and Admiral Dewey crouched beneath it. He did not snarl again, but he never took his eyes off Jurgis. He was perfectly sober, was the Admiral. The butler had closed the door, and he stood by it, watching Jurgis every second. Now there came footsteps outside, and as he opened the door, a man in livery entered, carrying a folding table, and behind him 2 men with covered trays. They stood like statues while the first spread the table and set out the contents of the trays upon it.
There were cold pâtés and thin slices of meat, tiny bread and butter sandwiches with the crust cut off, a bowl of sliced peaches and cream, in January, little fancy cakes, pink and green and yellow and white, and half a dozen ice-cold bottles of wine. "That's the stuff for you," cried Master Freddy, exultantly, as he spied them. "Come along, old chappie, move up." And he seated himself at the table. The waiter pulled a cork, and he took the bottle and poured 3 glasses of its contents in succession down his throat. Then he gave a long-drawn sigh and cried again to Jurgis to seat himself. The butler held the chair at the opposite side of the table, and Jurgis thought it was to keep him out of it, but finally he understood that it was the other's intention to put it under him, and so he sat down, cautiously and mistrustingly. Master Freddy perceived that the attendants embarrassed him, and he remarked with a nod to them, "You may go." They all went, all save the butler. "You may go too, Hamilton," he said. "Master Frederick," the man began. "Go!" cried the youngster angrily. "Damn you, don't you hear me?" The man went out and closed the door. Jurgis, who was as sharp as he, observed that he took the key out of the lock in order that he might peer through the keyhole. Master Frederick turned to the table again. "Now," he said, "go for it." Jurgis gazed at him doubtingly. "Eat!" cried the other. "Pile in, old chappie." "Don't you want anything?" Jurgis asked. "Ain't hungry," was the reply. "Only thirsty. Kitty and me had some candy." "You go on." So, Jurgis began without further parley. He ate as with 2 shovels, his fork in one hand and his knife in the other. When he got once started, his wolf hunger got the better of him, and he did not stop for breath until he had cleared every plate. "Gee whiz," said the other, who had been watching him in wonder. Then he held Jurgis the bottle. "Let's see you drink now," he said. And Jurgis took the bottle and turned it up to his mouth, and a wonderfully unearthly liquid ecstasy poured down his throat, tickling every nerve of him, thrilling him with joy. He drank the very last drop of it, and then he gave vent to a long-drawn "Ah." "Good stuff, eh?" said Freddy, sympathetically. He had leaned back in the big chair, putting his arm behind his head and gazing at Jurgis. And Jurgis gazed back at him. He was clad in spotless evening dress, was Freddy, and looked very handsome. He was a beautiful boy, with light golden hair and the head of an Antinous. He smiled at Jurgis confidingly, and then started talking again with his blissful insouciance. This time he talked for 10 minutes at a stretch, and in the course of the speech he told Jurgis all of his family history. His big brother Charlie was in love with the guileless maiden who played the part of Little Bright Eyes in the Caliph of Kamskatka. He had been on the verge of marrying her once, only the governor had sworn to disinherit him and had presented him with a sum that would stagger the imagination, and that had staggered the virtue of Little Bright Eyes. Now Charlie had got leave from college and had gone away in his automobile on the next best thing to a honeymoon. The governor had made threats to disinherit another of his children also, Sister Gwendolen, who had married an Italian marquis with a string of titles and a dueling record. They lived in his chateau, or rather had, until he had taken to firing the breakfast dishes at her. Then she had cabled for help, and the old gentleman had gone over to find out what were his grace's terms. So they had left Freddy all alone, and he with less than $2,000 in his pocket. Freddy was up in arms and meant serious business, as they would find in the end. If there was no other way of bringing them to terms, he would have his kittens wire that she was about to marry him, and see what happened then. So the cheerful youngster rattled on until he was tired out. He smiled his sweetest smile at Jurgis, and then he closed his eyes sleepily. Then he opened them again, and smiled once more, and finally closed them and forgot to open them. For several minutes Jurgis sat perfectly motionless, watching him, and reveling in the strange sensation of the champagne. Once he stirred, and the dog growled. After that he sat almost holding his breath, until after a while the door of the room opened softly, and the butler came in. He walked toward Jurgis upon tiptoe, scowling at him, and Jurgis rose up and retreated, scowling back. So until he was against the wall, and then the butler came close and pointed toward the door. "Get out of here," he whispered. Jurgis hesitated, giving a glance at Freddy, who was snoring softly. "If you do, you son of a—" hissed the butler. "I'll mash in your face for you before you get out of here." And Jurgis wavered but an instant more.
He saw Admiral Dewey coming up behind the man and growling softly to back up his threats. Then he surrendered and started toward the door. They went out without a sound and down the great echoing staircase and through the dark hall. At the front door he paused, and the butler strode close to him. "Hold up your hands," he snarled. Jurgis took a step back, clenching his one-well fist. "What for?" he cried, and then, understanding that the fellow proposed to search him, he answered, "I'll see you in hell first." "Do you want to go to jail?" demanded the butler menacingly. "I'll have the police." "Have 'em!" roared Jurgis with fierce passion. "But you won't put your hands on me till you do. I haven't touched anything in your damned house, and I'll not have you touch me." So the butler, who was terrified lest his young master should waken, stepped suddenly to the door and opened it. "Get out of here," he said, and then, as Jurgis passed through the opening, he gave him a ferocious kick that sent him down the great stone steps at a run and landed him sprawling in the snow at the bottom. The end of Chapter 24. Read by Rick Kistner for Lit to Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu. The Jungle by Upton Sinclair. Chapter 25. Jurgis got up, wild with rage, but the door was shut, and the great castle was dark and impregnable. Then the icy teeth of the blast bit into him, and he turned and went away at a run. When he stopped again, it was because he was coming to frequented streets and did not wish to attract attention. In spite of that last humiliation, his heart was thumping fast with triumph. He had come out ahead on that deal. He put his hand into his trousers pocket every now and then to make sure that the precious $100 bill was still there. Yet he was in a plight, a curious and even dreadful plight when he came to realize it. He had not a single cent but that one bill, and he had to find some shelter that night, so he had to change it. Jurgis spent half an hour walking and debating the problem. There was no one he could go to for help. He had to manage it all alone. To get it changed in a lodging house would be to take his life in his hands. He would almost certainly be robbed and perhaps murdered before morning. He might go to some hotel or railroad depot and ask to have it changed, but what would they think, seeing a bum like him with $100? He would probably be arrested if he tried it, and what story could he tell? On the morrow, Freddie Jones would discover his loss, and there would be a hunt for him, and he would lose his money. The only other plan he could think of was to try in a saloon. He might pay them to change it, if it could not be done otherwise. He began peering into places as he walked. He passed several as being too crowded. Then, finally, chancing upon one where the bartender was all alone, he gripped his hands in sudden resolution and went in. "Can you change me a $100 bill?" he demanded. The bartender was a big, husky fellow with the jaw of a prize fighter and a 3-week stubble of hair upon it. He stared at Jurgis. "What's that you say?" he demanded. "I said, could you change me a $100 bill?" "Where'd you get it?" he inquired incredulously. "Never mind," said Jurgis. "I've got it, and I want it changed. I'll pay you if you'll do it." The other stared at him hard. "Let me see it," he said. "Will you change it?" Jurgis demanded, gripping it tightly in his pocket. "How the hell can I know if it's good or not?" retorted the bartender. "What'd you take me for, eh?" Then Jurgis slowly and warily approached him. He took out the bill and fumbled it for a moment, while the man stared at him with hostile eyes across the counter. Then finally he handed it over. The other took it and began to examine it. He smoothed it between his fingers and held it up to the light. He turned it over and upside down and edgeways. It was new and rather stiff, and that made him dubious. Jurgis was watching him like a cat all the time. "Huh," he said finally, and gazed at the stranger, sizing him up, a ragged, ill-smelling tramp with no overcoat and one arm in a sling and a $100 bill. "Want to buy anything?" he demanded. "Yes," said Jurgis. "I'll take a glass of beer." "All right," said the other. "I'll change it." And he put the bill in his pocket and poured Jurgis out a glass of beer and set it on the counter. Then he turned to the cash register and punched up 5 cents and began to pull money out of the drawer. Finally, he faced Jurgis, counting it out. 2 dimes, a quarter, and 50 cents. "There," he said. For a second, Jurgis waited, expecting to see him turn again. "My $99, he said. "What $99? demanded the bartender. "My change," he cried. "The rest of my 100. "Go on,"
said the bartender. "You're nutty." And Jurgis stared at him with wild eyes. For an instant, horror reigned in him, black, paralyzing, awful horror clutching him at the heart. And then came rage in surging, blinding floods. He screamed aloud, seized the glass, and hurled it at the other's head. The man ducked, and it missed him by half an inch. He rose again and faced Jurgis, who was vaulting over the bar with his one well arm, and dealt him a smashing blow in the face, hurling him backwards upon the floor. Then, as Jurgis scrambled to his feet again and started round the counter after him, he shouted at the top of his voice, "Help! Help!" Jurgis seized a bottle off the counter as he ran, and as the bartender made a leap, he hurled the missile at him with all his force. It just grazed his head and shivered into 1,000 pieces against the post of the door. Then Jurgis started back, rushing at the man again in the middle of the room. This time, in his blind frenzy, he came without a bottle, and that was all the bartender wanted. He met him halfway and floored him with a sledgehammer drive between the eyes. An instant later, the screen doors flew open, and 2 men rushed in, just as Jurgis was getting to his feet again, foaming at the mouth with rage, and trying to tear his broken arm out of its bandages. "Look out!" shouted the bartender. "He's got a knife!" Then, seeing that the 2 were disposed to join the fray, he made another rush at Jurgis and knocked aside his feeble defense and sent him tumbling again, and the 3 flung themselves upon him, rolling and kicking about the place. A second later, a policeman dashed in, and the bartender yelled once more, "Look out for his knife!" Jurgis had fought himself half to his knees when the policeman made a leap at him and cracked him across the face with his club. Though the blow staggered him, the wild beast frenzy still blazed in him, and he got to his feet, lunging into the air. Then again the club descended, full upon his head, and he dropped like a log to the floor. The policeman crouched over him, clutching his stick, waiting for him to try to rise again, and meantime the bartender got up and put his hand to his head. "Christ," he said, "I thought I was done for that time. Did he cut me?" "Don't see anything, Jake," said the policeman. "What's the matter with him?" "Just crazy drunk," said the other. "A lame duck, too. But he most caught me under the bar. You also had better call the wagon, Billy." "No," said the officer. "He's got no more fight in him, I guess, and he's only got a block to go." He twisted his hand in Jurgis's collar and jerked at him. "Get up here," he commanded. But Jurgis did not move, and the bartender went behind the bar, and after stowing the $100 bill away in a safe hiding place, came and poured a glass of water over Jurgis. Then, as the latter began to moan feebly, the policeman got him to his feet and dragged him out of the place. The station house was just around the corner, and so in a few minutes Jurgis was in a cell. He spent half the night lying unconscious, and the balance moaning in torment with a blinding headache and a racking thirst. Now and then he cried aloud for a drink of water, but there was no one to hear him. There were others in that same station house with split heads and a fever. There were hundreds of them in the great city, and tens of thousands of them in the great land, and there was no one to hear any of them. In the morning, Jurgis was given a cup of water and a piece of bread, and then hustled into a patrol wagon and driven to the nearest police court. He sat in the pen with a score of others until his turn came. The bartender, who proved to be a well-known bruiser, was called to the stand. He took the oath and told his story. The prisoner had come into his saloon after midnight, fighting drunk, and had ordered a glass of beer and tendered a $1 bill in payment. He had been given 95 cents change and had demanded $99 more, and before the plaintiff could even answer, had hurled the glass at him and then attacked him with a bottle of bitters and nearly wrecked the place. Then the prisoner was sworn, a forlorn object, haggard and unshorn, with an arm done up in a filthy bandage, a cheek and head cut and bloody, and one eye purplish-black and entirely closed. "What have you to say for yourself?" queried the magistrate. "Your Honor," said Jurgis, "I went into his place and asked the man if he could change me a $100 bill, and he said he would if I bought a drink. I gave him the bill, and then he wouldn't give me the change." The magistrate was staring at him in perplexity. "You gave him a $100 bill?" he exclaimed. "Yes, Your Honor," said Jurgis. "Where did you get it?" "A man gave it to me, Your Honor." "A man? What man, and what for?" "A young man I met upon the street, Your Honor. I had been begging." There was a titter in the courtroom. The officer who was holding Jurgis put up his hand to hide a smile, and the magistrate smiled without trying to hide it. "It's true, Your Honor," cried Jurgis passionately. "You had been drinking as well as begging last night, had you not?" inquired the magistrate. "No, Your Honor," protested Jurgis. You had not had anything to drink?" "Why, yes, Your Honor, I had—" "What did you have?" "I had a bottle of something. I don't know what it was something that burned." There was again a laugh round the courtroom, stopping suddenly as the magistrate looked up and frowned. "Have you ever been arrested before?" he asked abruptly. The question took Jurgis aback. I, he stammered. "Tell me the truth now," commanded the other sternly. "Yes, Your Honor," said Jurgis. "How often?" "Only once, Your Honor." "What for?" "For knocking down my boss, Your Honor. I was working in the stockyards, and he—" "I see," said His Honor. "I guess that will do. You ought to stop drinking if you can't control yourself. 10 days in costs. Next case." Jurgis gave vent to a cry of dismay, cut off suddenly by the policeman who seized him by the collar. He was jerked out of the way into a room with the convicted prisoners, where he sat and wept like a child in his impotent rage. It seemed monstrous to him that policemen and judges should esteem his word as nothing in comparison with the bartenders. Poor Jurgis could not know that the owner of the saloon paid $5 each week to the policeman alone for Sunday privileges and general favors, nor that the pugilist bartender was one of the most trusted henchmen of the Democratic leader of the district, and had helped only a few months before to hustle out a record-breaking vote as a testimonial to the magistrate who had been made the target of odious kid-gloved reformers. Jurgis was driven out to the bridewell for the second time. In his tumbling around he had hurt his arm again, and so could not work, but had to be attended by the physician. Also his head and his eye had to be tied up, and so he was a pretty-looking object when, the second day after his arrival, he went out into the exercise yard and encountered Jack Duane. The young fellow was so glad to see Jurgis that he almost hugged him. "By God, if it isn't the stinker!" he cried. "And what is it? Have you been through a sausage machine?" "No," said Jurgis, "but I've been in a railroad wreck and a fight." And then, while some of the other prisoners gathered round, he told his wild story. Most of them were incredulous, but Duane knew that Jurgis could never have made up such a yarn as that. "Hard luck, old man," he said when they were alone, "but maybe it's taught you a lesson." "I've learned some things since I last saw you," said Jurgis mournfully. Then he explained how he had spent the last summer hoboing it, as the phrase was. "And you?" he asked finally. "Have you been here ever since?" "Lord, no," said the other. "I only came in the day before yesterday. It's the second time they've sent me up on a trumped-up charge. I've had hard luck and can't pay them what they want. Why don't you quit Chicago with me, Jurgis?" "I've no place to go," said Jurgis sadly. "Neither have I," replied the other, laughing lightly. "But we'll wait till we get out and see." In the bridewell, Jurgis met few who had been there the last time, but he met scores of others, old and young, of exactly the same sort. It was like breakers upon a beach. There was new water, but the wave looked just the same. He strolled about and talked with them, and the biggest of them told tales of their prowess, while those who were weaker or younger and inexperienced gathered round and listened in admiring silence. The last time he was there, Jurgis had thought of little but his family. But now he was free to listen to these men and to realize that he was one of them, that their point of view was his point of view, and that the way they kept themselves alive in the world was the way he meant to do it in the future. And so, when he was turned out of prison again without a penny in his pocket, he went straight to Jack Duane. He went full of humility and gratitude, for Duane was a gentleman and a man with a profession, and it was remarkable that he should be willing to throw in his lot with a humble working man, one who had even been a beggar and a tramp. Jurgis could not see what help he could be to him, but he did not understand that a man like himself, who could be trusted to stand by anyone who was kind to him, was as rare among criminals as among any other class of men. The address Jurgis had was a garret room in the ghetto district, the home of a pretty little French girl, Duane's mistress, who sewed all day and eked out her living by prostitution. He had gone elsewhere, she told Jurgis. He was afraid to stay there now on account of the police. The new address was a cellar dive, whose proprietor said that he had never heard of Duane. But after he had put Jurgis through a catechism, he showed him a back stairs which led to a fence in the rear of a pawnbroker shop, and thence to a number of assignation rooms, in one of which Duane was hiding. Duane was glad to see him. He was without a cent of money, he said, and had been waiting for Jurgis to help him get some. He explained his plan. In fact, he spent the day in laying bare to his friend the criminal world of the city, and in showing him how he might earn himself a living in it. That winter he would have a hard time on account of his arm and because of an unwanted fit of activity of the police, but so long as he was unknown to them, he would be safe if he were careful.
Here at Papa Hansen's, so they called the old man who kept the dive, he might rest at ease, for Papa Hansen was square, would stand by him so long as he paid, and gave him an hour's notice if there was to be a police raid. Also Rosensteg, the pawnbroker, would buy anything he had for a third of its value, and guaranteed to keep it hidden for a year. There was an oil stove in the little cupboard of a room, and they had some supper. And then about 11 o'clock at night they sallied forth together by a rear entrance to the place, Duane armed with a slingshot. They came to a residence district, and he sprang up a lamppost and blew out the light, and then the two dodged into the shelter of an area step and hid in silence. Pretty soon a man came by, a working man, and they let him go. Then, after a long interval, came the heavy tread of a policeman, and they held their breath till he was gone. Though half frozen, they waited a full quarter of an hour after that, and then again came footsteps, walking briskly. Duane nudged Jurgis, and the instant the man had passed, they rose up. Duane stole out as silently as a shadow, and a second later Jurgis heard a thud and a stifled cry. He was only a couple of feet behind, and he leaped to stop the man's mouth, while Duane held him fast by the arms as they had agreed. But the man was limp and showed a tendency to fall, and so Jurgis had only to hold him by the collar while the other, with swift fingers, went through his pockets, ripping open first his overcoat, and then his coat, and then his vest, searching inside and outside, and transferring the contents into his own pockets. At last, after feeling of the man's fingers and in his necktie, Duane whispered, "That's all," and they dragged him to the area and dropped him in. Then Jurgis went one way, and his friend the other, walking briskly. The latter arrived first, and Jurgis found him examining the swag. There was a gold watch for one thing, with a chain and locket. There was a silver pencil, and a matchbox, and a handful of small change, and finally a card case. This last Duane opened feverishly. There were letters and checks, and 2 theater tickets, and at last, in the back part, a wad of bills. He counted them. There was a 20, 5 10s, 4 5s, and 3 1s. Duane drew a long breath. "That lets us out," he said. After further examination, they burned the card case and its contents, all but the bills, and likewise the picture of a little girl in the locket. Then Duane took the watch and trinkets downstairs and came back with $16. "The old scoundrel said the case was filled," he said. "It's a lie, but he knows I want the money." They divided up the spoils, and Jurgis got as his share $55 and some change. He protested that it was too much, but the other had agreed to divide even. That was a good haul, he said, better than average. When they got up in the morning, Jurgis was sent out to buy a paper. One of the pleasures of committing a crime was the reading about it afterward. "I had a pal that always did it," Duane remarked, laughing, until one day he read that he had left $3,000 in a lower inside pocket of his party's vest. There was a half-column account of the robbery. It was evident that a gang was operating in the neighborhood, said the paper, for it was the third within a week, and the police were apparently powerless. The victim was an insurance agent, and he had lost $110 that did not belong to him. He had chanced to have his name marked on his shirt, otherwise he would not have been identified yet. His assailant had hit him too hard, and he was suffering from concussion of the brain. And also he had been half frozen when found, and would lose 3 fingers on his right hand. The enterprising newspaper reporter had taken all this information to his family and told how they received it. Since it was Jurgis's first experience, these details naturally caused him some worriment. But the other laughed coolly. It was the way of the game, and there was no helping it. Before long, Jurgis would think no more of it than they did in the yards of knocking out a bullock. "It's a case of us or the other fellow, and I say the other fellow every time," he observed. "Still," said Jurgis reflectively, "he never did us any harm." "He was doing it to somebody as hard as he could, you can be sure of that," said his friend. Duane had already explained to Jurgis that if a man of their trade were known, he would have to work all the time to satisfy the demands of the police. Therefore, it would be better for Jurgis to stay in hiding and never be seen in public with his pal. But Jurgis soon got very tired of staying in hiding. In a couple of weeks he was feeling strong and beginning to use his arm, and then he could not stand it any longer. Duane, who had done a job of some sort by himself and made a truce with the powers, brought over Marie, his little French girl, to share with him, but even that did not avail for long, and in the end he had to give up arguing and take Jurgis out and introduce him to the saloons and sporting houses where the big crooks and hold-up men hung out. And so Jurgis got a glimpse of the high-class criminal world of Chicago. The city, which was owned by an oligarchy of businessmen, being nominally ruled by the people, a huge army of graft was necessary for the purpose of effecting the transfer of power. Twice a year in the spring and fall elections, millions of dollars were furnished by the businessmen and expended by this army. Meetings were held and clever speakers were hired. Bands played and rockets sizzled. Tons of documents and reservoirs of drinks were distributed, and tens of thousands of votes were bought for cash. And this army of graft had, of course, to be maintained the year round. The leaders and organizers were maintained by the businessmen directly, aldermen and legislators by means of bribes, party officials out of the campaign funds, lobbyists and corporation lawyers in the form of salaries, contractors by means of jobs, labor union leaders by subsidies, and newspaper proprietors and editors by advertisements. The rank and file, however, were either foisted upon the city or else lived off the population directly. There was the police department and the fire and water departments and the whole balance of the civil list, from the meanest office boy to the head of a city department. And for the horde who could find no room in these, there was the world of vice and crime. There was license to seduce, to swindle and plunder and prey. The law forbade Sunday drinking, and this had delivered the saloon keepers into the hands of the police and made an alliance between them necessary. The law forbade prostitution, and this had brought the madams into the combination. It was the same with the gambling housekeeper and the pool-room man, and the same with any other man or woman who had a means of getting graft and was willing to pay over a share of it. The green goodsman and the highwayman, the pickpocket and the sneak thief, and the receiver of stolen goods, the seller of adulterated milk, of stale fruit and diseased meat, the proprietor of unsanitary tenements, the fake doctor and the usurer, the beggar and the pushcart man, the prize fighter and the professional slugger, the racetrack tout, the procurer, the white slave agent, and the expert seducer of young girls. All of these agencies of corruption were banded together and leagued in blood brotherhood with the politician and the police. More often than not, they were one and the same person. The police captain would own the brothel he pretended to raid. The politician would open his headquarters in his saloon. Hinky-Dink or Bathhouse John or others of that ilk were proprietors of the most notorious dives in Chicago, and also the gray wolves of the city council who gave away the streets of the city to the businessmen, and those who patronized their places were the gamblers and prize fighters who set the law at defiance, and the burglars and hold-up men who kept the whole city in terror. On election day, all these powers of vice and crime were one power. They could tell within 1% what the vote of their district would be, and they could change it at an hour's notice. A month ago, Jurgis had all but perished of starvation upon the streets, and now suddenly, as by the gift of a magic key, he had entered into a world where money and all the good things of life came freely. He was introduced by his friend to an Irishman named Buck Halloran, who was a political worker and on the inside of things. This man talked with Jurgis for a while, and then told him that he had a little plan by which a man who looked like a working man might make some easy money. But it was a private affair and had to be kept quiet. Jurgis expressed himself as agreeable, and the other took him that afternoon, it was Saturday, to a place where city laborers were being paid off. The paymaster sat in a little booth with a pile of envelopes before him and 2 policemen standing by. Jurgis went, according to directions, and gave the name of Michael O'Flaherty and received an envelope, which he took round the corner and delivered to Halloran, who was waiting for him in a saloon. Then he went again and gave the name of Johann Schmidt, and a third time and gave the name of Sergei Remetinsky. Halloran had quite a list of imaginary working men, and Jurgis got an envelope for each one. For this work he received $5 and was told that he might have it every week so long as he kept quiet. As Jurgis was excellent at keeping quiet, he soon won the trust of Buck Halloran and was introduced to others as a man who could be depended upon. This acquaintance was useful to him in another way also. Before long, Jurgis made his discovery of the meaning of pool, and just why his boss, Connor, and also the pugilist bartender had been able to send him to jail. One night there was given a ball, the benefit of One-Eyed Larry, a lame man who played the violin in one of the big high-class houses of prostitution on Clark Street, and was a wag and a popular character on the levee. This ball was held in a big dance hall, and was one of the occasions when the city powers of debauchery gave themselves up to madness. Jurgis attended and got half insane with drink, and began quarreling over a girl. His arm was pretty strong by then, and he set to work to clean out the place, and ended in a cell in the police station. The police station being crowded to the doors and stinking with bums, Jurgis did not relish staying there to sleep off his liquor, and sent for Halloran, who called up the district leader and had Jurgis bailed out by telephone at 4 o'clock in the morning. When he was arraigned that same morning, The district leader had already seen the clerk of the court and explained that Jurgis was a decent fellow who had been indiscreet, and so Jurgis was fined $10, and the fine was suspended, which meant that he did not have to pay for it, and never would have to pay for it unless somebody chose to bring it up against him in the future. Among the people Jurgis lived with now, money was valued according to an entirely different standard from that of the people of Packingtown. Yet, strange as it may seem, he did a great deal less drinking than he had as a working man. He had not the same provocations of exhaustion and hopelessness. He had now something to work for, to struggle for. He soon found that if he kept his wits about him, he would come upon new opportunities, and being naturally an active man, he not only kept sober himself, but helped to steady his friend, who was a good deal fonder of both wine and women than he. One thing led to another. In the saloon where Jurgis met Buck Halloran, he was sitting late one night with Duane when a country customer, a buyer for an out-of-town merchant, came in a little more than half piped. There was no one else in the place but the bartender, and as the man went out again, Jurgis and Duane followed him. He went round the corner, and in a dark place made by a combination of the elevated railroad and an unrented building, Jurgis leaped forward and shoved a revolver under his nose, while Duane, with his hat pulled over his eyes, went through the man's pockets with lightning fingers. They got his watch and his wad, and they were round the corner again and into the saloon before he could shout more than once. The bartender to whom they had tipped the wink had the cellar door open for them, and they vanished, making their way by a secret entrance to a brothel next door. From the roof of this there was access to 3 similar places beyond. By means of these passages, the customers of any one place could be gotten out of the way in case a falling out with the police chanced to lead to a raid. And also it was necessary to have a way of getting a girl out of reach in case of an emergency. Thousands of them came to Chicago answering advertisements for servants and factory hands, and found themselves trapped by fake employment agencies and locked up in a bawdy house. It was generally enough to take all their clothes away from them, but sometimes they would have to be doped and kept prisoners for weeks, and meantime their parents might be telegraphing the police and even coming on to see why nothing was done. Occasionally there was no way of satisfying them but to let them search the place to which the girl had been traced. For his help in this little job, the bartender received 20 out of the $130-odd that the pair secured, and naturally this put them on friendly terms with him, and a few days later he introduced them to a little sheeny named Goldberger, one of the runners of the sporting house where they had been hidden. After a few drinks, Goldberger began with some hesitation to narrate how he had had a quarrel over his best girl with a professional card sharp who had hit him in the jaw. The fellow was a stranger in Chicago, and if he was found some night with his head cracked, there would be no one to care very much. Jurgis, who by this time would cheerfully have cracked the heads of all the gamblers in Chicago, inquired what would be coming to him, at which the Jew became still more confidential, and said that he had some tips on the New Orleans races, which he got direct from the police captain of the district, whom he had got out of a bad scrape, and who stood in with a big syndicate of horse owners. Duane took all this in at once, but Jurgis had to have the whole racetrack situation explained to him before he realized the importance of such an opportunity. There was the gigantic racing trust. It owned the legislatures in every state in which it did business. It even owned some of the big newspapers and made public opinion. There was no power in the land that could oppose it, unless perhaps it were the pool-room trust. It built magnificent racing parks all over the country, and by means of enormous purses it lured the people to come, and then it organized a gigantic shell game whereby it plundered them of hundreds of millions of dollars every year. Horse racing had once been a sport, but nowadays it was a business. A horse could be doped and doctored, undertrained or overtrained. It could be made to fall at any moment, or its gait could be broken by lashing it with the whip, which all the spectators would take to be a desperate effort to keep it in the lead. There were scores of such tricks, and sometimes it was the owners who played them and made fortunes. Sometimes it was the jockeys and trainers. Sometimes it was outsiders who bribed them. But most of the time it was the chiefs of the trust. Now, for instance, they were having winter racing in New Orleans, and a syndicate was laying out each day's program in advance, and its agents in all the northern cities were milking the pool rooms. The word came by long-distance telephone in a cipher code, just a little while before each race, and any man who could get the secret had as good as a fortune. If Jurgis did not believe it, he could try it, said the little Jew. Let them meet at a certain house on the morrow and make a test. Jurgis was willing, and so was Duane, and so they went to one of the high-class pool rooms where brokers and merchants gambled with society women in a private room, and they put up $10 each upon a horse called Black Beldam, a 6-to-1 shot, and won. For a secret like that, they would have done a good many sluggings. But the next day Goldberger informed them that the offending gambler had got wind of what was coming to him and had skipped the town. There were ups and downs at the business, but there was always a living inside of a jail, if not out of it. Early in April the city elections were due, and that meant prosperity for all the powers of graft. Jurgis, hanging around in dives and gambling houses and brothels, met with the healers of both parties, and, from their conversation, he came to understand all the ins and outs of the game, and to hear of a number of ways in which he could make himself useful about election time. Buck Halloran was a Democrat, and so Jurgis became a Democrat also. But he was not a bitter one. The Republicans were good fellows, too, and were to have a pile of money in this next campaign. At the last election, the Republicans had paid $4 a vote to the Democrats, 3, and Buck Halloran sat one night playing cards with Jurgis and another man, who told how Halloran had been charged with the job voting a bunch of 37 newly landed Italians, and how he, the narrator, had met the Republican worker who was after the very same gang, and how the 3 had effected a bargain, whereby the Italians were to vote half and half for a glass of bitter peace, while the balance of the fund went to the conspirators. Not long after this, Jurgis, wearying of the risks and vicissitudes of miscellaneous crime, was moved to give up the career for that of a politician. Just at this time there was a tremendous uproar being raised concerning the alliance between the criminals and the police. For the criminal graft was one in which the businessman had no direct part. It was what is called a sideline carried by the police. Wide open gambling and debauchery made the city pleasing to trade, but burglaries and holdups did not. One night it chanced that while Jack Duane was drilling a safe in a clothing store, he was caught red-handed by the night watchman and turned over to a policeman, who chanced to know him well and who took the responsibility of letting him make his escape. Such a howl from the newspapers followed this that Duane was slated for sacrifice and barely got out of town in time. And just at that juncture it happened that Jurgis was introduced to a man named Harper, whom he recognized as the night watchman at Brown's, who had been instrumental in making him an American citizen the first year of his arrival at the yards. The other was interested in the coincidence, but did not remember Jurgis. He had handled too many green ones in his time, he said. He sat in a dance hall with Jurgis and Halloran until 1 or 2 in the morning, exchanging experiences. He had a long story to tell of his quarrel with the superintendent of his department, and how he was now a plain working man, and a good union man as well. It was not until some months afterward that Jurgis understood that the quarrel with the superintendent had been prearranged, and that Harper was in reality drawing a salary of $20 a week from the packers for an inside report of his union's secret proceedings. The yards were seething with agitation just then, said the man, speaking as a unionist. The people of Packingtown had borne about all that they would bear, and it looked as if a strike might begin any week. After this talk, the man made inquiries concerning Jurgis, and a couple of days later he came to him with an interesting proposition. He was not absolutely certain, he said, but he thought that he could get him a regular salary if he would come to Packingtown and do as he was told and keep his mouth shut. Harper, Bush Harper he was called, was a right-hand man of Mike Scully, the Democratic boss of the stockyards, and in the coming election there was a peculiar situation. There had come to Scully a proposition to nominate a certain rich brewer who lived upon a swell boulevard that skirted the district, and who coveted the big badge and the honorable of an alderman. The brewer was a Jew and had no brains, but he was harmless and would put up a rare campaign fund. Scully had accepted the offer and then gone to the Republicans with a proposition. He was not sure that he could manage the Sheeny, and he did not mean to take any chances with his district. Let the Republicans nominate a certain obscure but amiable friend of Scully's, who was now setting tenpins in the cellar of an Ashland Avenue saloon, and he, Scully, would elect him with the Sheeny's money, and the Republicans might have the glory, which was more than they would get otherwise. In return for this, the Republicans would agree to put up no candidate the following year, when Scully himself came up for re-election as the other alderman from the ward. To this the Republicans had assented at once, but the hell of it was, so Harper explained, that the Republicans were all of them fools. A man had to be a fool to be a Republican in the stockyards where Scully was king, and they didn't know how to work, and of course it would not do for the Democratic workers, the noble redskins of the War Whoop League, to support the Republican openly. The difficulty would not have been so great except for another fact. There had been a curious development in stockyard politics in the last year or two. A new party having leaped into being. They were the Socialists, and it was a devil of a mess, said Bush Harper. The one image which the word socialist brought to Jurgis was of poor little Demosius Kuzlaika, who had called himself one and would go out with a couple of other men and a soapbox and shout himself hoarse on a street corner Saturday nights. Desmosius had tried to explain to Jurgis what it was all about, but Jurgis, who was not of an imaginative turn, had never quite got it straight. At present, he was content with his companion's explanation that the Socialists were the enemies of American institutions, could not be bought, and would not combine or make any sort of a dicker. Mike Scully was very much worried over the opportunity which his last deal gave to them. The Stockyards Democrats were furious at the idea of a rich capitalist for their candidate, and while they were changing, they might possibly conclude that a socialist firebrand was preferable to a Republican bum. And so, right here was a chance for Jurgis to make himself a place in the world, explained Bush Harper. He had been a union man, and he was known in the yards as a working man. He must have hundreds of acquaintances, and, as he had never talked politics with them, he might come out as a Republican now without exciting the least suspicion. There were barrels of money for the use of those who could deliver the goods, and Jurgis might count upon Mike Scully, who had never yet gone back on a friend. Just what could he do? Jurgis asked in some perplexity, and the other explained in detail. To begin with, he would have to go to the yards and work, and he mightn't relish that, but he would have what he earned as well as the rest that came to him. He would get active in the union again and perhaps try to get an office as he, Harper, had. He would tell all his friends the good points of Doyle, the Republican nominee, and the bad ones of the Sheeny, and then Scully would furnish a meeting place, and he would start the Young Men's Republican Association, or something of that sort, and have the rich brewer's best beer by the hogshead, and fireworks and speeches just like the War Whoop League. Surely Jurgis must know hundreds of men who would like that sort of fun, and there would be the regular Republican leaders and workers to help him out, and they would deliver a big enough majority on Election Day. When he had heard all this explanation to the end, Jurgis demanded, "But how can I get the job in Packingtown? I'm blacklisted." At which Bush Harper laughed. "I'll attend to that all right," he said. And the other replied, "It's a go then. I'm your man." So Jurgis went out to the stockyards again and was introduced to the political lord of the district, the boss of Chicago's mayor. It was Scully who owned the brickyards and the dump and the ice pond, though Jurgis did not know it. It was Scully who was to blame for the unpaved street in which Jurgis's child had been drowned. It was Scully who had put into office the magistrate who had first sent Jurgis to jail. It was Scully who was the principal stockholder in the company which had sold him the ramshackle tenement and then robbed him of it. But Jurgis knew none of these things, any more than he knew that Scully was but a tool and a puppet of the packers. To him, Scully was a mighty power, the biggest man he had ever met. He was a little dried-up Irishman whose hands shook. He had a brief talk with his visitor, watching him with his rat-like eyes and making up his mind about him, and then he gave him a note to Mr. Harmon, one of the head managers of Durham's. "The bearer, Jurgis Rudkus, is a particular friend of mine, and I would like you to find him a good place for important reasons. He was once indiscreet, but you will perhaps be so good as to overlook that." Mr. Harmon looked up inquiringly when he read this. "What does he mean by indiscreet?" he asked. "I was blacklisted, sir," said Jurgis, at which the other frowned. "Blacklisted?" he said. "How do you mean?" And Jurgis turned red with embarrassment. He had forgotten that a blacklist did not exist. I had difficulty in getting a place," he stammered. "What was the matter?" "I got into a quarrel with a foreman, not my own boss, sir, and struck him." "I see," said the other, and meditated for a few moments. "What do you wish to do?" he asked. "Anything, sir," said Jurgis, "only I had the broken arm this winter, and so I have to be careful." "How would it suit you to be a night watchman?" That wouldn't do, sir. I have to be among the men at night." "I see. Politics. Well, would it suit you to trim hogs?" "Yes, sir," said Jurgis. And Mr. Harmon called a timekeeper and said, "Take this man to Pat Murphy and tell him to find room for him somehow." And so Jurgis marched into the hog-killing room, a place where in the days gone by he had come begging for a job. Now he walked jauntily and smiled to himself, seeing the frown that came to the boss's face as the timekeeper said, "Mr. Harmon says to put this man on." It would overcrowd his department and spoil the record he was trying to make, but he said not a word except, "All right." And so Jurgis became a working man once more, and straightway he sought out his old friends and joined the union and began to root for Scotty Doyle. Doyle had done him a good turn once, he explained, and was really a bully chap. Doyle was a working man himself and would represent the working men. Why did they want to vote for a millionaire Sheeny, and what the hell had Mike Scully ever done for them that they should back his candidates all the time? And meantime, Scully had given Jurgis a note to the Republican leader of the ward, and he had gone there and met the crowd he was to work with. Already they had hired a big hall with some of the brewers' money, and every night Jurgis brought in a dozen new members of the Doyle Republican Association. Pretty soon they had a grand opening night, and there was a brass band which marched through the streets, and fireworks, and bombs, and red lights in front of the hall, and there was an enormous crowd with 2 overflow meetings, so that the pale and trembling candidate had to recite 3 times over the little speech which one of Scully's henchmen had written, and which he had been a month learning by heart. Best of all, the famous and eloquent Senator Spareshanks, presidential candidate, rode out in an automobile to discuss the sacred privileges of American citizenship and protection and prosperity for the American working man. His inspiriting address was quoted to the extent of half a column in all the morning newspapers, which also said that it could be stated upon excellent authority that the unexpected popularity developed by Doyle, the Republican candidate for alderman, was giving great anxiety to Mr. Scully, the chairman of the Democratic City Committee. The chairman was still more worried when the monster torchlight procession came off with the members of the Doyle Republican Association all in red capes and hats, and free beer for every voter in the ward, the best beer ever given away in a political campaign, as the whole electorate testified. During this parade, and at innumerable cart-tail meetings as well, Jurgis labored tirelessly. He did not make any speeches. There were lawyers and other experts for that. But he helped to manage things, distributing notices and posting placards and bringing out the crowds. And when the show was on, he attended to the fireworks and the beer. Thus, in the course of the campaign, he handled many hundreds of dollars of the Hebrew brewers' money, administering it with naive and touching fidelity. Toward the end, however, he learned that he was regarded with hatred by the rest of the boys because he compelled them either to make a poorer showing than he or to do without their share of the pie. After that, Jurgis did his best to please them, and to make up for the time he had lost before he discovered the extra bungholes of the campaign barrel. He pleased Mike Scully also. On election morning, he was out at 4 o'clock getting out the vote. He had a 2-horse carriage to ride in, and he went from house to house for his friends and escorted them in triumphs to the polls. He voted half a dozen times himself, and voted some of his friends as often. He brought bunch after bunch of the newest foreigners, Lithuanians, Poles, Bohemians, Slovaks, and when he had put them through the mill, he turned them over to another man to take to the next polling place. When Jurgis first set out, the captain of the precinct gave him $100, and 3 times in the course of the day he came for another 100, and not more than 25 out of each lot got stuck in his own pocket. The balance all went for actual votes, and on a day of Democratic landslides, they elected Scotty Doyle, the ex-10-pin setter, by nearly 1,000 plurality, and beginning at 5 o'clock in the afternoon and ending at 3 the next morning, Jurgis treated himself to a most unholy and horrible jag. Nearly everyone else in Packingtown did the same, however, for there was universal exultation over this triumph of popular government, this crushing defeat of an arrogant plutocrat by the power of the common people. The end of Chapter 25. Read by Rick Kistner for Lit2Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu. The Jungle by Upton Sinclair. Chapter 26. After the elections, Jurgis stayed on in Packingtown and kept his job. The agitation to break up the police protection of criminals was continuing, and it seemed to him best to lay low for the present. He had nearly $300 in the bank and might have considered himself entitled to a vacation, but he had an easy job and force of habit kept him at it. Besides, Mike Scully, whom he consulted, advised him that something might turn up before long. Jurgis got himself a place in a boarding house with some congenial friends. He had already inquired of Aniel and learned that Elzbieta and her family had gone downtown, and so he gave no further thought to them. He went with a new set now, young, unmarried fellows who were sporty. Jurgis had long ago cast off his fertilizer clothing, and since going into politics he had donned a linen collar and a greasy red necktie. He had some reason for thinking of his dress, for he was making about $11 a week, and 2/3 of it he might spend upon his pleasures without ever touching his savings. Sometimes he would ride downtown with a party of friends to the cheap theatres and the music halls and other haunts with which they were familiar. Many of the saloons in Packingtown had pool tables, and some of them bowling alleys, by means of which he could spend his evenings in petty gambling. Also, there were cards and dice. One time, Jurgis got into a game on a Saturday night and won prodigiously, and because he was a man of spirit, he stayed in with the rest and the game continued until late Sunday afternoon, and by that time he was out over $20. On Saturday nights also, a number of balls were generally given in Packingtown. Each man would bring his girl with him, paying $50 for a ticket and several dollars additional for drinks in the course of the festivities, which continued until 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, unless broken up by fighting. During all this time, the same man and woman would dance together, half stupefied with sensuality and drink. Before long, Jurgis discovered what Scully had meant by something turning up. In May, the agreement between the packers and the unions expired, and a new agreement had to be signed. Negotiations were going on, and the yards were full of talk of a strike. The old scale had dealt with the wages of the skilled men only, and of the members of the meat workers' union, about 2/3 were unskilled men. In Chicago, these latter were receiving, for the most part, 18.5 cents an hour, and the unions wished to make this the general wage for the next year. It was not nearly so large a wage as it seemed. In the course of the negotiations, the union officers examined time checks to the amount of $10,000, and they found that the highest wages paid had been $14 a week, and the lowest $2.05, and the average of the whole $6.65. And $6.65 was hardly too much for a man to keep a family on, considering the fact that the price of dressed meat had increased nearly 50% in the last 5 years, while the price of beef on the hoof had decreased as much. It would have seemed that the packers ought to be able to pay it. But the packers were unwilling to pay it. They rejected the union demand, and to show what their purpose was, a week or two after the agreement expired, they put down the wages of about 1,000 men to 16.5 cents, and it was said that Old Man Jones had vowed he would put them to 15 before he got through. There were 1.5 million of men in the country looking for work, 100,000 of them right in Chicago, and were the packers to let the union stewards march into their places and bind them to a contract that would lose them several $1,000s a day for a year? Not much. All this was in June, and before long the question was submitted to a referendum in the unions, and the decision was for a strike. It was the same in all the packing house cities, and suddenly the newspapers and public woke up to face the gruesome spectacle of a meat famine. All sorts of pleas for a reconsideration were made, but the packers were obdurate, and all the while they were reducing wages and heading off shipments of cattle and rushing in wagon loads of mattresses and cots. So the men boiled over, and one night telegrams went out from the union headquarters to all the big packing centers, to St. Paul, South Omaha, Sioux City, St. Joseph, Kansas City, East St. Louis, and New York. And the next day at noon, between 50 and 60,000 men drew off their working clothes and marched out of the factories, and the great beef strike was on. Jurgis went to dinner, and afterward he walked over to see Mike Scully, who lived in a fine house upon a street which had been decently paved and lighted for his especial benefit. Scully had gone into semi-retirement and looked nervous and worried. "What do you want?" he demanded when he saw Jurgis. "I came to see if maybe you could get me a place during the strike," the other replied. And Scully knit his brows and eyed him narrowly. In that morning's papers, Jurgis had read a fierce denunciation of the packers by Scully, who had declared that if they did not treat their people better, the city authorities would end the matter by tearing down their plants. Now, therefore, Jurgis was not a little taken aback when the other demanded suddenly, "See here, Rudkis, why don't you stick by your job?" Jurgis started. "Work as a scab?" he cried. "Why not?" demanded Scully. "What's that to you?" But, stammered Jurgis. He had somehow taken it for granted that he should go out with his union. "The packers need good men and need them bad," continued the other, "and they'll treat a man right that stands by them. Why don't you take your chance and fix yourself?" "But," said Jurgis, "how could I ever be of any use to you in politics?" "You couldn't be it anyhow," said Scully abruptly. "Why not?" asked Jurgis. "Hell, man," cried the other, "don't you know you're a Republican? And do you think I'm always going to elect Republicans? My brewer has found out already how we served him, and there's the deuce to pay." Jurgis looked dumbfounded. He had never thought of that aspect of it before. "I could be Democrat," he said. "Yes," responded the other, "but not right away. A man can't change his politics every day. And besides, I don't need you. There'd be nothing for you to do.
and it's a long time to Election Day anyhow. And what are you going to do meantime?"
"I thought I could count on you," began Jurgis.
"Yes," responded Scully, "so you could. I never yet went back on a friend. But is it fair to leave the job I got you and come to me for another? I've had 100 fellows after me today, and what can I do? I've put 17 men on the city payroll to clean streets this 1 week, and do you think I can keep that up forever? It wouldn't do for me to tell other men what I tell you, but you've been on the inside, and you ought to have sense enough to see for yourself. What have you to gain by a strike?"
"I hadn't thought," said Jurgis.
"Exactly," said Scully. "But you'd better. Take my word for it. The strike will be over in a few days, and the men will be beaten. And meantime, what you can get out of it will belong to you. Do you see?" And Jurgis saw. He went back to the yards and into the workroom. The men had left a long line of hogs in various stages of preparation, and the foreman was directing the feeble efforts of a score or two of clerks and stenographers and office boys to finish up the job and get them into the chilling rooms. Jurgis went straight up to him and announced, "I have come back to work, Mr. Murphy." The boss's face lighted up. "Good man," he cried. "Come ahead." "Just a moment," said Jurgis, checking his enthusiasm. "I think I ought to get a little more wages." "Yes," replied the other, "of course. What do you want?" Jurgis had debated on the way. His nerve almost failed him now, but he clenched his hands. "I think I ought to have $3 a day," he said. "All right," said the other promptly, and before the day was out, our friend discovered that the clerks and stenographers and office boys were getting $5 a day, and then he could have kicked himself. So Jurgis became one of the new American heroes, a man whose virtues merited comparison with those of the martyrs of Lexington and Valley Forge. The resemblance was not complete, of course, for Jurgis was generously paid and comfortably clad, and was provided with a spring cot and a mattress and 3 substantial meals a day. Also, he was perfectly at ease and safe from all peril of life and limb, save only in the case that a desire for beer should leave him to venture outside of the stockyards gates. And even in the exercise of this privilege, he was not left unprotected. A good part of the inadequate police force of Chicago was suddenly diverted from its work of hunting criminals and rushed out to serve him. The police and the strikers also were determined that there should be no violence, but there was another party interested which was minded to the contrary, and that was the press. On the first day of his life as a strikebreaker, Jurgis quit work early, and in a spirit of bravado, he challenged 3 men of his acquaintance to go outside and get a drink. They accepted and went through the big Houston Street gate, where several policemen were watching, and also some Union pickets scanning sharply those who passed in and out. Jurgis and his companions went south on Halsted Street, past the hotel, and then suddenly 6 men started across the street toward them and proceeded to argue with them concerning the error of their ways. As the arguments were not taken in the proper spirit, they went on to threats, and suddenly one of them jerked off the hat of one of the 4 and flung it over the fence. The men started after it, and then, as a cry of "scab" was raised and a dozen people came running out of saloons and doorways, a second man's heart failed him, and he followed. Jurgis and the 4th stayed long enough to give themselves the satisfaction of a quick exchange of blows, and then they too took to their heels and fled back of the hotel and into the yards again. Meantime, of course, policemen were coming on a run, and as a crowd gathered, other police got excited and sent in a riot call. Jurgis knew nothing of this, but went back to Packers Avenue, and in front of the Central Time Station he saw one of his companions, breathless and wild with excitement, narrating to an ever-growing throng how the 4 had been attacked and surrounded by a howling mob and had been nearly torn to pieces. While he stood listening, smiling cynically, several dapper young men stood by with notebooks in their hands, and it was not more than 2 hours later that Jurgis saw newsboys running about with armfuls of newspapers printed in red and black letters 6-inch high, "Violence in the yards, strikebreakers surrounded by frenzied mob." If he had been able to buy all of the newspapers of the United States the next morning, he might have discovered that his beer-hunting exploit was being perused by some 2 million of people and had served as a text for editorials in half the staid and solemn businessmen's newspapers in the land. Jurgis was to see more of this as time passed. For the present, his work being over, he was free to ride into the city by a railroad direct from the yards, or else to spend the night in a room where cots had been laid in rows. He chose the latter, but to his regret, for all night long gangs of strikebreakers kept arriving. As very few of the better class of working men could be got for such work, these specimens of the new American hero contained an assortment of the criminals and thugs of the city, besides Negroes and the lowest foreigners, Greeks, Romanians, Sicilians, and Slovaks.
They had been attracted more by the prospect of disorder than by the big wages, and they made the night hideous with singing and carousing, and only went to sleep when the time came for them to get up to work. In the morning, before Jurgis had finished his breakfast, Pat Murphy ordered him to one of the superintendents, who questioned him as to his experience in the work of the killing room. His heart began to thump with excitement, for he divined instantly that his hour had come, that he was to be a boss. Some of the foremen were union members, and many who were not had gone out with the men. It was in the killing department that the packers had been left most in the lurch, and precisely here that they could least afford it. The smoking and canning and salting of meat might wait, and all the byproducts might be wasted, but fresh meats must be had, or the restaurants and hotels and brownstone houses would feel the pinch, and then public opinion would take a startling turn. An opportunity such as this would not come twice to a man, and Jurgis seized it. Yes, he knew the work, the whole of it, and he could teach it to others. But if he took the job and gave satisfaction, he would expect to keep it. They would not turn him off at the end of the strike. To which the superintendent replied that he might safely trust Durham's for that. They proposed to teach these unions a lesson, and most of all those foremen who had gone back on them. Jurgis would receive $5 a day during the strike, and $25 a week after it was settled. So our friend got a pair of slaughter-pen boots and jeans, and flung himself at his task. It was a weird sight, there on the killing beds, a throng of stupid black Negroes and foreigners who could not understand a word that was said to them, mixed with pale-faced, hollow-chested bookkeepers and clerks, half fainting for the tropical heat and the sickening stench of fresh blood, and all struggling to dress a dozen or two cattle in the same place where 24 hours ago the old killing gang had been speeding with their marvelous precision, turning out 400 carcasses every hour. The Negroes and the toughs from the levee did not want to work, and every few minutes some of them would feel obliged to retire and recuperate. In a couple of days, Durham and Company had electric fans up to cool off the rooms for them, and even couches for them to rest on, and meantime they could go out and find a shady corner and take a snooze, and as there was no place for anyone in particular and no system, it might be hours before their boss discovered them. As for the poor office employees, they did their best, moved to it by terror. 30 of them had been fired in a bunch that first morning for refusing to serve, besides a number of women clerks and typewriters who had declined to act as waitresses. It was such a force as this that Jurgis had to organize. He did his best, flying here and there, placing them in rows, and showing them the tricks. He had never given an order in his life before, but he had taken enough of them to know, and he soon fell into the spirit of it, and roared and stormed like any old stager. He had not the most tractable pupils, however. "Say here, boss," a big black buck would begin. "If you don't like the way I does this job, you can get somebody else to do it." Then a crowd would gather and listen, muttering threats. After the first meal, nearly all the steel knives had been missing, and now every Negro had one, ground to a fine point hidden in his boots. There was no bringing order out of such a chaos. Jurgis soon discovered this, and he fell in with the spirit of the thing. There was no reason why he should wear himself out with shouting. If hides and guts were slashed and rendered useless, there was no way of tracing it to any one, and if a man lay off and forgot to come back, there was nothing to be gained by seeking him, for all the rest would quit in the meantime. Everything went during the strike, and the packers paid. Before long, Jurgis found that the custom of resting had suggested to some alert minds the possibility of registering at more than one place and earning more than $5 a day. When he caught a man at this, he fired him, but it chanced to be in a quiet corner, and the man tendered him a $10 bill and a wink, and he took them. Of course, before long this custom spread, and Jurgis was soon making quite a good income from it. In the face of handicaps such as these, the packers counted themselves lucky if they could kill off the cattle that had been crippled in transit and the hogs that had developed disease. Frequently, in the course of a 2 or 3 days' trip in hot weather and without water, some hog would develop cholera and die, and the rest would attack him before he had ceased kicking, and when the car was opened there would be nothing of him left but the bones. If all the hogs in this carload were not killed at once, they would soon be down with the dread disease, and there would be nothing to do but make them into lard. It was the same with cattle that were gored and dying, or were limping with broken bones stuck out through their flesh. They must be killed, even if brokers and buyers and superintendents had to take off their coats and help drive and cut and skin them. And meantime, agents of the packers were gathering gangs of Negroes in the country districts of the far South, promising them $5 a day and board, and being careful not to mention there was a strike. Already carloads of them were on the way, with special rates from the railroads, and all traffic ordered out of the way. Many towns and cities were taking advantage of the chance to clear out their jails and workhouses. In Detroit, the magistrates would release every man who agreed to leave town within 24 hours, and agents of the packers were in the courtrooms to ship them right. And meantime, trainloads of supplies were coming in for their accommodation, including beer and whiskey, so that they might not be tempted to go outside. They hired 30 young girls in Cincinnati to pack fruit, and when they arrived, put them at work canning corned beef and put cots for them to sleep in a public hallway through which the men passed. As the gangs came in day and night under the escorts of squads of police, they stowed away in unused workrooms and storerooms and in the car sheds, crowded so closely together that the cots touched. In some places, they would use the same room for eating and sleeping, and at night the men would put their cots upon the tables to keep away from the swarms of rats. But with all their best efforts, the packers were demoralized. 90% of the men had walked out, and they faced the task of completely remaking their labor force, and with the price of meat up 30% and the public clamoring for settlement, they made an offer to submit the whole question at issue to arbitration. And at the end of 10 days, the unions accepted it, and the strike was called off. It was agreed that all the men were to be reemployed within 45 days, and that there was to be no discrimination against union men. This was an anxious time for Jurgis. If the men were taken back without discrimination, he would lose his present place. He sought out the superintendent, who smiled grimly and bade him wait and see. The Durham's strikebreakers were few of them leaving. Whether or not the settlement was simply a trick of the packers to gain time, or whether they really expected to break the strike and cripple the unions by the plan, cannot be said. But that night there went out from the office of Durham and Company a telegram to all the big packing centers. Employ no union leaders. And in the morning, when the 20,000 men thronged into the yards with their dinner pails and working clothes, Jurgis stood near the door of the hog-trimming room where he had worked before the strike and saw a throng of eager men with a score or two of policemen watching them. And he saw a superintendent come out and walk down the line and pick out man after man that pleased him. And one after another came, and there were some men up near the head of the line who were never picked, they being the union stewards and delegates, and the men Jurgis had heard making speeches at the meetings. Each time, of course, there were loud murmurings and angrier looks. Over where the cattle butchers were waiting, Jurgis heard shouts and saw a crowd, and he hurried there. One big butcher, who was president of the Packing Trades Council, had been passed over 5 times, and the men were wild with rage. They had appointed a committee of 3 to go in and see the superintendent, and the committee had made 3 attempts, and each time the police had clubbed them back from the door. Then there were yells and hoots, continuing until at last the superintendent came to the door. "We all go back, or none of us do," cried 100 voices, and the other shook his fist at them and shouted, "You went out of here like cattle, and like cattle you'll come back." Then suddenly, the big butcher president leaped upon a pile of stones and yelled, "It's off, boys. We'll all of us quit again." And so the cattle butchers declared a new strike on the spot, and gathering their members from other plants where the same trick had been played, they marched down Packers Avenue, which was thronged with a dense mass of workers, cheering wildly. Men who had already got to work on the killing beds dropped their tools and joined them. Some galloped here and there on horseback, shouting the tidings, and within half an hour the whole of Packingtown was on strike again and beside itself with fury. There was quite a different tone in Packingtown after this. The place was a seething cauldron of passion, and the scab who ventured into it fared badly. There were 1 or 2 of these incidents each day, the newspapers detailing them and always blaming them upon the unions. Yet 10 years before, when there were no unions in Packingtown, there was a strike, and national troops had to be called, and there were pitched battles fought at night by the light of blazing freight trains. Packingtown was always a center of violence. In Whiskey Point, where there were 100 saloons and 1 glue factory, there was always fighting, and always more of it in hot weather. Anyone who had taken the trouble to consult the station house blotter would have found that there was less violence that summer than ever before, and this while 20,000 men were out of work and with nothing to do all day but brood upon bitter wrongs. There was no one to picture the battle the union leaders were fighting, to hold this huge army in rank, to keep it from straggling and pillaging, to cheer and encourage and guide 100,000 people of a dozen different tongues through 6 long weeks of hunger and disappointment and despair. Meantime, the packers had set themselves definitely to the task of making a new labor force. 1,000 or 2 of strikebreakers were brought in every night and distributed among the various plants. Some of them were experienced workers, butchers, salesmen, and managers from the packers' branch stores, and a few union men who had deserted from other cities. But the vast majority were green Negroes from the cotton districts of the far South, and they were herded into the packing plants like sheep. There was a law forbidding the use of buildings as lodging houses unless they were licensed for the purpose and provided with proper windows, stairways, and fire escapes. But here in a paint room, reached only by an enclosed chute, a room without a single window and only one door, 100 men were crowded upon mattresses on the floor. Up on the third story of the hog house of Jones's was a storeroom without a window, into which they crowded 700 men, sleeping upon the bare springs of cots, and with a second shift to use them by day. And when the clamor of the public led to an investigation into these conditions, and the mayor of the city was forced to order the enforcement of the law, the packers got a judge to issue an injunction forbidding him to do it. Just at this time, the mayor was boasting that he had put an end to gambling and prize fighting in the city. But here a swarm of professional gamblers had leagued themselves with the police to fleece the strikebreakers, and any night, in the big open space in front of Brown's, one might see brawny Negroes stripped to the waist and pounding each other for money, while a howling throng of 3,000 or 4,000 surged about, men and women, young white girls from the country rubbing elbows with big buck Negroes with daggers in their boots, while rows of woolly heads peered down from every window of the surrounding factories. The ancestors of these black people had been savages in Africa, and since then they had been chattel slaves or had been held down by a community ruled by the traditions of slavery. Now for the first time they were free to gratify every passion, free to wreck themselves. They were wanted to break a strike, and when it was broken, they would be shipped away, and their present masters would never see them again. And so whiskey and women were brought in by the carload and sold to them, and hell was let loose in the yards. Every night there were stabbings and shootings. It was said that the packers had blank permits which enabled them to ship dead bodies from the city without troubling the authorities. They lodged men and women on the same floor, and with the night there began a saturnalia of debauchery, scenes such as never before had been witnessed in America. And as the women were the dregs from the brothels of Chicago, and the men were for the most part ignorant country Negroes, the nameless diseases of vice were soon rife, and this where food was being handled which was sent out to every corner of the civilized world. The Union stockyards were never a pleasant place, but now they were not only a collection of slaughterhouses, but also the camping place of an army of 15,000 or 20,000 human beasts. All day long the blazing midsummer sun beat down upon that square mile of abominations, upon tens of thousands of cattle crowded into pens whose wooden floors stank and steamed contagion, upon bare, blistering, cinder-strewn railroad tracks, and huge blocks of dingy meat factories whose labyrinth passages defied a breath of fresh air to penetrate them. And they were not merely rivers of hot blood, and carloads of moist flesh, and rendering vats, and soap cauldrons, glue factories, and fertilizer tanks that smelt like the craters of hell. There were also tons of garbage festering in the sun, and the greasy laundry of the workers hung out to dry, and dining rooms littered with food and black with flies, and toilet rooms that were open sewers. And then at night, when this throng poured out into the streets to play, fighting, gambling, drinking and carousing, cursing and screaming, laughing and singing, playing banjos and dancing. They were worked in the yards all the 7 days of the week, and they had their prize fights and crap games on Sunday nights as well. But then around the corner one might see a bonfire blazing, and an old gray-headed negress, lean and witch-like, her hair flying wild and her eyes blazing, yellow and chanting of the fires of perdition and the blood of the Lamb, while men and women lay down upon the ground and moaned and screamed in convulsions of terror and remorse. Such were the stockyards during the strike. While the unions watched in sullen despair, and the country clamored like a greedy child for its food, and the packers went grimly on their way. Each day they added new workers, and could be more stern with the old ones, could put them on piecework, and dismiss them if they did not keep up the pace. Jurgis was now one of their agents in this process, and he could feel the change day by day, like the slow starting up of a huge machine. He had gotten used to being a master of men, and because of the stifling heat, and the stench, and the fact that he was a scab, and knew it and despised himself, he was drinking and developing a villainous temper, and he stormed and cursed and raged at his men, and drove them until they were ready to drop with exhaustion. Then, one day late in August, a superintendent ran into the place and shouted to Jurgis and his gang to drop their work and come. They followed him outside to where, in the midst of a dense throng, they saw several two-horse trucks waiting, and 3 patrol wagon loads of police. Jurgis and his men sprang upon one of the trucks, and the driver yelled to the crowd, and they went thundering away at a gallop. Some steers had just escaped from the yards, and the strikers had got hold of them, and there would be the chance of a scrap. They went out at the Ashland Avenue gate and over in the direction of the dump. There was a yell as soon as they were sighted, men and women rushing out of houses and saloons as they galloped by. There were 8 or 10 policemen on the truck, however, and there was no disturbance until they came to a place where the street was blocked with a dense throng. Those on the flying trucks yelled a warning, and the crowd scattered pell-mell, disclosing one of the steers lying in its blood. There were a good many cattle butchers about just then, with nothing much to do, and hungry children at home. And so someone had knocked out the steer, and as a first-class man can kill and dress one in a couple of minutes, there were a good many steaks and roasts already missing. This called for punishment, of course, and the police proceeded to administer it by leaping from the truck and cracking at every head they saw. There were yells of rage and pain, and the terrified people fled into houses and stores or scattered helter-skelter down the street. Jurgis and his gang joined in the sport, every man singling out his victim and striving to bring him to bay and punch him. If he fled into a house, his pursuer would smash in the flimsy door and follow him up the stairs, hitting everyone who came within reach, and finally dragging his squealing quarry out from under a bed or a pile of old clothes in a closet. Jurgis and 2 policemen chased some men into a barroom. One of them took shelter behind the bar, where a policeman cornered him and proceeded to whack him over the back and shoulders until he lay down and gave a chance at his head. The others leaped a fence in the rear, balking the second policeman, who was fat, and as he came back, furious and cursing, a big Polish woman, the owner of the saloon, rushed in screaming and received a poke in the stomach that doubled her up on the floor. Meantime, Jurgis, who was of a practical temper, was helping himself at the bar, and the first policeman who had laid out his man joined him, handing out several more bottles and filling his pockets besides, and then, as he started to leave, cleaning off all the balance with a sweep of his club. The din of the glass crashing to the floor brought the fat Polish woman to her feet again, but another policeman came up behind her and put his knee into her back and his hands over her eyes, and then called back to his companion, who went back and broke open the cash register and filled his pockets with the contents. Then the 3 went outside, and the man who was holding the woman gave her a shove and dashed out himself. The gang having already got the carcass onto the truck, the party set out at a trot, followed by screams and curses and a shower of bricks and stones from unseen enemies. These bricks and stones would figure in the accounts of the riot, which would be sent out to a few thousand newspapers within an hour or 2, but the episode of the cash drawer would never be mentioned again, save only in the heartbreaking legends of Packingtown. It was late in the afternoon when they got back, and they dressed out the remainder of the steer and a couple of others that had been killed, and then knocked off for the day. Jurgis went downtown to supper with 3 friends who had been on the other trucks, and they exchanged reminiscences on the way. Afterward, they drifted into a roulette parlor, and Jurgis, who was never lucky at gambling, dropped about $15. To console himself, he had to drink a good deal, and he went back to Packingtown about 2 o'clock in the morning, very much the worse for his excursion, and, it must be confessed, entirely deserving the calamity that was in store for him. As he was going to the place where he slept, he met a painted-cheeked woman in a greasy kimono, and she put her arm about his waist to steady him. They turned into a dark room they were passing, but scarcely had they taken 2 steps before suddenly a door swung open and a man entered carrying a lantern. "Who's there?" he called sharply, and Jurgis started to mutter some reply, but at the same instant the man raised his light, which flashed in his face so that it was possible to recognize him. Jurgis stood stricken dumb, and his heart gave a leap like a mad thing. The man was Connor, the boss of the loading gang, the man who had seduced his wife, who had sent him to prison and wrecked his home, ruined his life. He stood there, staring, with the light shining full upon him. Jurgis had often thought of Connor since coming back to Packingtown, but it had been as of something far off that no longer concerned him. Now, however, when he saw him, alive and in the flesh, the same thing happened to him that had happened before. A flood of rage boiled up in him, a blind frenzy seized him, and he flung himself at the man and smote him between the eyes, and then, as he fell, seized him by the throat and began to pound his head upon the stones. The woman began screaming, and people came rushing in. The lantern had been upset and extinguished, and it was so dark they could not see a thing. But they could hear Jurgis panting, and hear the thumping of the victim's skull, and they rushed there and tried to pull him off. Precisely as before, Jurgis came away with a piece of his enemy's flesh between his teeth, and as before, he went on fighting with those who had interfered with him until a policeman had come and beaten him into insensibility. And so Jurgis spent the balance of the night in the stockyards station house.
This time, however, he had money in his pocket, and when he came to his senses, he could get something to drink and also a messenger to take word of his plight to Bush Harper. Harper did not appear, however, until after the prisoner, feeling very weak and ill, had been haled into court and remanded at $500 bail to await the result of his victim's injuries. Jurgis was wild about this because a different magistrate had chanced to be on the bench, and he had stated that he had never been arrested before, and also that he had been attacked first, and if only someone had been there to speak a good word for him, he could have been let off at once. But Harper explained that he had been downtown and had not got the message. "What's happened to you?" he asked. "I've been doing a fellow up," said Jurgis, "and I've got to get $500 bail." "I can arrange that all right," said the other, "though it may cost you a few dollars, of course. But what was the trouble?" "It was a man that did me a mean trick once," answered Jurgis. "Who is he?" "He's a foreman in Brown's, or used to be. His name's Connor." And the other gave a start. "Connor?" he cried. "Not Phil Connor?" "Yes," said Jurgis, "that's the fellow. Why?" "Good God!" exclaimed the other. "Then you're in for it, old man. I can't help you." "Not help me? Why not?" "Why, he's one of Scully's biggest men. He's a member of the War Whoop League, and they talked of sending him to the legislature. Phil Connor! Great heavens!" Jurgis sat dumb with dismay. "Why, he can send you to Joliet if he wants to," declared the other. "Can't I have Scully get me off before he finds out about it?" asked Jurgis at length. "But Scully's out of town," the other answered. "I don't even know where he is. He's run away to dodge the strike." That was a pretty mess indeed. Poor Jurgis sat half-dazed. His pool had run up against a bigger pool, and he was down and out. "But what am I going to do?" he asked weakly. "How should I know?" said the other. "I shouldn't even dare to get bail for you. Why, I might ruin myself for life." Again there was silence. "Can't you do it for me?" Jurgis asked, "and pretend that you didn't know who I did?" "But what good would that do you when you came to stand trial?" asked Harper. Then he sat buried in thought for a minute or two. "There's nothing, unless it's this," he said. "I could have your bail reduced, and then if you had the money you could pay it and skip." "How much will it be?" Jurgis asked, after he had had this explained more in detail. "I don't know," said the other. "How much do you own?" "I've got about $300, was the answer. "Well," was Harper's reply, "I'm not sure, but I'll try and get you off for that. I'll take the risk for friendship's sake, for I'd hate to see you sent to state prison for a year or two." And so finally, Jurgis ripped out his bank book, which was sewed up in his trousers, and signed an order which Bush Harper wrote for all the money to be paid out. Then the latter went and got it, and hurried to the court, and explained to the magistrate that Jurgis was a decent fellow and a friend of Scully's who had been attacked by a strikebreaker. So the bail was reduced to $300, and Harper went on it himself. He did not tell this to Jurgis, however, nor did he tell him that when the time for trial came, it would be an easy matter for him to avoid the forfeiting of the bail and pocket the $300 as his reward for the risk of offending Mike Scully. All that he told Jurgis was that he was now free, and that the best thing he could do was to clear out as quickly as possible. And so Jurgis, overwhelmed with gratitude and relief, took the $1.14 that was left him out of all his bank account and put it with the $2.25 that was left from his last night's celebration, and boarded a streetcar and got off at the other end of Chicago. The end of Chapter 26. Read by Rick Kistner for Lit to Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu. The Jungle by Upton Sinclair. Chapter 27. Poor Jurgis was now an outcast and a tramp once more. He was crippled. He was as literally crippled as any wild animal which has lost its claws or been torn out of its shell. He had been shorn at one cut of all those mysterious weapons whereby he had been able to make a living easily and to escape the consequences of his actions. He could no longer command a job when he wanted it. He could no longer steal with impunity. He must take his chances with the common herd. Nay, worse, he dared not mingle with the herd. He must hide himself, for he was one marked out for destruction. His old companions would betray him for the sake of the influence they would gain thereby, and he would be made to suffer, not merely for the offence he had committed, but for others which would be laid at his door, just as had been done for some poor devil on the occasion of that assault upon the country customer by him and Duane. And also he labored under another handicap now.
he had acquired new standards of living which were not easily to be altered. When he had been out of work before, he had been content if he could sleep in a doorway or under a truck out of the rain, and if he could get 15 cents a day for saloon lunches. But now he desired all sorts of other things, and suffered because he had to do without them. He must have a drink now and then, a drink for its own sake, and apart from the food that came with it. The craving for it was strong enough to master every other consideration. He would have it, though it were his last nickel, and he had to starve the balance of the day in consequence. Jurgis became once more a besieger of factory gates, but never since he had been in Chicago had he stood less chance of getting a job than just then. For one thing, there was the economic crisis, the million or two of men who had been out of work in the spring and summer and were not yet all back by any means. And then there was the strike, with 70,000 men and women all over the country idle for a couple of months, 20,000 in Chicago, and many of them now seeking work throughout the city. It did not remedy matters that a few days later the strike was given up and about half the strikers went back to work. For every one taken on, there was a scab who gave up and fled. The 10 or 15,000 green Negroes, foreigners, and criminals were now being turned loose to shift for themselves. Everywhere Jurgis went, he kept meeting them, and he was in an agony of fear lest some one of them should know that he was wanted. He would have left Chicago, only by the time he had realized his danger, he was almost penniless, and it would be better to go to jail than to be caught out in the country in the winter-time. At the end of about 10 days, Jurgis had only a few pennies left, and he had not yet found a job, not even a day's work at anything, not a chance to carry a satchel. Once again, as when he had come out of the hospital, he was bound hand and foot and facing the grisly phantom of starvation. Raw, naked terror possessed him, a maddening passion that would never leave him and that wore him down more quickly than the actual want of food. He was going to die of hunger. The fiend reached out its scaly arms for him. It touched him. Its breath came into his face, and he would cry out for the awfulness of it. He would wake up in the night shuddering and bathed in perspiration and start up and flee. He would walk, begging for work, until he was exhausted. He could not remain still. He would wander on, gaunt and haggard, gazing about him with restless eyes. Everywhere he went, from one end of the vast city to the other, there were hundreds of others like him. Everywhere was the sight of plenty and the merciless hand of authority waving them away. There is one kind of prison where the man is behind bars and everything that he desires is outside. And there is another kind where the things are behind the bars and the man is outside. When he was down to his last quarter, Jurgis learned that before the bake shops closed at night, they sold out what was left at half price, and after that he would go and get 2 loaves of stale bread for a nickel, and break them up and stuff his pockets with them, munching a bit from time to time. He would not spend a penny save for this, and, after 2 or 3 days more, he even became sparing of the bread, and would stop and peer into the ash barrels as he walked along the streets, and now and then rake out a bit of something, shake it free from dust, and count himself just so many minutes further from the end. So for several days he had been going about, ravenous all the time, and growing weaker, and then one morning he had a hideous experience that almost broke his heart. He was passing down a street lined with warehouses, and a boss offered him a job, and then, after he had started to work, turned him off because he was not strong enough. And he stood by and saw another man put into his place, and then picked up his coat and walked off, doing all that he could to keep from breaking down and crying like a baby. He was lost. He was doomed. There was no hope for him. But then, with a sudden rush, his fear gave place to rage. He fell to cursing. He would come back there after dark, and he would show that scoundrel whether he was good for anything or not. He was still muttering this when suddenly at the corner he came upon a greengrocery with a tray full of cabbages in front of it. Jurgis, after one swift glance about him, stooped and seized the biggest of them and darted round the corner with it. There was a hue and cry, and a score of men and boys started in chase of him, but he came to an alley and then to another, branching off from it, and leading him into another street, where he fell into a walk and slipped his cabbage under his coat and went off unsuspected in the crowd. When he had gotten a safe distance away, he sat down and devoured half the cabbage raw, stowing the balance away in his pockets till the next day. Just about this time, one of the Chicago newspapers, which made much of the common people, opened a free soup kitchen for the benefit of the unemployed. Some people said that they did this for the sake of the advertising it gave them, and some others said that their motive was a fear lest all their readers should be starved off. But whatever the reason, The soup was thick and hot, and there was a bowl for every man all night long. When Jurgis heard of this from a fellow hobo, he vowed that he would have half a dozen bowls before morning. But as it proved, he was lucky to get one, for there was a line of men 2 blocks long before the stand, and there was just as long a line when the place was finally closed up. This depot was within the danger line for Jurgis, in the levee district where he was known. But he went there all the same, for he was desperate, and beginning to think of even the Bridewell as a place of refuge. So far the weather had been fair, and he had slept out every night in a vacant lot. But now there fell suddenly a shadow of the advancing winter, a chill wind from the north and a driving storm of rain. That day Jurgis bought 2 drinks for the sake of the shelter, and at night he spent his last 2 pennies in a stale beer dive. This was a place kept by a Negro, who went out and drew off the old dregs of beer that lay in barrels set outside of the saloons. And after he had doctored it with chemicals to make it fizz, he sold it for 2 cents a can, the purchase of a can including the privilege of sleeping the night through upon the floor with a mass of degraded outcasts, men and women. All these horrors afflicted Jurgis all the more cruelly because he was always contrasting them with the opportunities he had lost. For instance, just now it was election time again. Within 5 or 6 weeks, the voters of the country would select a president, and he heard the wretches with whom he associated discussing it, and saw the streets of the city decorated with placards and banners, and what words could describe the pangs of grief and despair that shot through him? For instance, there was a night during this cold spell. He had begged all day for his very life, and found not a soul to heed him, until, toward evening, he saw an old lady getting off a streetcar, and helped her down with her umbrellas and bundles, and then told her his hard-luck story, and after answering all her suspicious questions satisfactorily, was taken to a restaurant, and saw a quarter paid down for a meal. And so he had soup and bread, and boiled beef, and potatoes and beans, and pie and coffee, and came out with his skin stuffed tight as a football. And then, through the rain and the darkness, far down the street, he saw red lights flaring, and heard the thumping of a bass drum, and his heart gave a leap, and he made for the place on the run, knowing without the asking that it meant a political meeting. The campaign had so far been characterized by what the newspapers termed apathy. For some reason, the people refused to get excited over the struggle, and it was almost impossible to get them to come to meetings or to make any noise when they did come. Those which had been held in Chicago so far had proven most dismal failures, and tonight, the speaker being no less a personage than a candidate for the vice presidency of the nation, the political managers had been trembling with anxiety. But a merciful providence had sent this storm of cold rain, and now all it was necessary to do was to set off a few fireworks and thump a while on a drum, and all the homeless wretches from a mile around would pour in and fill the hall. And then on the morrow, the newspapers would have a chance to report the tremendous ovation, and to add that it had been no silk-stocking audience either, proving clearly that the high tariff sentiments of the distinguished candidate were pleasing to the wage earners of the nation. So Jurgis found himself in a large hall, elaborately decorated with flags and bunting. And after the chairman had made his little speech, and the orator of the evening rose up amid an uproar from the band, only fancy the emotions of Jurgis upon making the discovery that the personage was none other than the famous and eloquent Senator Spareshanks, who had addressed the Doyle Republican Association at the Stockyards and helped to elect Mike Scully's 10-pin setter to the Chicago Board of Aldermen. In truth, the sight of the senator almost brought the tears into Jurgis's eyes. What agony it was to him to look back upon those golden hours when he too had a place beneath the shadow of the plum tree, when he too had been of the elect through whom the country is governed, when he had had a bung in the campaign barrel for his own. And this was another election in which the Republicans had all the money, and but for that one hideous accident he might have had a share of it instead of being where he was. The eloquent senator was explaining the system of protection, an ingenious device whereby the working man permitted the manufacturer to charge him higher prices in order that he might receive higher wages, thus taking his money out of his pocket with one hand and putting a part of it back with the other. To the senator, this unique arrangement had somehow become identified with the higher verities of the universe. It was because of it that Columbia was the gem of the ocean, and all her future triumphs, her power and good repute among the nations depended upon the zeal and fidelity with which each citizen held up the hands of those who were toiling to maintain it. The name of this heroic company was the Grand Old Party. And here the band began to play, and Jurgis sat up with a violent start. Singular as it may seem, Jurgis was making a desperate effort to understand what the senator was saying, to comprehend the extent of American prosperity, the enormous expansion of American commerce, and the Republic's future in the Pacific and in South America, and wherever else the oppressed were groaning. The reason for it was that he wanted to keep awake. He knew that if he allowed himself to fall asleep, he would begin to snore loudly, and so he must listen. He must be interested. But he had eaten such a big dinner, and he was so exhausted, and the hall was so warm, and his seat was so comfortable. The senator's gaunt form began to grow dim and hazy, to tower before him and dance about with figures of exports and imports. Once his neighbor gave him a savage poke in the ribs, and he sat up with a start and tried to look innocent. But then he was at it again, and men began to stare at him with annoyance and to call out in vexation. Finally, one of them called a policeman, who came and grabbed Jurgis by the collar and jerked him to his feet, bewildered and terrified. Some of the audience turned to see the commotion, and Senator Spareshanks faltered in his speech. But a voice shouted cheerfully, "We're just firing a bomb. Go ahead, old sport." And so the crowd roared, and the senator smiled genially and went on. And in a few seconds, poor Jurgis found himself landed out in the rain with a kick and a string of curses. He got into the shelter of a doorway and took stock of himself. He was not hurt, and he was not arrested, more than he had any right to expect. He swore at himself and his luck for a while, and then turned his thoughts to practical matters. He had no money and no place to sleep. He must begin begging again. He went out, hunching his shoulders together and shivering at the touch of the icy rain. Coming down the street toward him was a lady, well-dressed and protected by an umbrella, and he turned and walked beside her. "Please, ma'am," he began, "could you lend me the price of a night's lodging? I'm a poor working man." Then suddenly he stopped short. By the light of a street lamp he had caught sight of the lady's face. He knew her. It was Elena Jezetaita, who had been the belle of his wedding feast. Elena Jezetaita, who had looked so beautiful and danced with such a queenly air with Juozas Rasius the teamster. Jurgis had only seen her once or twice afterward, for Juozas had thrown her over for another girl, and Elena had gone away from Packingtown, no one knew where, and now he met her here. She was as much surprised as he was. "Jurgis Rutkus," she gasped, "and what in the world is the matter with you?" I have had hard luck," he stammered. "I'm out of work, and I've no home and no money. And you, Elena, are you married?" "No," she answered, "I'm not married, but I've got a good place." They stood staring at each other for a few moments longer. Finally, Elena spoke again. "Jurgis," she said, "I'd help you if I could, upon my word I would, but it happens that I've come out without my purse, and I honestly haven't a penny with me. I can do something better for you, though. I can tell you how to get help. I can tell you where Marija is." Jurgis gave a start. "Marija?" he exclaimed. "Yes," said Elena, "and she'll help you. She's got a place, and she's doing well. She'll be glad to see you." It was not much more than a year since Jurgis had left Packingtown, feeling like one escaped from jail, and it had been from Marija and Elzbieta that he was escaping. But now, at the mere mention of them, his whole being cried out with joy. He wanted to see them. He wanted to go home. They would help him. They would be kind to him. In a flash, he had thought over the situation. He had a good excuse for running away, his grief at the death of his son, and also he had a good excuse for not returning, the fact that they had left Packingtown. "All right," he said, "I'll go." So she gave him a number on Clark Street, adding, "There's no need to give you my address, because Marija knows it." And Jurgis set out without further ado. He found a large brownstone house of aristocratic appearance and rang the basement bell. A young colored girl came to the door, opening it about an inch and gazing at him suspiciously. "What do you want?" she demanded. "Does Marija Bazinskas live here?" he inquired. "I don't know," said the girl. "What do you want with her?" "I want to see her," said he. "She's a relative of mine." The girl hesitated a moment. Then she opened the door and said, "Come in." Jurgis came and stood in the hall, and she continued, "I'll go see. What's your name?" "Tell her it's Jurgis," he answered, and the girl went upstairs. She came back at the end of a minute or two and replied, "Dey ain't no sich person here." Jurgis's heart
went down into his boots. "I was told this was where she lived," he cried. But the girl only shook her head. "The lady says there ain't no such person here," she said. And he stood for a moment hesitating, helpless with dismay. Then he turned to go to the door. At the same instant, however, there came a knock upon it, and the girl went to open it. Jurgis heard the shuffling of feet, and then heard her give a cry, and the next moment she sprang back and past him, her eyes shining white with terror, and bounded up the stairway, screaming at the top of her lungs, "Police! Police! We're pinched!" Jurgis stood for a second, bewildered. Then, seeing blue-coated forms rushing upon him, he sprang after the negress. Her cries had been the signal for a wild uproar above. The house was full of people, and as he entered the hallway, he saw them rushing hither and thither, crying and screaming with alarm. There were men and women, the latter clad for the most part in wrappers, the former in all stages of dishabille. At one side, Jurgis caught a glimpse of a big apartment with plush-covered chairs and tables covered with trays and glasses. There were playing cards scattered all over the floor. One of the tables had been upset, and bottles of wine were rolling about, their contents running out upon the carpet. There was a young girl who had fainted, and 2 men who were supporting her, and there were a dozen others crowding toward the front door. Suddenly, however, there came a series of resounding blows upon it, causing the crowd to give back. At the same instant, a stout woman with painted cheeks and diamonds in her ears came running down the stairs, panting breathlessly. "To the rear, quick!" She led the way to a back staircase, Jurgis following. In the kitchen, she pressed a spring, and a cupboard gave way and opened, disclosing a dark passageway. "Go in!" she cried to the crowd, which now amounted to 20 or 30, and they began to pass through. Scarcely had the last one disappeared, however, before there were cries from in front, and then the panic-stricken throng poured out again, exclaiming, "They're there too! We're trapped!" "Upstairs!" cried the woman, and there was another rush of the mob, women and men cursing and screaming and fighting to be first. 1 flight, 2, 3, and then there was a ladder to the roof with a crowd packed at the foot of it, and 1 man at the top straining and struggling to lift the trapdoor. It was not to be stirred, however, and when the woman shouted up to unhook it, he answered, "It's already unhooked. There's somebody sitting on it." And a moment later came a voice from downstairs. "You might as well quit, you people. We mean business this time." So the crowd subsided, and a few moments later several policemen came up, staring here and there, and leering at their victims. Of the latter, the men were for the most part frightened and sheepish-looking. The women took it as a joke, as if they were used to it, though, if they had been pale, one could not have told for the paint on their cheeks. One black-eyed young girl perched herself upon the top of the balustrade and began to kick with her slippered foot at the helmets of the policemen until one of them caught her by the ankle and pulled her down. On the floor below, 4 or 5 other girls sat upon trunks in the hall, making fun of the procession which filed by them. They were noisy and hilarious, and had evidently been drinking. One of them, who wore a bright red kimono, shouted and screamed in a voice that drowned out all the other sounds in the hall, and Jurgis took a glance at her, and then gave a start and a cry. "Maria!" She heard him and glanced around. Then she shrank back and half sprang to her feet in amazement. "Jurgis!" she gasped. For a second or two, they stood staring at each other. "How did you come here?" Maria exclaimed. "I came to see you," he answered. "When?" "Just now." "But how did you know? Who told you I was here?" "Alina Jesataita. I met her on the street." Again, there was a silence while they gazed at each other. The rest of the crowd was watching them, and so Maria got up and came closer to him. "And you?" Jurgis asked. "You live here?" "Yes," said Maria. "I live here." Then suddenly came a hail from below. "Get your clothes on now, girls, and come along. You'd best begin or you'll be sorry. It's raining outside." "Brrr," shivered someone, and the women got up and entered the various doors which lined the hallway. "Come," said Maria, and took Jurgis into her room, which was a tiny place about 8 by 6, with a cot and a chair and a dressing-stand and some dresses hanging behind the door. There were clothes scattered about on the floor, and hopeless confusion everywhere, boxes of rouge and bottles of perfume mixed with hats and soiled dishes on the dresser, and a pair of slippers and a clock and a whiskey bottle on a chair. Maria had nothing on but a kimono and a pair of stockings, yet she proceeded to dress before Jurgis, and without even taking the trouble to close the door. He had by this time divined what sort of a place he was in, and he had seen a great deal of the world since he had left home, and was not easy to shock. And yet it gave him a painful start that Maria should do this. They had always been decent people at home, and it seemed to him that the memory of old times ought to have ruled her. But then he laughed at himself for a fool. What was he to be pretending to decency? "How long have you been living here?" he asked. "Nearly a year," she answered. "Why did you come?" "I had to live," she said, "and I couldn't see the children starve." He paused for a moment, and watching her, "You are out of work?" he asked finally. "I got sick," she replied, "and after that I had no money, and then Stanislovus died." "Stanislovus dead?" "Yes," said Maria. "I forgot. You didn't know about it." "How did he die?" "Rats killed him," she answered. Jurgis gave a gasp. "Rats killed him?" "Yes," said the other. She was bending over lacing her shoes as she spoke. "He was working in an oil factory. At least he was hired by the men to get their beer. He used to carry cans on a long pole, and he'd drink a little out of each can, and one day he drank too much and fell asleep in a corner and got locked up in the place all night. When they found him, the rats had killed him and eaten him nearly all up." Jurgis sat frozen with horror. Maria went on lacing up her shoes. There was a long silence. Suddenly, a big policeman came to the door. "Hurry up there," he said. "As quick as I can," said Maria, and she stood up and began putting on her corsets with feverish haste. "Are the rest of the people alive?" asked Jurgis finally. "Yes," she said. "Where are they?" "They live not far from here. They're all right now." "They're working?" he inquired. "Elzbieta is," said Maria, "when she can. I take care of them most of the time. I'm making plenty of money now." Jurgis was silent for a moment. "Do they know you live here? How you live?" he asked. "Elzbieta knows," answered Maria. "I couldn't lie to her. And maybe the children have found out by this time. It's nothing to be ashamed of. We can't help it." "And Tomasius?" he asked. "Does he know?" Maria shrugged her shoulders. "How do I know?" she said. "I haven't seen him for over a year. He got blood poisoning and lost one finger and couldn't play the violin any more, and then he went away." Maria was standing in front of the glass, fastening her dress. Jurgis sat staring at her. He could hardly believe that she was the same woman he had known in the old days. She was so quiet, so hard. It struck fear to his heart to watch her. Then suddenly she gave a glance at him. "You look as if you've been having a rough time of it yourself," she said. "I have," he answered. "I haven't a cent in my pockets and nothing to do." "Where have you been?" "All over. I have been hoboing it. Then I went back to the yards just before the strike." He paused for a moment, hesitating. "I asked for you," he added. "I found you had gone away. No one knew where. Perhaps you think I did you a dirty trick, running away as I did, Maria." "No," she answered. "I don't blame you. We never have, any of us. You did your best. The job was too much for us." She paused a moment, then added, "We were too ignorant. That was the trouble. We didn't stand any chance. If I had known what I know now, we'd have won out." "You'd have come here?" said Jurgis. "Yes," she answered, "but that's not what I meant. I meant you, how differently you would have behaved about Ona." Jurgis was silent. He had never thought of that aspect of it. "When people are starving," the other continued, "and they have anything with a price, they ought to sell it. I say, I guess you realize it now when it's too late. Ona could have taken care of us all in the beginning." Maria spoke without emotion as one who had come to regard things from the business point of view. Yes, I guess so," Jurgis answered hesitatingly. He did not add that he had paid $300 in a foreman's job for the satisfaction of knocking down Phil Connor a second time. The policeman came to the door again just then. "Come on now," he said. "Lively." "All right," said Maria, reaching for her hat, which was big enough to be a drum major's and full of ostrich feathers. She went out into the hall, and Jurgis followed, the policeman remaining to look under the bed and behind the door. "What's going to become of this?" Jurgis asked as they started down the steps. "The raid, you mean? Oh, Nothing. It happens to us every now and then. The madam's having some sort of time with the police. I don't know what it is, but maybe they'll come to terms before morning. Anyhow, they won't do anything to you. They always let the men off." "Maybe so," he responded, "but not me. I'm afraid I'm in for it." "How do you mean?" "I'm wanted by the police," he said, lowering his voice, though of course the conversation was in Lithuanian. "They'll send me up for a year or two, I'm afraid." "Hell," said Maria. "That's too bad. I'll see if I can't get you off." Downstairs, where the greater part of the prisoners were now massed, she sought out the stout personage with the diamond earrings and had a few whispered words with her. The latter then approached the police sergeant who was in charge of the raid. "Billy," she said, pointing to Jurgis, "there's a fellow who came in to see a sister. He just got in the door when you knocked. You aren't taking hobos, are you?" The sergeant laughed as he looked at Jurgis. "Sorry," he said, "but the orders are everyone but the servants." So Jurgis slunk in among the rest of the men, who kept dodging behind each other like sheep that have smelled a wolf. There were old men and young men, college boys and greybeards, old enough to be their grandfathers. Some of them wore evening dress. There was no one among them, save Jurgis, who showed any signs of poverty. When the roundup was completed, the doors were opened and the party marched out. 3 patrol wagons were drawn up at the curb, and the whole neighborhood had turned out to see the sport. There was much chaffing and a universal craning of necks. The women stared about them with defiant eyes or laughed and joked, while the men kept their heads bowed and their hats pulled over their faces. They were crowded into the patrol wagons as if into streetcars, and then off they went amid a din of cheers. At the station house, Jurgis gave a Polish name and was put into a cell with half a dozen others, and while these sat and talked in whispers, he lay down in a corner and gave himself up to his thoughts. Jurgis had looked into the deepest reaches of the social pit and grown used to the sights in them. Yet, when he had thought of all humanity as vile and hideous, he had somehow always accepted his own family that he had loved. And now this sudden horrible discovery. Maria, a whore, and Elzbieta and the children living off her shame. Jurgis might argue with himself all he chose, that he had done worse and was a fool for caring. But still he could not get over the shock of that sudden unveiling. He could not help being sunk in grief because of it. The depths of him were troubled and shaken. Memories were stirred in him that had been sleeping so long he had counted them dead. Memories of the old life, his old hopes and his old yearnings, his old dreams of decency and independence. He saw Ona again. He heard a gentle voice pleading with him. He saw little Antanas, whom he had meant to make a man. He saw his trembling old father who had blessed them all with his wonderful love. He lived again through that day of horror when he had discovered Ona's shame. God, how he had suffered! What a madman he had been! How dreadful it had all seemed to him! And now today he had sat and listened, and half agreed when Maria told him he had been a fool. Yes, told him that he ought to have sold his wife's honor and lived by it. And then there was Stanislavus and his awful fate. That brief story which Maria had narrated so calmly, with such dull indifference. The poor little fellow, with his frost-bitten fingers, and his terror of the snow, his wailing voice rang in Jurgis's ears as he lay there in the darkness until the sweat started on his forehead. Now and then he would quiver with a sudden spasm of horror at the picture of little Stanislavus shut up in the deserted building and fighting for his life with the rats. All these emotions had become strangers to the soul of Jurgis. It was so long since they had troubled him that he had ceased to think that they might ever trouble him again. Helpless, trapped as he was, what good did they do him? Why should he ever have allowed them to torment him? It had been the task of his recent life to fight them down, to crush them out of him. Never in his life would he have suffered from them again, save that they had caught him unawares and overwhelmed him before he could protect himself. He heard the old voices of his soul. He saw its old ghosts beckoning to him, stretching out their arms to him. But they were far off and shadowy, and the gulf between them was black and bottomless. They would fade away into the mists of the past once more. Their voices would die, and never again would he hear them. And so the last faint spark of manhood in his soul would flicker out. The end of chapter 27. Read by Rick Kishner for Lit2Go on the web at fcit.usf.edu.